Chapter 177. The sunset clouds overflowed with coldness. The silver hand spun silently. Bai Ningbing looked at the night sky through the window. A bright moon, sparkling and translucent, hung in the night sky. Wolf howls could be heard from afar, adding a sense of desolation to the moonlight. In the study room, Bai clan leader sat by the side. His face revealed a despondent expression. Just now, Bai Ningbing had told him about the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. 10 extreme aptitude. Bai clan leader muttered. I feel that I don't have much time left. My aperture is gradually unable to bear the burden. These years, I have caused you trouble. Bai Ningbing sighed lightly. His expression was calm. The morbid wildness and madness of the past had disappeared. Replacing it was a sense of tranquility and peace. This tranquility came from the heart. He, Bai Ningbing, had found his own path and was no longer troubled by life and death. Everyone grows up under the stimulation of life and death. One could become even more mature. The moonlight was like water pouring down, shining on Bai Ningbing's white skin. As the light flowed, his blue eyes had a trace of profoundness. A beautiful young man with snow-white hair and white clothes. He was like an immortal in the clouds, attracting the attention of others. How can this be? When I tested your aptitude back then, it was clearly a grade 99%. It was not the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Bai clan leader still could not accept it. That is indeed the case. But in the process of cultivation, there was a day when my aptitude rose. I have checked the clan's records, and this situation was also recorded in the books. 99% of a grade aptitudes have the possibility of becoming 10 extreme aptitudes during cultivation. Bai Ningbing said, 10 extreme aptitudes defy the heavens. The great Tao does not tolerate it. Even the 10 children of Renzu did not have a good ending. Sai, is there really no way to save it? Bai clan leader looked at the beautiful young man in front of him, feeling pity and regret. He was the pride of the clan, the hope to rise. But he did not have much time left. His life was coming to an end. Even though he was becoming more and more resplendent, but like fireworks, he could only be dazzled at the last moment. There is no way to eradicate it, but there are some ways to delay it. But these methods require many years of preparation, and I no longer have the time. At this point, Bai Ningbing smiled faintly. He was calm and collected, as if he wasn't talking about himself, but an unrelated outsider. It doesn't matter. Who didn't die? True immortality does not exist. As long as you live a wonderful life, that's enough. He comforted the chief instead. I can't accept this. Absolutely not. Damn it, my Bai family has been suppressed by the Gyue family for hundreds of years. We finally had hope, but this is the result. No, there's still a glimmer of hope. There's still hope. The clan chief's voice grew louder and louder. Then, a look of determination appeared on his face, as if he had made up his mind. Come with me, I'll take you to a place. He stood up and said. After a while, the moonlight was like water shining on a deep pond. Could this be the spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. Led by the Bai clan leader, he walked through a long secret passage and arrived at this place. Not bad. This was the forbidden area of the clan, the location of the spirit spring. As you know, the foundation of every clan is a natural spirit spring. They can use it to produce yuan stone for cultivation. Our Bai family is only a small to medium-sized clan. Only after we swallow up the Gyue family and the Xiong family and possess at least 3 spirit springs can we be considered a large clan. The Bai clan leader sighed. Then why did you bring me here, clan leader? The Bai clan leader showed a complicated expression. He turned to look at Bai Ningbing, and his expression became hesitant. I never thought of bringing you here, but life is unpredictable. I didn't expect you to have the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Your only chance is in this spirit spring. What's in this spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. There's a great deity, the Bai clan leader said solemnly. Great deity? Bai Ningbing was surprised. Great deity is a respectful title for it. It's a snake goo left behind by our first ancestor. It likes cleanliness and feeds on the spirit spring water. It has always been secretly residing in the spirit spring. The Bai clan leader introduced. Back then, before the first ancestor passed away, he set up the inheritance treasure and left behind this snake goo as a clue. If you can get the recognition of the great deity, it will lead you to the inheritance treasure. If you can't get its recognition, the Bai clan leader hesitated. Then what will happen? Bai Ningbing asked. The Bai clan leader's expression was solemn. Then it will kill you. At the same time, Gyua village. In the room, Tai Ruonin kept her investigative goo and nodded in satisfaction. The environment here is not bad, it's clean. The clean she was referring to was not the cleanliness of the room, which was clean and tidy. It was because there were no surveillance methods in the surroundings. But there were definitely none. That was impossible. After all, Tai Shuelung was a rank 5 expert. He was too much of a threat and had to be guarded against. But the defense and surveillance of Gyua family was just right. The level was very low and did not cause any disgust. It could even be understood as overly enthusiastic and enthusiastic reception. Thus, Tai Ruonin commented that it was clean. Tai Shuelung nodded slightly. Ruonan, you have followed me for so long and have indeed learned many things. But some things have to be done by yourself. Just watching from the side is not enough. Thus, I will let you solve this case. Father, I will definitely work hard and do my best. Very good. Then let me ask you, what will be your first step? Tai Shuelung purposely tested her. Tai Ruonan laughed, suddenly turning her body to look at the moon outside the window. The moon is bright tonight. Father, do you have the mood to follow your daughter to tour around this Gyua village? Tai Shuelung's lips finally showed a gratified smile after hearing this. Starting a case was not to be in a hurry to understand the details of the case. Surveying the surroundings was the first step to solving the case. The Tai family father and daughter strolled slowly on the streets. After resisting the wolf tide's terrifying attack, the Gyua village was in a sorry state. The bamboo buildings had collapsed and were covered in blood. Miscellaneous items were piled up everywhere, and from time to time, the soft moans of the injured could be heard. The Tai family father and daughter walked a large circle, and during this time, both of them were silent. Fong Yuan, you stinking brat, get out of here. Suddenly, a roar came from within the courtyard. The Tai family father and daughter could not help but stop. After a while, the door opened, and Fong Yuan rubbed his nose and walked out with a faint smile. It's little brother Fong Yuan. Not far away, Tai Shuelung took the initiative to greet him. This little one greets, Lord Divine Investigator. Fong Yuan withdrew his smile and cupped his hands. Little brother, the two of us have just arrived and are not very familiar with some places. I wonder if you can explain a thing or two to us. Tai Shuelung suddenly invited. Tai Ruonin glanced at her father, but did not say anything. Fong Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He was just about to meet them, but he did not expect this opportunity to be delivered to him. The two of you have traveled tens of thousands of miles and tirelessly come to solve this case. The entire village should assist you. Both of you this way, please. Fong Yuan spoke frankly with assurance, not showing any signs of guilt as he walked in front. The spirit spring bubbled like boiling water. Suddenly, with a splash, the spring water surged up like a wave. After reaching a certain level, the spring water split apart and splashed everywhere. A slender white snake, covered in snow scales, stepped on the waves, showing its elegant figure. Its eyes were like jade, indifferent like jade, revealing a cold indifference. On both sides of its head, there was a pair of long whiskers that fluttered in the wind like an immortal's ribbons. Rank 5, white form immortal snake goo. Greetings to great immortal. Bai clan leader excitedly kneeled on the ground and anxiously instructed, Bai Ningbing, why aren't you kneeling as well? I never kneel to a gu. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted, his body straight like a spear. Even though the white form immortal snake gu emitted a faintly cold aura, concealing a dense killing intent, Bai Ningbing had no fear. But Bai Ningbing had no fear. His blue eyes staring straight at the white form immortal snake gu's snake eyes. Time seemed to have stopped. The spirit spring and Bai clan leader became irrelevant in the background. Under the bright moonlight, the blue-eyed youth was like a painting, and the silver-whiskered white snake was like an immortal, gazing at each other. After a long while, the white snake suddenly cried out and turned into a white rainbow, crashing into Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's body shook, and the rainbow entered his aperture, turning into a white snake. The white snake occupied the center of the primeval essence, immediately pushing the surrounding gu to the side with a domineering attitude. This situation... Bai clan leader stood up with a puzzled expression. It doesn't match the clan's records. There were corresponding records in the clan's records. Once a gu master is acknowledged, the white form immortal snake, gu, would carry the inheritor and ascend to the sky, obtaining the treasure in the sky. But the current situation was somewhat strange. The white form immortal snake, gu, entered Bai Ningbing's aperture. Not killing him, it should have acknowledged him. But why didn't it carry Bai Ningbing and directly ascend to the sky? Could it be there was a mistake in the records? At once, Bai clan leader couldn't understand. Time slowly passed. Guyua village is like this. Then there was the underground, karst cave. But that is the clan's forbidden area. Outsiders can't enter. Fong Yuan said. He looked at the bright moon in the night sky and continued. It's getting late. Why don't you two rest early? You will have the energy to solve the case tomorrow, right? He. Elder Fong Yuan is right. Thank you, Elder Fong Yuan, for your guidance along the way. Elder Fong Yuan, please return. Tai Shui Lung said. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Fong Yuan cupped his fists and left decisively. Tai Shui Lung looked at Fong Yuan's back with interest, only retracting his gaze when Fong Yuan turned a corner. Ruanan, what do you think of this Fong Yuan? He suddenly asked. I don't like him. My intuition tells me that there is a shadow behind him. The young girl, Tai Ruanan, frowned. Tai Shui Lung nodded. I know you have the intuition gu, which can increase your intuition. But we pay attention to evidence when solving cases. Intuition alone won't convince people. Don't rely on your intuition too much. Don't use intuition gu to solve this case. Yes, Father. Chapter 178. Tai Shui Lung continued. Now, analyze Fong Yuan as a person. Father, are you suspecting Fong Yuan? Tai Ruanan was stunned for a moment before continuing. He is a very rational and intelligent person. When he introduced the village to us, every sentence he said was appropriate and logical. Hiss! Tai Ruanan suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. She frowned. I didn't notice it earlier, but now that you reminded me, I realized it. This Fong Yuan is too good with words. Every sentence he says is the objective truth, abandoning his personal feelings. He calmly narrates from a spectator's perspective. No one can find any flaws in his words, nor can they find any clues beyond his words. His words are very, very, very clean. The young girl hesitated for a moment before finally using the word clean. Tai Shui Lung nodded, then shook his head. He did not abandon his personal feelings. Everyone has feelings. Even the most cold-blooded assassin has feelings. He just hid his feelings very well and controlled them very well. This young man has a demonic nature. Demonic nature? That's right. Think about it. He was frank during the banquet, saying that he was afraid and did not dare to go to the battlefield. Tell me, if it was any other person, would they do that? Tai Shui Lung asked. Tai Ruanan shook her head. No. Gu masters view their clan's honor and their own reputation as more important than their own lives. But that might not be the case. There were many people who destroyed their own reputations in history, right? That's right. But who were those people? Tai Shui Lung's gaze was deep. Tai Ruanan thought for a while, her expression slightly shaken. They were all outstanding people. That's right. In history, those who destroyed their own reputations only had two goals. One was to have a grand scheme, and compared to the goal, reputation is nothing. As for the other one, it's to protect himself, to avoid suspicion. Tai Ruanan's eyes brightened. Father, you are saying... You are overthinking. I just feel that this young man is very interesting. Unfortunately, he only has C-grade aptitude. Tai Shuelung said. This night the moonlight was like water. Fang Yuan walked on the empty street, his footsteps heavy but firm. After interacting with Tai Shuelung, Xiao Qin knew that Tai Shuelung lived up to his name. This Tai Shuelung had eyes that could see through the affairs of the world, and his intelligence and shrewdness were unfathomable. He had roamed the southern border unhindered for decades, making a name for himself. He was truly an outstanding person. It was extremely difficult to get rid of suspicion in front of such a person. As long as they were given enough time, they would definitely find out the truth. We have to fight for time now. However, the recruitment of the Mo bloodline can indeed be used. Not long ago, in the courtyard of the Mo family, Fang Yuan had asked for an exorbitant price. He could marry Mo Yen, but he would need 100,000 yuan stone and 10 rare gu worms, each of which was at least rank 3. This request enraged Gu Yue and Mo Qin. I'm going to marry my precious granddaughter to you, but you're still pretending to be obedient. Furthermore, he shamelessly asked for betrothal gifts and was so greedy. This was truly intolerable. Therefore, the negotiation failed and Fang Yuan was chased out. Fang Yuan turned around and left without any hesitation. He knew Mo Chen's thoughts and was certain that he would compromise. As for him asking for an exorbitant price, it was nothing more than asking for an exorbitant price. However, this matter has both pros and cons. Although I have the Yuan Stone and can feed it to the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, but my original plan of withdrawing from the political whirlpool has also been disrupted. During tonight's banquet, Gu Yue and Mo Qin sacrificed themselves in exchange for my political future. Next, I'm afraid there will be suppression from the various clan elders. Right now, the political situation of the Gu Yue village was like this. The clan leader was alive, and one of the 2 ministers, Gu Yuelian, was dead, but the Qi faction was not without people. The heir Gu Yuecheng was still alive, and there was also a clan elder like Gu Yuezhong, who came from the same faction. And the Mo faction had lost its heir, and Mo Chen was heavily injured, falling to rank 2 and could not even keep his clan elder status. The 2 great forces of the past were now in decline. On the contrary, the medicine faction was mostly made up of healing Gu masters and was at the back. There were fewer sacrifices and their strength was preserved, showing signs of rising. The medicine faction was originally part of the clan leader's faction, but now it had the qualifications to be independent. But regardless of whether Gu Yue and Yao Ji chose to be independent or continue to rely on the clan, to strengthen themselves, they would need to snatch and annex. The Qi and Mo bloodlines, which were in dire straits, were the best targets. If they did not act now, when the 2 great forces recovered, it would be hard to say. The whirlpool of the mortal world cannot be controlled by oneself. Riding the wind and breaking the waves for 30,000 li, this is the demonic path. Fang Yuan looked up at the moon and sighed bitterly. He wanted to escape from this political whirlpool, but Gu Yue and Mo Qin forcefully pulled him back. Pressure from all sides surged towards him. Tai Shuelung had already started to solve the case, and on the other side, Bai Ningbing had also obtained a new helper. It was like sailing on a submerged reef, with danger lurking everywhere. How could they make a path? The next day, what, You said Jia Jinsheng's killer has been found and even killed? Even killed? Tai Ruanen was astonished. This morning, she woke up early and started to understand the case. But to think that the first news she got was that the killer had already been executed. That's right. The killer is a demonic Gumaster. He even tried to assassinate our clan's rising star, attempting to kill a genius, but was killed on the spot by our clan's Gumaster. An elder provided clues. Is it really like this? Did he directly admit that he was Jia Jinsheng's killer? Tai Ruanen frowned deeply. Beside her, Tai Shuelong wore a bronze mask, standing silently like a statue. That's not true. But if it is not him, who else could it be? The elder shrugged. Tai Ruanen pondered in her heart. These are all guesses. There is no evidence. But no matter what the truth is, this demonic Gumaster must be investigated thoroughly. Very likely, this is a clue that leads straight to the truth. Thinking of this, Tai Ruanen raised her head. Where is he buried? I want to open the coffin and examine the corpse. In the shabby coffin there was a corpse. The stench assaulted the nostrils, causing the servants and Gumasters who helped open the coffin to hide far away in disgust. But the Tai father and daughter seemed to not smell it. Tai Ruanen's eyes shone with a layer of light, and she bent down to examine the corpse with great interest. On the corpse, there were many traces left behind. Many times, 1 or 2 small traces could be irrefutable evidence pointing to the killer. On this corpse, there were many scars, and the person's appearance could be vaguely seen. He was also wearing his original clothes. Tai Ruanen searched for a long time, before standing up reluctantly. Did you find anything? Tai Shuelong softly asked, testing her. Guyue clan thinks that this person is very likely to be Jia Jinsheng's killer. Thus they preserved this corpse very well. There is a big problem with this corpse. Tai Ruanen answered. He is a middle-aged man, his right arm is thicker than his left, and both his hands have a thick layer of calluses. The distribution of the calluses is not uniform. His body is full of scars with many fatal injuries. Before his death, he had an intense battle. But on his body, there are also many internal injuries. Especially on his left foot, he is missing 3 toes. This is an injury from many years ago. Saying so, Tai Ruanen deduced, he is very likely to have been a hunter when he was alive. There is a lot of evidence. The asymmetrical body and the calluses on his hands show that he is a person who often draws a bow. There are many claw and teeth marks from wild beasts on his body, and he often interacts with wild beasts. His clothing is also not that of an orthodox Gumaster, especially the straw sandals on his feet. They are even more interesting. The grass used to weave the straw sandals is bamboo hemp grass. This grass only grows around Qing Mao bamboo, and Qing Mao Mountain is rich in Qing Mao bamboo. Other than this, there is no bamboo hemp grass in the surrounding 1,000 li. What do you mean? Tai Shuelong asked. Before this person became a demonic Gumaster, he must have been a hunter. From his clothing, he is very likely a hunter from Qing Mao Mountain. Tai Ruanen's eyes shone with brilliance. How can you be sure he is a native here? If it is straw sandals, he could have killed the villagers here and put them on himself. Tai Shuelong retorted. That's not it. Among all the clothing, shoes are very special. If they were stolen, most of them would not fit well. But look at this pair of shoes. Not only do they fit well, they are also tightly knit as if tailor-made. His left foot is missing 3 toes, so the straw sandals on his left foot are correspondingly shorter. The wounds on his toes are at the base and are very sharp. I guess it is very likely that he stepped into a trap many years ago. Tai Ruanen said. Tai Shuelong did not comment, neither did he confirm anything, nor did he criticize anything. Just like what he said earlier, he would leave everything to Tai Ruanen to solve. Tai Ruanen continued to speak. With this deduction, we can definitely go to the surrounding villages and carry out investigations. We might be able to find more clues Eh. As she spoke, the young girl's expression suddenly froze. She suddenly recalled that Qingmao Mountain had just experienced a wolf tide catastrophe. Even the village had suffered heavy losses, not to mention these villages at the foot of the mountain. She wanted to use this method to find out this person's identity and information, but the chances were very slim. But even if the chances are slim, as long as there is a possibility of success, I will still try. This was the first time the young girl had solved a case on her own, and she was full of energy. However, half a day passed, and she returned in low spirits. This wolf tide was the most terrifying in history, and some villages did not even have any survivors. This made it very difficult for her to conduct her investigation. This clue is broken. What are you going to do next? Tai Shueleng asked at an appropriate time. The young girl gritted her teeth, her tone revealing stubbornness and tenacity. No, it's not over yet. Father, didn't you say that the real clue is hidden even deeper, and as long as we continue to dig it will appear? This demonic Gu Master's death is very fishy. First, why did he attack Fangzheng? How did Fangzheng offend him, causing him to disregard his own safety and risk his life to assassinate Fangzheng amidst many strong enemies? Secondly, he is a local. But why did no one recognize him after his death? Her words caused Tai Shueleng to raise his eyebrows. Child, you have really grown up. The divine investigator sighed, his tone filled with relief. Chapter 179. You're asking me why that Gu Master came to kill me? How would I know? Facing Tai Ruanan's question, Fangzheng blinked innocently. If you did something, I really hope you don't hide it, because your unintentional words could be a huge help in solving the case. The young girl said sincerely. Fangzheng shook his head. I was also puzzled. I was cultivating all this time. How did I attract an assassination? But after that, the people around me analyzed that this demonic Gu Master was hired by the other two clans to kill a rising star like me. You also know that Bai and Xiong clans have always hated our Gyue clan. Xiong clan is the most suspicious. They had once recruited demonic Gu Masters. Xiong clan, huh? Tai Ruanan could not help but feel dejected. Xiong clan was already swallowed by the wolf tide. It seems this clue is broken again. But at this time there was a commotion outside the door. Look, isn't that Xiong clan's men? Didn't Xiong clan get exterminated? Why are there envoys here? The appearance of Xiong clan's envoys caused a huge commotion in the entire village. Everyone was discussing. Soon, there was news from the clan head pavilion. Xiong clan still has a large number of survivors. They retreated on their own, using a gu left behind by our ancestor. At the same time, they concealed many of their figures, deceiving everyone. This group of bastards, passively avoiding battle and letting the wolf tide spread to our side. Humph! These Xiong clan people are big and crude, but their hearts are actually very sinister. They want to use the wolf tide to weaken us. Too despicable. Gyue clansmen were filled with righteous indignation. The appearance of Xiong clan's envoys caused the entire situation of Qingmao Mountain to change drastically. Originally, they thought it would be a battle between Bai clan and Gyue clan, but to think it would still be a battle between 3 clans. But thinking about it, it was understandable. Xiong clan was a clan that had stood strong for hundreds of years, and similarly had a deep foundation. Which clan did not have an old ancestor or a trump card? After Xiong clan's envoys left, Gyue Bo immediately called for an elder meeting. These bastards from the Xiong clan village are really despicable. They actually retreated. I really can't look down on anyone. The Xiong clan has always been ranked behind our clan and the Bai clan, and is considered to be at the bottom of the Qingmao Mountain. But since they have such a scheme, we have to be even more careful in the future. They want to kill us with a borrowed knife, using the wolf tide to eradicate us. If it weren't for that lightning leakin', we wouldn't have had to sacrifice so many elders. These people deserve to die. If not for divine investigator Tai's appearance, I am afraid that even the two patriarchs would have lost their lives. We can't let these people go for nothing. It's necessary to demand compensation. It was us and the Bai family who worked together to get rid of the lightning leakin. But as for how to ask for compensation, I still need to think it over carefully. The elders spoke one after the other, and finally came to a conclusion after the discussion. The Guyue clan would send an envoy to the Xiong clan. He must find out the truth about the Xiong family. If the Xiong family was strong enough, they would have to ally with the Bai family. If the Xiong family was too weak, they might just send people to eliminate them and seize their spirit spring. Then, who is the most suitable person to go to the Xiong clan? Guyue looked around and asked, "Which elder can take on this responsibility?" The hall immediately became silent. The elders looked at each other. No one was willing to go. Now was the time of internal strife, and the crucial time to divide the cake of benefits. If they went to the Xiong clan and caused their own bloodline to be leaderless, others would take advantage of it. When they returned, the situation would be set. I feel that to go to the Xiong clan, there must be an experienced and mature person who can take charge. Among everyone here, only the Emochin clan can take on this responsibility. Guyue Yaoji suddenly said. Guyue Emochin snorted and immediately retorted. In terms of qualifications, Master Yaoji is more qualified than me. Especially in terms of popularity, I can't catch up and concede defeat. Looks like we will have to trouble Master Yao Ji to go to the Xiong clan. Elder Emochin is right. I also recommend Madam Yao Ji. A family elder stood up. I feel that Master Emochin is more suitable. Another elder immediately retorted. The scene was chaotic. Guyue Bo sat on the main seat and watched coldly without making a sound. The medicine faction already had the intention of leaving him and was no longer under his control. Therefore, he didn't want to help either side, and quietly watched the situation. This was the first contest between the medicine faction and the Mo faction. Both sides had political allies. It could be seen that the leaders of both sides had made many compromises and exchanges of benefits. But overall, the medicine faction was slightly stronger. Guyue Yao Ji's popularity and the Qi faction's inclination were the main reasons for this situation. Guyue Bo watched coldly from the side, secretly remembering everyone's factions. As the clan leader, of course, he didn't want to see power fall to someone else. These elders were all his opponents, but he decided to wait and see first and not make a move. The Mo faction has too many resources and power, and they lost an heir. Therefore, the medicine faction is in a hurry to jump out and take a bite. Therefore, the key to this battle is on one person. Guyue Bo thought inwardly and moved his gaze to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had been sitting on his seat, not saying a word. It seems that this Fang Yuan and the Mo faction aren't very close and haven't reached an agreement of benefits. Otherwise, he would have helped already. Is this my chance? Guyue Bo couldn't help but think. But at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly stood up from his seat. His action instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then he said something shocking. The mission to the village is very important. It concerns the rise and fall of our clan. I am willing to take on the mission and investigate the Xiong clan situation for the clan. What? Fang Yuan is volunteering to go. What does he mean? Is he really dumb or pretending to be dumb? Isn't he afraid that, by the time he returns, the benefits will have already been divided? All the elders were bewildered. Fang Yuan had his own plans. If he went to the Xiong clan, he might be able to find an opportunity to instigate a conflict between the three clans. Even if he couldn't, he would have a chance to leave. Wait a minute. Anyone can be the envoy, but not Fang Yuan. The door suddenly opened and Tai Ruanen rushed in. Fang Yuan turned around and his pupils shrunk. He saw the father and daughter of the Tai clan walking in with two people following behind them. One of them looked very similar to Fang Yuan. It was his younger brother, Guyue Fangjing. The other was Guyue Jianghe. I wonder why Divine Investigator Tai is here. Guo Bo stood up to welcome them. His tone was slightly displeased. This is Guo clan's internal discussion. How can you just barge in like this? Guo clan leader and elders, I have already investigated the true identity of the demonic Gu master who tried to kill Guo Fangzheng. Tai Shueleng said. Oh, it's like this. Wasn't that demonic Gu master ordered by the Xiong clan? Could there be some kind of inside story? That's right. This demonic Gu master's true identity is actually a hunter in the village at the foot of the mountain. But due to a coincidence, he became a demonic Gu master. His name is Wang Er, and the reason why he tried to kill Guo Fangzheng was because of Fangzheng's brother, Fang Yuan. Saying so, Tai Ruan and stared at Fang Yuan. Brother, to think you are such a person. Fangzheng clenched his fists, his eyes showing anger. Little girl, what do you mean? Guo Mo, Chen's voice turned gloomy. Don't tell me. Fang Yuan hired this demonic Gu master to assassinate his brother Fangzheng? Guo Yaoji said excitedly. Even Guo Bo's expression changed, slightly adjusting his posture in his seat. You are mistaken. Tai Ruanen shook her head. The real situation is that Fangzheng killed innocent people and killed old man Wang's family, causing Wang Er to take revenge. But Wang Er did not know Fang Yuan had brother, and mistook Fangzheng for Fang Yuan, so he killed him to take revenge. Little girl, everything needs to be based on evidence, an elder said. Of course I have evidence. Guo Jiang he, tell us everything you know. Tai Ruanen came prepared and was not flustered. Guo Jiang he sighed, looking at the Tai father and daughter in fear, walking forward while trembling. He then knelt on the ground, crying, This subordinate has failed in his duty. Clan leader, please punish me. Guo Bo's expression was gloomy. What's the matter? Say it first. Don't hide anything. Back then, when Fang Yuan killed old man Wang's family, it was under Guo Jiang, his jurisdiction, and was discovered by him when he rushed to the scene. Because of the assessment, he had suppressed this matter and concealed it from the public. But to think that today it was exposed by Tai Ruanan, that's what happened. Jiang, he stammered. He didn't exaggerate the details. It was very simple and in line with the truth. At this moment, he did not dare to lie. Fang Yuan was also an elder. He did not dare to exaggerate. I did not expect the truth to be like this. Fang Yuan killed Wang Er's father. Wang Er came to take revenge and found Fangzheng. So it was like this. Fangzheng suffered an undeserved calamity and blocked a calamity for Fang Yuan. The elders whispered to each other. Fangzheng clenched his fists even tighter, anger rising in his heart. He finally could not endure it and shouted at Fang Yuan, Brother, how can you treat human life like grass? That old man and girl are innocent mortals. How can you do this? Facing his brother's responsibility, Fang Yuan was indifferent, as if he did not hear anything. Guo Fangzheng was not the main point. Fang Yuan looked at the Tai father and daughter. To be able to dig out the truth in such a short time, they were indeed worthy of the Divine Investigator title. No matter what Gu they used or what methods they used, to make Jiang He yield and reveal his secret, they were indeed capable. Such ability made Fang Yuan even more certain that the matter of him killing Jia Jinsheng would be exposed by the Tai father and daughter. It was only a matter of time. After all, this was the world of Gu. Gu could be used to commit crimes, and Gu could also be used to solve crimes. Chapter 180. Elder Fang Yuan, is it true that you killed old man Wang's entire family? On the main seat, Guo Bo asked in a deep voice. Everyone's gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. The young elder laughed coldly. It is indeed true. Guo Fangzheng closed his eyes with a heavy heart. Although he killed many lightning wolves, he had never killed anyone. When he heard Fang Yuan admit it, he suddenly felt that his own brother was so unfamiliar and distant. This kind of distance was mixed with the fear of his ruthless methods, and also the anger of being implicated by the innocent. Fang Yuan, don't you feel any guilt for killing innocent people like this? Maybe you have some difficulties. You can say it out. Tai Ruanan frowned. She, who was filled with righteousness, hated people like Fang Yuan the most. So what if I killed them? I don't need to tell you my story, but I didn't know that the missing Wang heir was a demonic Gu master. I also didn't know that Fang Zheng would be implicated. Fang Yuan said honestly, Brother, are you not going to say anything to me? Fang Zheng opened his eyes red. What do you want me to say? Words of consolation or words of apology? Humph, little brother. You are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Damn it, brother, don't think you are so great just because you advanced to clan elder. Let me tell you, I already have the qualifications to break through to rank 3. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth. His fists clenched so hard that veins popped out. Enough! Gue Bo couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. Fang Zheng stepped down. What kind of propriety is it to make such a big fuss here? His words had a hidden meaning, hiding his dissatisfaction. Tai Ruanan couldn't sense it, but divine investigator Tai Shueleng reacted immediately. He took a step forward and cupped his fists. Clan leader Gue and clan elders, my daughter barged into your clan's discussion hall. It is indeed inappropriate. I apologize for offending all of you. The clan elders hurriedly stood up and said that they didn't dare. Gue Bo's expression softened. Tai Shueleng continued. However, this little brother Fang Yuan, because he is involved in Jia Jinsheng's case, he is still a suspect. I hope that he can stay in the stronghold and try not to go to the outer stronghold. Gue Bo rubbed his temples and sighed. We, the Gue clan, also hope to give Lord Jia Fu an explanation. Since this is what the divine arrestor wants, Elder Fang Yuan will have to suffer a little before he is cleared of suspicion. I hope you can understand. Gue Bo looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was sincere, but his gaze was deep. Although Fang Yuan killed Old Man Wang's family, they were only mortals. What was wrong with a Gu master killing mortals? Especially when this Gu master was a clan elder. Thus, there was no punishment. Yes. Fang Yuan looked at Gue Bo and replied expressionlessly. Damn it, it's like this again. Tai Ruanan punched the tree trunk, causing the leaves to fall. She was furious and gritted her teeth. He clearly killed someone, but he turned a blind eye to it and didn't say anything. Father, are you saying that mortals aren't humans? Why do Gu masters feel that killing mortals is a matter of course? Tai Shueleng was silent like a statue at the side. The weather was gloomy and the wind blew, causing the leaves in the forest to rustle. Tai Ruanan suddenly lowered her head, her expression dejected. I'm sorry, father. She apologized. I didn't listen to your instructions and used the intuition Gu. Sigh. The divine arrestor heaved a long sigh, his deep gaze falling on the young girl. Child, you hate evil so much and have a strong sense of justice, just like me when I was young. As a father, I feel gratified but also worried. Worried about what? Your ambition is even greater than mine. When I was young, my ambition was to capture all the criminals in the world and fill up the demon suppression tower. But you want to make everyone equal, to make Gu masters and mortals alike, to make law and reason spread throughout the world. This kind of ambition and ideal is too big and too heavy. Tai Shueleng's words were filled with vicissitudes of life. But father, the so-called law, justice and justice, if we don't treat everyone equally, then what is the meaning of justice and law? How could a young man be considered a young man if he didn't have some arrogant ideals? I believe in human effort. As long as I work hard, I might be able to achieve it. Tai Ruanan's tone was agitated, her eyes filled with longing. Tai Shueleng was silent for a while before saying, One day, you will understand Ruanan, but that's good. Young people should walk their own path. Setbacks will lead to maturity. Father is old. I won't interfere with you anymore. I only hope you can live the life you want. Oh. Saying so, he took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Tai Ruanan. This is... Tai Ruanan opened the letter and was immediately overjoyed. This letter was Jia Fu's reply. It recorded all the information regarding Jia Jinsheng's case, including Fong Yuan's stone gambling, possessing the liquor worm, how he used the bamboo gentleman Gu to interrogate Fong Yuan, and even the second time Fong Yuan made a bid, the talent he displayed during the transaction, and the fact that he was recruited by Jia Fu. Tai Ruanan read the contents of Fong Yuan's bid 3 times, her eyes shining brightly. This Fong Yuan is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also intelligent and scheming. My intuition tells me that he is very suspicious. If he really is the murderer, then he is really terrifying. His lies did not cause the bamboo gentleman Gu's expression to change. What kind of method is this? Tai Ruanan muttered to herself. What are you going to do next? Tai Shuelong asked. Jia Jinsheng's case has happened a long time ago. It is full of mysteries and mysteries. Up until now, Jia Jinsheng's corpse has not appeared, and we can't even deduce the crime scene. This case is too clean. I don't know where to start. There is only one prime suspect, Fong Yuan. Even though Wang Er's clues are cut off, and there is no evidence to prove that he is the murderer. But without any other targets, I can only rely on my intuition to investigate this Fong Yuan. Tai Ruanan replied energetically. You feel that there is something suspicious about Fong Yuan? Tai Shuelong asked. There are many suspicious points. Tai Ruanan immediately said. This Fong Yuan clearly only has C-grade aptitude. Why is his cultivation speed faster than Fong Jing's? Although he has the help of the liquor worm and the relic Gu, this speed is still too fast. Guyue tribe might not have sensed anything wrong, but bystanders can see more clearly. This is one of the suspicious points. Other than this, there is another suspicious point. That is his luck. He gambled on rocks for the first time in his life, buying 6 purple gold rocks and getting 2 live Gu at once. One is the mudskin toad, the other is the liquor worm. Isn't his luck a little too good? Tai Shuelong nodded. Yes, continue. This Fong Yuan looks ordinary, but if you look deeper, you'll find that he is as mysterious as the thick fog in the mountains. Many things that he accidentally reveals will make people ponder over it for a long time. For example, his stone dissecting technique. He actually used the moonlight Gu to dissect the rock, and did not damage the core of the rock. It's really unimaginable for a student to have such fine control. Wait a minute. Tai Ruanan paused. At this moment, she discovered something, and her eyes shone brightly, becoming as sharp as an eagle's. Her gaze focused on a line of words in the letter, and after staring at it for a long time, her eyes became brighter and brighter. I found a flaw. This Fong Yuan is very suspicious. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and shouted excitedly. The fragrance of the tea in the cup rose along with the steam, spreading throughout the study. Fong Yuan calmly lifted the teacup, blowing on the floating tea leaves, and drank a mouthful of hot tea, before leisurely letting out a breath. Looking at the leisurely Fong Yuan in front of him, Guillermo Chen painstakingly endured, feeling the veins on his forehead throbbing. Previously, when Fong Yuan asked for an exorbitant price, he was so angry that he chased Fong Yuan out on the spot. But today he had no choice but to invite Fong Yuan over again. This was because the situation was stronger than the person. The medicine faction was pressuring him everywhere, and the fact that he had fallen to rank 2 would be exposed sooner or later. The MO faction was in a precarious situation and urgently needed an elder to act as a son-in-law. Stabilizing the hearts of the people was the same as stabilizing their own position. But this little bastard Fong Yuan is too despicable, asking for such an exorbitant price. Does he really think that the MO faction is making money every day? Guyue Mo Chen fiercely cursed in his heart while putting on a warm smile on his face, speaking in a negotiating tone. Elder Fong Yuan, Your price is too ruthless. It greatly exceeds the bottom line of the MO faction. Can't you lower it a little more? Fang Yuan glanced at Guo Chin. This old man in front of him knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He was worthy of admiration. Actually, his current situation was getting worse. The Tai family father and daughter were forcing him into a desperate situation. Once they found out that he was Jia Jinsheng's murderer, Guo tribe would definitely hand him over to appease the Jia family's anger, and at the same time exchange for the Jia family's annual trade. The time was almost ripe, and Fang Yuan's tone loosened. Then I'll lower it by another 30%. But there is a condition. You need to pay 40,000 yuan stone in advance, and you also need a pig iron goo and a past life grass goo. Only then can you show your sincerity. Guo Chin heard this and couldn't help but rub his brows, saying in a deep voice, I can give you the pig iron goo first, but my MO faction really doesn't have the past life grass goo. We can't take out all 40,000 yuan stone in one go, so we can only give it to you in installments. Fang Yuan knew that Guo Chin, this old fox, wasn't telling the truth, but he also understood that if he continued to be overbearing, it would instead produce the opposite of what he wanted. All right, wait until you fulfill these first, then we can talk about the marriage. Before that, I will make a statement in the council meeting. Fang Yuan left after leaving these words. The study room fell into silence. After a while, Guo Chin suddenly spoke, come out. The secret door was pushed open, and a young girl with red eyes from crying walked out. Grandpa. She bowed. It was Guo Yen. Guo Chin heaved a long sigh. You are quite clear about the clan's situation. Mo Yen, the clan needs your sacrifice. Can you understand? Yes. The young girl choked with sobs, lowering her head. No matter which world, there was no free lunch. Even Fang Yuan, as a clan elder, had contributed a lot to the clan. It was just that the specific amount of effort and gain varied from person to person. As for these youngsters who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths, they similarly didn't have free rights. To enjoy the clan's nurturing, they had to have the awareness of sacrifice, and this awareness Guo Yen had long ago. Chapter 181. The live iron goo was a rank 2 goo, shaped like a coal briquette, fist-sized and pitch black, with countless small holes on its surface. Fang Yuan injected his white-silver primeval essence into it, and the live iron goo floated up, spinning on its own before spewing out a black, fog-like iron aura from the holes. The chainsaw golden centipede coiled around Fang Yuan's feet, its dark golden carapace full of scars, and the 2 rows of silver serrations were damaged. However, as the iron chi surged over and covered these scars, the scars were actually gradually being erased. The black iron aura continued to deplete, and the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of serrations grew at a visible rate. Healing goo were divided into different categories. Some healed goo masters, some healed all sorts of injuries, and some targeted goo worms. To the chainsaw golden centipede, the live iron goo was its healing goo. An hour later, the live iron goo became smaller, from a fist-sized coal briquette to the size of a marble, before finally disappearing. It was an expendable goo, but its sacrifice was exchanged for the chainsaw golden centipede's recovery. The chainsaw golden centipede now looked brand new. The 2 rows of silver serrations were as bright as new, shining with a cold light. On the dark golden carapace, the scars had mostly healed. Only 5 or 6 shallow scars remained on his body. But this was not a big deal, as in a few weeks these scars would disappear due to the chainsaw golden centipede's own recovery ability. But without the live iron goo, relying on the chainsaw golden centipede's own recovery ability, it would take at least half a year for the serrations to fully grow. The chainsaw golden centipede was tough and soft, and although it consumed less primeval essence and had strong attacks, it was too tough and had flaws in its recovery ability. Everything in this world was balanced, and there was no such thing as an all-powerful gu. There were advantages and disadvantages. Even rank 6, rank 7, and above gu followed this law of nature. This way, the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's battle strength has completely recovered. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, lightly touching the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's cold carapace, his face slightly pale. His pale face was covered in cold sweat. Damn it, at this time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his left hand subconsciously covering his abdomen. His consciousness entered the aperture, only to see that the white-silver primeval sea was dead silent. The entire aperture was filled with an oppressive force. All the other gu were fiercely suppressed to the side. Only the spring-autumn cicada in the middle of the aperture, above the sea, was giving off a beautiful yellow and green light. At this moment, not only had the spring-autumn cicada's wings recovered, but even its main body had gained a lot more luster. Just like a falling object, the lower it was, the faster it would fall. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was the same. After surviving the initial difficult and slow period, the more time passed, the faster its recovery speed became. Thus, trouble came. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 gu master, while Fang Yuan was only a rank 3 gu master. His aperture gradually found it hard to contain the spring-autumn cicada. In the past, spring-autumn cicada was extremely weak and the burden on the aperture was not heavy. But now, the spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, displaying the strength of a rank 6 gu, causing Fang Yuan's aperture to be like a small temple, unable to contain a great deity. If this goes on before the Tai father and daughter find out the truth, I might die from the spring-autumn cicada. When it rains, it pours. The real solution was to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. When he became a rank 6 gu master, his aperture would have the ability to contain the spring-autumn cicada. But this method would take too long. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he used a total of 400 years to reach rank 6. He was now a C-grade talent with a rank 3 cultivation. To cultivate to rank 6, he seriously lacked time. Besides this, there was a temporary solution. That was to bring the spring-autumn cicada out of the aperture and let it live outside his body. But this method also had a huge disadvantage. First, the spring-autumn cicada was not a battle gu and had no ability to protect itself. It was safer to hide it in the aperture. Secondly, once a rank 6 gu appeared, it would interfere with the laws and cause a phenomenon in a certain area. As long as it stayed in a certain area for a long time, there would be a flock of strong gu masters attracted to it. Fang Yuan was now in the village. There were many people, and he was being watched by the Tai father and daughter. Once the spring-autumn cicada came out of his body, it would be noticed immediately. Thus he could only endure. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is getting faster and faster. At this rate, I don't have much time left. When I get the 40,000 yuan stones from Gyue and Emochin, I will pluck the heavenly essence treasure lotus and leave. As for the Tai father and daughter, I can only take it one step at a time. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He could only delay the matter of the Tai father and daughter. But now the spring-autumn cicada did not give him any time to delay. He was already forced into a desperate situation and time was pressing. Every minute and second he wasted was decreasing his chances of survival. The situation of gu masters dying from their own gu worms was not rare. Many gu masters forcefully used their gu worms and died from the backlash of the gu worm's power. Not mentioning the distant Gyue and Qing Shu's example was right in front of him. 6 pieces of purple gold stones, each the size of a fist. With Fang Yuan's cultivation at that time, he actually managed to open 5 pieces on the spot. How can he have so much primeval essence? Tai Ruanan's gaze was fixated on the relevant line in the letter as she laughed complacently. Tai Shueleng nodded. You finally found the suspicious point here. Not bad. Only by paying attention can you discover things that ordinary people cannot see. But what can you deduce from this suspicious point? Tai Ruan closed her eyes and activated her intuition goo. In the darkness, she felt a flash of inspiration in her mind. She suddenly opened her eyes. Intuition tells me that Fang Yuan already has the liquor worm. But intuition can be wrong sometimes. It cannot represent evidence. Tai Shuelong reminded. Isn't it easy to get evidence? Hee, as long as he has the liquor worm, he will have to feed it. As long as it is fed, there will be traces left behind. Tai Ruanan's lips curled into an arc. Let's go. We will go find Gyue Fangzheng. As his younger brother, he should be most familiar with Fang Yuan. You are asking about Big Brother's past. Fangzheng's expression revealed a complex expression. He sighed and recalled. Big Brother was an outstanding person in the past. He displayed his talent since young and wrote many poems, causing the whole village to pay attention to him. At that time, I was in awe of him and admired him. In my heart, he was like a mountain that I could not climb. Maybe it was because he stood too high and fell. Later on, in the aptitude ceremony, he was tested to only have C-grade aptitude. Thus, he was dispirited for a long time. He slept in class and did not return home at night, getting drunk all day long. From that moment on, I understood that Big Brother was also a human. Wait, you said getting drunk? Tai Ruan sharply sensed this keyword and squinted her eyes. Yes, there was a period of time when he was extremely drunk. Sigh, maybe the reality was too cruel. He was a C grade, but his brother was an A grade. He probably couldn't accept it. Actually, if I put myself in his shoes, I can understand his feelings. Fang Zheng said. Then let me ask you, from that time on, would Fang Yuan buy wine every once in a while? Tai Ruan asked again. Yes. From that moment on, Big Brother fell in love with the wine and spent a lot of money on it. There was a period of time when he was addicted to green bamboo wine. That is our village's specialty, a very expensive wine. He willfully robbed his classmates of their yuan stone allowance just to buy wine. This kind of behavior was too much, to the point that none of the students liked him. Why? Is there a problem here? In the end, Fang Zhang expressed his doubts. There is a huge problem. I suspect that your big brother's liquor worm was not obtained from stone gambling, but he had it for a long time. Your big brother's drunkenness was just a performance. His real motive was to hide the fact that he obtained the liquor worm and fed it. Tai Ruan replied in a low voice. What? Fang Zheng heard this and stood up from his seat in shock. This news was too surprising. What you said just now made me even more suspicious. Where does your big brother usually buy wine? I need to investigate further. Tai Ruan also stood up. She was racing against time, full of energy and swift in her actions. In the entire village, there is only one place that sells green bamboo wine, and that is the only inn. Then I'll take my leave. Tai Ruan turned and left. Wait, I'll go with you. Fang Zheng hesitated for a moment, then chased after her. Half an hour later, Tai Ruan walked on the bluestone street and concluded, I've already asked the innkeeper. The situation is already very clear. Fang Yuan bought so much wine for a deeper purpose, that is to feed the liquor worm. After that, he purposely went to stone gambling, to reasonably expose the liquor worm in front of everyone. All of this was planned by him. On the side, Gyue Fangzheng walked absent-mindedly, his face somewhat lifeless. He did not expect the truth to be like this. There was a time when he looked down on Fang Yuan, thinking that he was decadent and self-deprecating. From that moment onwards, he felt that the peak of the past was no longer unreachable. But the truth was, all of this was Fang Yuan's disguise, his performance, his plot. The surrounding people were all kept in the dark and were running around in circles. And he, Gyue Fangzheng, was no exception. Looking down on his big brother in the past, looking down on him now, it seemed like a joke full of ridicule. Big brother, in your heart, what am I? Am I a joke in your eyes when you pretend to be drunk? Big brother, you are so scheming in your heart. Am I so childish that you can sneer at me? Fang Zheng roared in his heart. He was ashamed, he was angry. He felt like he was being toyed with by Fang Yuan all along, acting out a laughable and childish play. He could feel Fang Yuan's disdain towards him. Big brother, how can you do this to me? Chapter 182. Once, in Fang Jing's heart, Fang Yuan was like a mountain, so high that he could not climb it. Once, Fang Zheng thought that the shadow of this mountain would shroud him for the rest of his life. But life brought him an unexpected turn of events. Fang Yuan's decadence made Fang Zheng see his weakness. The mountain in Fang Jing's heart collapsed. However this was just his brother's performance, a play? The mountain that had collapsed in his heart now seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious fog. Brother, what kind of person are you? Only then did Fang Jing realize that he couldn't figure out his biological brother at all. Fang Yuan's scheming was too deep, such acting skills and the cruelty of killing made him feel extremely unfamiliar. This feeling of unfamiliarity was mixed with a fear that even Fang Jing did not want to admit. This damned feeling returned to his heart. He tried his best to get rid of this fear, which made him subconsciously follow Tai Ruanan's footsteps. Lady Tai, thank you for letting me discover the truth and see another side of my brother. Helping you is helping me. Tell me, I will tell you everything I know. Fang Zheng said sincerely. Tai Ruanan nodded, then shook her head. I basically know what I need to know. Now the question is, where did Fang Yuan's liquor worm come from? You're right. This is very strange. Brother's situation at that time, he had not inherited his parents' inheritance, and his aptitude was only C grade, and he had just started cultivating. Where did he get the liquor worm? Fang Jing frowned. There are only two reasons for this situation. One is someone else's sponsorship. The second is a legacy. Who would invest in a C-grade aptitude person? If it's a legacy, then what is it? Thinking of this, Tai Ruanan could not help but stop. Legacy inheritance. Legacy inheritance. The word kept repeating itself in her mind. She fell into deep thought. If it's a legacy, then everything makes sense. First, the origin of the liquor worm can be explained. Secondly, we have a motive for Jia Jinsheng's assassination. Tai Ruanan's heart palpitated. The main question that had puzzled her was the motive for the murder. There was always a motive for murder. Fang Yuan revealed the liquor worm. Jia Jinsheng wanted to buy it. However, the value of the liquor worm was still relatively low and not enough to constitute a motive for murder. But if Jia Jinsheng, who couldn't take a loss, insisted on buying Fang Yuan's liquor worm, and then followed him and discovered a hidden inheritance, what would Fang Yuan do? Tai Ruanan laughed. Fang Jing gave him a strange look. Tai Ruanan turned back. I want to check the history of the Guyue tribe. Fang Zheng shook his head and spread his hands. The historical records are kept in the forbidden area of the family. How can outsiders read them? Can you go in, then? Fang Jing shook his head. He must be an elder. Is that so? What should I do? Tai Ruanan frowned. Lady Tai, maybe I can help you. A one-armed old woman walked out from the shadows. It was none other than Guyue Yaoji. She was still the head of the medicine faction. However, ever since she stepped down from her position and was replaced by Guyue Zhong, she had cut off her own arm. Her power had shrunk to an unimaginable degree, but the pursuit of power was deeply ingrained in her bones. She deeply understood that working with Guyue Zhong was only a temporary solution. Only by taking down the MO faction would she have the capital to take back her position as the medicine faction's elder. To take down the MO faction, all she had to do was kill their hope. And this hope was naturally Guyue Fang Yuan. Divine Investigator Tai, to tell you the truth, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Please follow me. I will bring you into the forbidden area of the family. If it was any other time, that place would be heavily guarded. But unfortunately, I am in charge of guarding the forbidden area now. Guyue Yao Ji laughed sinisterly. Of course, she wanted to get someone else to do her dirty work. But if Fang Yuan was innocent, she would not be stingy in framing and slandering him. In a secret room in the underground cave, Tai Ruanan saw a secret manual that recorded the history of Guyue clan. From the first generation, when the Guyue village was just built to its golden age, and now it was in dire straits. The secret manual recorded all the big and small historical events in these hundreds of years. It was very detailed. This first-generation clan leader has a mysterious origin. He founded the Guyue village alone. He is very likely a demonic cultivator. Tai Ruanan flipped through the first few pages and said something shocking. This is nothing. Many demonic Gu masters, when they get tired of roaming, would choose to start a family and establish a clan. Hundreds of years later, they would change from black to white, and these clan descendants would become righteous people. There are many such situations. It is not strange. Tai Shueleng said at the side. Then his previous crimes, are they written off just like that? Tai Ruanan's expression was indignant. These demonic Gu masters commit crimes, and when they get tired, they will settle down and enjoy their old age. Isn't this letting them off too easily? Tai Shueleng sighed faintly, Yan'an. When I was young, I was like you, thinking that the black in this world is black and the white is white. But when you see more, you will find that this world is actually gray. Sometimes black can turn into white, and white can turn into black. Some black may not be more sinister than white, and some white may have deeper sins. Moreover, demonic Gu masters also have their own difficulties. Righteous Gu masters control the cultivation resources, while demonic Gu masters are alone and can only rely on some extreme methods. Like the first-generation clan leader, being able to repent is already a good example. At least he no longer does evil, turning from black to white and contributing to the righteous path. Tai Shueleng consoled, but the young girl Tai Ruanan was not convinced. She shook her head, saying resolutely, Father, it is wrong for you to sympathize with demonic Gu masters like this. White is white, black is black. If they commit a crime, they should be punished. If they break the law, they should be punished. Otherwise, where is justice? Where is justice? Where is the law? This is not sympathy. Where there are people, there are benefits. Where there are benefits, there are crimes. As long as people exist, crimes will not stop. My child, you will gradually realize that a person's strength is just too weak. Tai Ruanan's tone was full of vicissitudes and sorrow. Forget it. It is still too early for you to talk about this. You should focus on solving the case. Yes, Father. Tai Ruanan curled her lips, not taking Tai Shueleng's bleak words to heart. When people are young, they always think they can change the world. But when they grow up, they will gradually realize that maintaining their own nature and not being changed by the world is already a great success. The young girl continued to read, but her hands suddenly stopped. Fourth-generation clan leader, flower wine monk, liquor worm. Her eyes brightened. Electric currents flickered, and sharp teeth were like blades, shining with a cold light. A frenzied lightning wolf pounced towards Bai Ningbing, its claws drawing a shadow in the air. Bai Ningbing did not move, and in his blue eyes the frenzied lightning wolf's claws grew larger, but he had no intention of dodging. Suddenly, a white rainbow shot out from the aperture on his abdomen. The rainbow exploded, and white light rained down like rain. In the rain of light, an elegant white snake appeared, its long silver whiskers fluttering like immortal ribbons. Facing this rank 5 snake Gu, the frenzied lightning wolf that was howling arrogantly a moment ago immediately became listless and wanted to retreat. But the white form immortal snake opened its mouth and lightly spat out a cloud of mist. The white mist seemed slow, but was actually fast, covering the frenzied lightning wolf. The frenzied lightning wolf's vision was obscured by this mist, and it anxiously leapt backwards. But no matter how it moved, This white mist followed it like a shadow, covering its body and preventing it from escaping. The white form immortal snake Gu's ability was this maze mist. After covering it, it could cause enemies to lose their sense of direction, and their vision would be filled with white mist. Wild beasts like lightning wolves had strong eyesight but weak hearing. The frenzied lightning wolf was the same. Right now, its most powerful sensory organ was obscured, and it anxiously howled. As it moved, it crashed through many trees and rocks, becoming more and more berserk. Howl! It suddenly opened its mouth and roared, spitting out a ray of blue lightning. The lightning shot towards Bai Ningbing, but Bai Ningbing did not have any intention of dodging. Crack! The lightning struck Bai Ningbing's chest, piercing through it. Bai Ningbing slowly lowered his head, and the large hole created by the lightning allowed him to see the back from the front. But very quickly, this large wound started to freeze. Layers of white ice covered the wound, and soon the ice melted, turning into flesh and blood. This is the true strength of the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. I am ice and ice is me. Fatal injuries to ordinary Gu masters can be healed in a few breaths for me. Bai Ningbing sighed in his heart, and then slowly raised his right arm. His right arm was originally broken, but now with the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, it had already recovered to its original state. The white form immortal snake Gu also sensed the aura of the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique and entered my aperture. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique can attract water-type Gu worms. It is so strong yet so weak. Bai Ningbing sighed towards the sky. These days, he did not suppress his cultivation. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique was getting stronger, but he also felt that his death was approaching. Great Immortal is still not moving. At this time, the Bai clan leader walked over and asked in concern. Bai Ningbing shook his head. This snake Gu did not acknowledge me, but was attracted by the aura of my Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, and moved from the spirit spring to my aperture. Only when I am in danger and my life is in danger will it come out to protect me. But the white form immortal snake was not refined by Bai Ningbing. Thus this protection effect was extremely limited. For example, the frenzy lightning wolf's lightning was too fast, and the white form immortal snake could not react in time, and Bai Ningbing was struck. In the end, the white form immortal snake was not a defensive Gu. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Jiang Fan and the river swallowing toad were also like this. Although Jiang Fan obtained the rank 5 river swallowing toad's help, he was still assassinated by a Gu master. By clan leader side, he felt extreme regret and pity towards this. But he had no other choice. He had done everything he could. Right, the results of the 3 clans' negotiation is out. Xiong clan strength is mostly preserved and cannot be underestimated. Finally, the 3 clans decided to hold a 3-clan tournament. Based on this result, the compensation will be decided. This tournament can only be participated by Gu masters below 30 years old. I understand. Bai Ningbing nodded. I already have a premonition that my life is coming to an end. To be able to have a tournament, I am really happy. Thank you, Lord Clan Leader. No need to thank me. I am only thinking for the clan. Bai Clan Leader's expression was embarrassed. He was the one who suggested this, and the goal was to squeeze out Bai Ningbing's value to the greatest degree. However, Bai Ningbing's gratitude was sincere. There was no movement from the white form immortal snake Gu, which meant he had no fate with the first ancestor's inheritance. But if there is life, there is death, so what? Bai Ningbing had already found his own path and was no longer afraid. But in his heart, there was still a battle that he could not let go. Feng Yuan, you will come to the 3-clan tournament, right? Don't disappoint me, because the current me is really very strong. Chapter 183. The flower wine monk knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The 4th generation clan leader was kind and merciful. The fourth-generation clan leader killed the flower wine monk on the spot, but he was heavily injured and died not long after. What a pity! The people of the demonic path are indeed treacherous and fickle. As Tai Ruanen read the contents, her eyes gradually dimmed. A pity. The flower wine monk was killed on the spot and could not have left behind any inheritance. If he could, then the timing would be just right. The young girl sighed in her heart. She did not give up and continued to read through the Gyua history book. Only when the time was up did Gyua Yao Ji come to urge them. The moment the Tai father and daughter left the main pavilion, Fang Zheng went up to them. "Did you discover anything?" Tai Shueleng was silent. Tai Ruanen shook her head with a bitter smile. But Fang Zheng said, "I just thought of something that might be helpful to you. Brother was once very close to the Qi faction. The Qi faction elder Gyua Lian had defended him in front of everyone. Miss Tai, do you think this liquor worm was secretly given to my brother by Qi Lian?" The Qi faction? Tai Ruanen frowned. "That's right. Before the Wolf Tide, the Qi faction and the Mo faction were our Gyua faction's two biggest factions." Fang Zheng explained. "How did the Qi faction get involved?" Tai Ruanen was silent. She felt a headache coming on. This was her first time solving a case. She was originally full of confidence, but when she actually carried it out, she felt that it was extremely difficult. In the past, she saw her father solving cases like spinning silk from a cocoon. It was orderly and clear, as if success came naturally to him. But now that she was putting it into practice, she finally understood how difficult it was to solve cases. Sometimes there were no clues at all. Sometimes all kinds of clues appeared randomly, causing people to not know what to do. The truth was always shrouded in fog. She did not know if she was getting closer to the truth or getting further away. Was the Qi faction's clue useful or not? Tai Ruanen could not help but feel lost. She subconsciously looked at her father Tai Shueleng. Father must have already found a clue. The young girl's admiration for her father deepened. If it was father, this case would have been solved long ago. I'm still too far away from my father. However, even if I fail, as long as father is by my side, the truth will be revealed and the culprit will be brought to justice. Tai Ruanen felt both ashamed and proud. With Tai Shueleng around, she wasn't worried that the culprit would go unpunished. However, the girl quickly shook her head, feeling a little annoyed. These frustrations were all directed at herself. "Runin, you're such a good-for-nothing. Don't you want to surpass your father? Always wanting to rely on father, this kind of mentality will never be able to surpass the day. Ruanen, you have to work hard. You can do it." The girl pursed her lips and cheered herself on. Her will to fight surged through her again. She decided to overturn her previous assumption and start all over again. If the liquor worm wasn't obtained by Fang Yuan from the relic inheritance, but was given to him by someone else, then the Qi faction was the biggest suspect. But there was one thing. Why would the Qi faction secretly give the liquor worm to a C-grade aptitude student? What special advantage does Fang Yuan have that is worth the Qi faction's investment? Just because he is Fang Jing's brother? No, this value is too small. Wait, it might not be the Qi faction's investment. There is another possibility, that is, the Qi faction was threatened by Fang Yuan. If this is the case, what kind of leverage did Fang Yuan have that made the Qi faction pinch their nose and obediently compromise with a student who isn't even a Gu master? Tai Ruanen racked her brains, and an answer gradually appeared in her mind. But this answer was too vague, like a ray of light behind a paper window. Tai Ruanen could sense it and knew it was there, but she couldn't touch it or see it clearly. "Father," the girl suddenly raised her head and looked at Tai Shueleng. "I want to borrow the immortal finger." Tai Shueleng's tone was low and unhurried. This immortal finger gives clues based on the planted person's knowledge. It only thinks for you and might not be correct. Are you sure you want to use it? The girl nodded. The immortal finger was a seed. Tai Ruanen took it and buried it in the soil under her feet. then placed her palm on the ground and poured in her white, silver primeval essence. A few breaths later, she retracted her palm. Soon, the soil loosened and a sapling broke out of the ground. The newly born sapling had a translucent green color and was very fresh and tender. It grew with the wind, growing bigger and bigger. From a tender yellow-green color, it turned into a verdant green color and finally into a dark green color. It grew into the shape of a cactus. There were sharp black thorns on its surface. Its skin was thick and it was overflowing with dark green color. In a flash, a flower bud appeared at the center of its top. The white flower bud gradually grew into a flower bud, tender and beautiful. But the cactus's main body shrunk as if it was dehydrated. Tai Ruonan stretched out her slender fingers and gently plucked this flower bud. The cactus immediately turned gray and died in a few seconds. Immortal Finger was a rank 3 consumable goo. Tai Ruonan took out this flower bud and carefully opened it. The flower bud was not wrapped in flower petals, but instead resembled a ball of paper. Tai Ruonan completely opened the flower bud, turning it into a square piece of white paper with petals. On the white paper there were 2 words, aptitude. These 2 words, to others, were ordinary and inexplicable, but to Tai Ruonan it was the most important hint. Immortal Finger, a grass goo, was originally used here to provide inspiration to goo masters who were racking their brains to no avail. It often had the effect of poking through the window paper and allowing goo masters to gain enlightenment. Right aptitude, Tai Ruonan shouted. She immediately took out a letter from her bosom. This letter recorded all the information Jia Fu had gathered. In this information, there was a line that stated when and at what price Gua Lian bought the cleansing water goo. Right, this is it. I saw this earlier, but did not think of the deeper meaning. I felt that I had overlooked something. Immortal Finger thought for me and gave me the answer. That's right. Cleansing water goo only has one use. That is to remove the aura of foreign primeval essence in the aperture. Why does Guilian need it? This situation is too common. It happens frequently in many villages. It should be for Qi faction's inheritor. Qi faction's inheritor's aptitude is terrible, so Guilian injected primeval essence and raised his cultivation. To get rid of the repercussions, he needs the cleansing water goo. For some reason, Fang Yuan got hold of the secret and used it to threaten Qi faction, forcing them to compromise and give him the liquor worm. Tai Ruonan mumbled as she spoke of her conjecture. Lady Tai, you are too amazing. Just from this point, you can deduce so many things. But Guyue City clearly has be great aptitude. Feng Zheng said. Be great aptitude, can he cheat? It is too easy to prove this. As long as we check Qiqing's aperture, the truth will be revealed. Tai Ruonan's gaze shone as her lips curled up. No. Tai Shui Lung shook his head. If the truth was found out, it would be a severe blow to Qi faction and cause turmoil in the higher-ups of Guyue village, causing political strife. Tai Shui Lung said, We are here to solve the case, not to cause destruction. We are outsiders, after all. Unless we have no other choice, we should not interfere in other clans' politics. Tai Ruonan nodded. Father is right. But other than this method, there are other ways to prove it. I remember that for every important sacrificial ceremony, the clan would use the photo-audio goo to record it. This is a tradition. I believe Guyue clan is no exception. I want to check the video of that awakening ceremony. Divine Investigator Tai, you have been working hard for so many days to solve this case. Please have some tea. As for the video you want to check, it is stored in the secret room in the underground cave of my clan's forbidden area. It is not convenient for the 2 of you to enter, but I have already sent people to retrieve it. Just wait here for a while. Guyue sat and said with a smile, Sorry to disturb clan leader. Tai Shui Lung said politely. Tai Ruonan and Guyue Fangzheng were standing at the side. Divine Investigator Tai, I have a presumptuous request. Guabo suddenly said. Tai Xueleng said, Oh, clan leader, please speak. This is our Qing Mao Mountain's internal matter. My clan, by clan, and Xiong clan have always been in a stalemate. Now that the wolf tide has caused the three clans' strength to fluctuate, Xiong clan evaded with evil intentions and tried to use the wolf tide to weaken the other two clans. Our previous negotiations for compensation did not have an ideal result. Thus, our three clans discussed and held a three-clan tournament. Only young Gu masters below 30 years of age will participate, using the future strength of each clan to determine the victor. Saying so, Guabo sighed. I had already sensed something strange with Fang Yuan, but I did not investigate it in detail because of the wolf tide. If he really is the culprit, my clan will not protect him. But I hope Divine Investigator Tai can delay it for a few days. After all, the three-clan tournament is the day after tomorrow. Fang Yuan killed Old Man Wang's entire family. They were all mortals and were not worth pursuing. If he killed them, so be it. It was no big deal. But if Fang Yuan really killed Jia Jinsheng, the situation would be completely different. If Guyue clan still protected Fang Yuan, they would become enemies with the Jia clan. No more Jia clan caravans would come to trade with them, and it might even attract the Jia clan's revenge. Organizations would protect their internal members, but if it involved a huge threat to their interests, then they would abandon one or two members. Any mature organization would be familiar with this. The earliest formation of organizations was in the remote antiquity era. Due to the pressure of survival, humans gathered together and borrowed each other's strength to gather more food. This way, hunting would be more successful. The essence of any organization was to obtain more benefits. If one or two members obstructed the obtaining of benefits, then sacrificing them was a natural thing to do. Thus, even if the Guyue clan had few elders, the clan leader would not hesitate to abandon Fang Yuan. But the three-clan tournament would be held the day after tomorrow. The result of the tournament would determine the distribution of benefits in Qing Mao Mountain for the next few years. As a rank 3 Gu master, Fang Yuan was an important battle strength for the Guyue village. Chapter 184. It's about time, I can't wait any longer. Night had already fallen. In the dark room, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. He had already taken off his Gu master attire and wore a black robe that covered his legs. Together with his long black hair, he looked like a specter in the dark. In his previous life, he was already used to having long hair. Some Gu worms needed long hair to display their might. For example, black hair Gu, steel mane Gu, and so on. Long hair was very convenient. Sometimes when he needed to change his appearance, he would cut his hair short. But short hair could only grow in a short period of time with the power of Gu worms. Not long ago, he made an agreement with Guyue and Mo Qin. Till now, the pig iron Gu and the 40,000 yuan stone had been delivered to Fang Yuan in batches. Only the grass Gu for healing was not in his hands. Without healing Gu, I can only forget about it. How can everything go according to plan? Reality is full of helplessness. Fang Yuan sighed and stood up. He lightly pushed open the door and used the stealth scales Gu, disappearing into the night. He was forced by the situation and had no choice but to take action. The Tai father and daughter were pressing harder and harder, and his plan to go to Xiong clan was also stopped. Most of Xiong clan's strength was preserved, causing by clan and Guyue clan to not dare to pressure them too much. Thus, their request for compensation ended in failure, and the three sides agreed to hold a three-clan competition. Although the Mo faction wanted to recruit Fang Yuan, this caused Fang Yuan to be caught in a political struggle, causing the other clan elders to view him with enmity. Adding on the fact that by Ningbing was getting stronger the closer he got to death, the situation was getting more and more disadvantageous for Fang Yuan, forcing him into a desperate situation. Fang Yuan was a schemer, but his schemes needed to be supported by his own strength. Facing such a situation, even if he tried his best and improved greatly compared to his previous life, his rank 3 initial stage cultivation was still not enough to break out of this predicament. The situation is deteriorating. I can only make a risky move and use a strong medicine. Feng Yuan pondered and placed his thoughts on the heavenly essence treasure lotus. As long as he plucked the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the spirit spring in the underground cave would be destroyed. The clan would definitely conduct a frantic investigation. But what else could they do other than investigate? The spirit spring had already been destroyed. Even if he retrieved the heavenly essence treasure lotus and placed it back into the spirit spring, or even destroyed it, he would not be able to restore the spirit spring. If the clan wanted to survive, what else could they do? There was only one way, and that was to seize a new spirit spring. However, there were only 3 spirit springs on Qingmao Mountain, and each one was occupied by 3 families. If one of them was destroyed by Feng Yuan, then the Guyue clan would only have one choice. 2 choices. That choice was war. There were 2 choices. The first was the Bai family, and the second was the Xiong family. Only by seizing the spirit spring of one of them would the Guyue clan have the material foundation to exist. Without the support of a spirit spring, a Gu master could not cultivate at all. However, this move was extremely dangerous. Feng Yuan had no other choice. The spring autumn cicada was recovering faster and faster. His aperture could no longer bear the burden. He didn't have much time, so he could only fight back and fight for a chance of survival in the face of death. In the hall, the lights were lit. The Gu master had already taken out the photo-audio Gu, but this Gu was in Guyue Bo's hands. Divine Investigator Tai, what do you think of my request? Guyue Bo smiled. Tai Ruanen lightly snorted. Tai Shueleng pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, if we find out that Feng Yuan is the culprit, I will also leave enough time for him to participate in the 3-clan competition. Father. Tai Ruanen's eyes flashed with a strange light. This was not Tai Shueleng's style. Divine Investigator Tai's words are worth a lot. He never goes back on his words. I trust you completely, and thank you for your understanding. Guyue Bo's smile became even more warm, but he was coldly snorting in his heart. Guyue Yao Ji had secretly led the Tai father and daughter pair into the underground cave to read the clan's official history books. As the clan leader, how could he not know about this? It was just that the competition was near, and at the same time the clan's political struggles were complicated, so he restrained himself. Although Tai Shueleng was a rank 5 expert, his great strength could not stifle the dissatisfaction in Guyue Bo's heart. Fortunately, the true contents are all recorded in the clan's secret history book, and only the clan leader knows about it. That official history book is only for outsiders to read. Guyue Bo was secretly pleased. Guyue clan's history books were divided into official history and secret history. The official history book was kept in the secret room in the underground cave, and the contents were covered up by the later generations, mixing truth and falsehood to fool people. As for the secret history book, it recorded the true contents without a trace of falsehood. There were even many secrets that could not be divulged, recorded in the records. For example, how to summon the flying guillotine. There was absolutely no such thing in the official history book. Only the secret history book recorded it in detail. Clan leader Guyue, my father has already agreed to your request. Can you show us the recording now? Tai Ruanen's tone was not pleasant. Even if Divine Investigator Tai did not agree, I would still do my best to cooperate with you in the investigation. Guyue Bo smiled as he clarified, and with a light pinch, the photo-audio Gu was crushed. This Gu was crushed, but it turned into a lump of 7-colored smoke, mixed with all sorts of noises. Guyue Bo opened his mouth and blew lightly, and this smoke floated to a wall, entering it. Like a drop of ink falling into water, the pure white wall soon had a rainbow imprint. The imprint grew larger and larger until it formed an image. It was the scene of the awakening ceremony. In this image, Fang Zheng quickly found himself, as well as many familiar faces. These faces were all excitedly looking around the cave, their faces filled with the immaturity of youths, like a fledgling that had just spread its wings and flew out of its nest. That is Fang Yuan. Similarly, Tai Ruanen also quickly found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked in the group. Although he looked around, his gaze was calm and cold. Among his peers, he was like a crane among chickens. But if one did not pay attention to him, normal people would not notice this peculiarity. But now, everyone's gazes were focused on him, causing this peculiarity to be exposed. This Fang Yuan is really strange. At this moment, even Guo Bo could not help but show a slightly surprised expression. The image on the wall changed, and the youths arrived at the sea of flowers. They were about to awaken. One by one, the youths crossed the underground river, walking towards the sea of flowers on the other side. The Hope Gu's radiance rose and fell. The voices of the youths and clan elders could also be heard clearly. The scene of that time was replayed, making people feel like they were there. First, Guyu Amabe was tested to have great aptitude, causing a commotion. Next, it was Guyu Cheng, who was also tested to have great aptitude. There is indeed something strange. This Guyu Cheng's expression is too nervous, his body is stiff, and his skin color is not normal. It is just that the underground cave is not bright, but if you observe carefully, you can see that he has smeared something on his body to attract the Hope Gu. It should be cheating. Tai Ruanen saw this and was certain, but soon she frowned. Fang Yuan appeared. He crossed the river and went to the other side. The Hope Gu's radiance was not very bright. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The youths and clan elders sighed in disappointment and entered everyone's ears. Everything seemed normal, but Tai Ruanen's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's expression was very calm. At that time his back was facing the clan elders and the youths, thus others could not see his expression. But now, as a spectator, Tai Ruanen found that Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent without any change. It was as if he had already known this result. This is impossible. Putting myself in his shoes, if it was me, a 15-year-old with great potential, but was found to only have great aptitude. How could I not feel a trace of disappointment and discouragement? How could this be? How could this be? Tai Ruanen's brows were almost knitted into a knot. A huge cloud of doubt shrouded her mind, causing her breathing to become stifled. Her heart was thumping wildly at this moment. Thoughts after thoughts flashed in her mind like lightning. Why? How could this be? Wait a minute, aptitude, could it be? Tai Ruanen raised her head, feeling as if her heart was about to explode. An extremely daring and crazy guess appeared in her mind. The bright light shone on Fang Jing's face. The awakening ceremony to him was the most important turning point in his life. Before the awakening ceremony, he had a kind of life humble and insignificant, unknown to the public. After the awakening ceremony, he had a different kind of life, shining brightly and bursting with confidence. In his memory, the awakening ceremony was a blur, and he was muddle-headed. At this moment, Fang Zheng looked at the ceremony from the perspective of a bystander. The complicated feelings in his heart could not be described with words. Fang Zheng saw himself on the stage, and at that time he felt so inferior and weak. Following that, he saw himself falling into the river, struggling, and being picked up by his brother, Fang Yuan, his whole body drenched in water, looking extremely battered and exhausted. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was him in the past, the one who was mocked by so many people. Then he saw himself stepping onto the other shore, walking with his head lowered, his body shrouded in the light of hope, shocking countless people. This was a moment of glory. This was a moment of miracle. A great aptitude. From now on, the world was different. Fang Zheng, I have a question I want to ask you. Tai Ruanan suddenly spoke, disturbing Fang Jing's mood. What is it? Ask away. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Fang Jing turned back, smiling. It's about your brother. When your brother was supporting you, I saw his lips moving, but the surroundings were too noisy. What did he say to you? Can you tell me truthfully? Tai Ruanan's eyes shone as she asked. At that time, Fang Zheng fell into his memories. I think he said the road? That's right. It's the road. Fang Jing's eyes became clear. I remember now. He said to me, the road in the future will be exciting. That's strange. I didn't feel it at that time, but now that I think about it, I feel that my brother's words had a deeper meaning. As if he knew I had a great aptitude beforehand. Chapter 185. Lady Tai, what is the meaning of this? Fang Zheng did not understand. Tai Ruanan pointed at the wall. Look at him. Guyue Fang Yuan. Don't you think he is too calm? He was tested to have C-grade aptitude, but his brother was a great aptitude. Any normal person would feel their heart waver. But him? He was not moved. The praises and ridicule from the surroundings could not shake his heart. Don't you think it is strange? During the entire process, he was too calm. Tai Ruanan's words attracted everyone's attention. At this time, the scene was replayed and several gazes gathered on the painting wall on Fang Yuan's figure. Fang Yuan stood in the middle of the crowd, all alone, standing there alone. A shadow covered most of his body. And this scene was in stark contrast to the other side. His brother, Guyue Fang Zheng, was walking step by step, his body bathed in the white light of the Hope Gu. At this moment, the situation between the elder brother and younger brother changed. The former fell from the sky, falling into the lowest point of his life, shrouded in darkness. The latter was favored by fate, shining brightly, climbing to the peak. A 15-year-old youngster, experiencing such a huge change in his life, but there is not a trace of disappointment, bewilderment, or jealousy on him. There is only calmness. He is standing in the crowd, watching quietly, like an outsider, like he is watching a show. Tai Ruanan's voice came at the right time. Yes, Fang Yuan was watching quietly. The shadow covered most of his body. His expression was indifferent, with the unique pale skin of a youngster. Guyue Bo stared at the painting wall, muttering to himself. Fang Zheng, however, felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Brother, what are you? Even if he expected the result of the awakening, his heart would be shaken and not so calm. I used the celestial finger earlier and thought the word aptitude was referring to Guyue City. Now that I think about it, it might not be Guyue City, it might be Fang Yuan. Tai Ruanan said. Lady Tai, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? Fang Zheng was even more confused. Tai Ruanan raised a finger. There is only one situation that could make Fang Yuan so calm. That was he had an unknown backing. There was only one situation where he wouldn't be jealous, and that was when he had an even stronger trump card. When two people walked together, one person would pick up a primal stone on the road, and the other would only pick up 10 or 100 primal stones. Only then would he not feel jealous at all, and his heart would remain calm. And Fang Yuan is in such a situation. Are you saying that Fang Yuan cheated and hid his true aptitude? He's actually not a C-grade talent. Guyue Bo heard the meaning behind Tai Ruanan's words, but if he has B-grade or a grade aptitude, why doesn't he openly display it? Fang Yuan has early wisdom. Tai Ruanan's lips curled up. She had a confident expression, giving off an enchanting radiance. These few days, I have read some of his poems from his early years. They were grand and grand. Even father couldn't help but praise them. Such a genius naturally has his own plans. Guyue Bo shook his head. Just based on this point, it doesn't mean anything. Hiding one's aptitude and revealing it are two completely different types of treatment. Even if Fang Yuan didn't know before, after a year in the academy, he should be clear about it. Of course he knows. That's why he doesn't dare to reveal it. Tai Ruanan's words were straightforward, with a trace of decisiveness. What do you mean? Guyue Bo was also confused. Tribe leader Guyue. Tai Ruanan turned around and looked at Guyue Bo solemnly. Do you know the 10 sons of Renzu? Guyue Bo was stunned at first, but he soon reacted and understood Tai Ruanan's true meaning. He was shocked. His pupils expanded, and his mouth opened wide, without a trace of his usual demeanor as a tribe leader. This was the first time Fangjing had seen Guyue Bo show such an expression. Renzu's 10 sons. Eldest son, verdant great son. Second daughter, Guyue, desolate Een. The 10 sons had heaven-defying aptitude, and were feared by heaven and earth. None of them had long lives. In the Gu Master world, the 10 sons represented the top 10 aptitude. That was the 10 extreme physiques. Renzu's 10 sons died one after another, and Renzu also died of old age. At the final moment, Renzu took the corpses of his 10 sons and sacrificed himself, throwing them into the stomach of Derivation Gu. Derivation Gu's stomach burst open, and countless rays of life fell on the ground, forming the first batch of mortals. These mortals did not have the aptitude of Renzu or the 10 sons, but they could awaken their apertures and cultivate. Thus, humanity multiplied for generations, forming the scale it is today. Of course, this is all a legend. But according to the legend, every one of us has the blood of Renzu and his 10 sons flowing in our bodies. Tai Ruanan continued, It is just that in some people, the different bloodlines are sparse, and they mutually restrict each other. Thus it is not obvious. But some people are born with a relatively dense bloodline, or as they grow older or cultivate, it slowly becomes extreme, and one bloodline suppresses the others. When it is shown, it is the 10 extreme physique. Then what is this 10 extreme physique? Feng Zheng asked. Don't tell me. This Fang Yuan actually has the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques. Guyue Bo was shocked. That is very likely. Only the 10 extreme physiques can make Fang Yuan so calm and have low requirements for cultivation resources. And only the 10 extreme physiques that surpass a grade can make Fang Yuan feel no jealousy or envy towards Fang Jing. Only the 10 extreme physiques can make Fang Yuan not dare to reveal it, afraid of being killed in advance, so he chose to cheat and hide it. Tai Ruanan spoke quickly. Even Tai Shuelong would not think of rebirth. The young girl was even more so. Under all sorts of coincidences, she came to a conclusion that was the exact opposite of the truth. After hearing this, everyone was dumbstruck. Tai Ruanan's deduction was backed by evidence, causing everyone to unconsciously believe it. If it was not this reason, what other explanation could there be? That's right. 10 extreme physiques. 10 extreme physiques should be the Guyue desolate Een physique. Guyue Bo was overwhelmed with emotions, his body trembling in excitement. Others might not understand, but he had the clan's secret history and knew many secrets. Hundreds of years ago, the first-generation ancestor established the village here and named it the Guyue village. In reality, before this, the first generation was not surnamed Guyue. Why did the first generation take the name Guyue? This was a mystery. But before the first generation died, he had sighed, passing down the bloodline 100-year plan. Guyue desolate Een physique, the world will panic. He left behind a will, and in it he predicted that in the future a Gu master would appear in the Guyue village, possessing one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Guyue desolate Een physique. He would make the world panic and bring Guyue village to glory. The will also told the descendants if one day such a physique really appears, they should bring it to the Blood Lake graveyard. As the clan leader, Guyue Bo naturally understood the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques. But when he looked into the will, he found that the first-generation ancestor seemed to have a method to overcome the drawbacks. And this method was left in the coffin in the graveyard, accompanying him in his eternal sleep. If a genius with the Guyue desolate in physique really appears, he should be brought to the coffin. To think that Guyue Fangyuan is that prophesied genius. Guyue desolate in physique. Guyue Bo roared in his heart. This is impossible. How could brother cheat in front of everyone's eyes? Fang Jing's heart was extremely shaken. He shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept this deduction. Tai Ruanen looked at him pitifully. Since Qi-Ching can cheat, why can't Fang Yuan? The 10 extreme physiques have endless mysteries. It is hard to imagine. Maybe Fang Yuan had already awakened his aperture, or maybe he was able to deceive bamboo gentlemen because of the 10 extreme physiques. Maybe Jia Jinsheng was killed by Fang Yuan because he unintentionally saw through Fang Yuan's secret. Tai clan girl, be careful with your words. Guyue Bo's expression was very unhappy, his voice gloomy. You can't speak so carelessly. Whether Jia Jinsheng was killed by Fang Yuan or not, it is still uncertain. Fang Yuan is a member of our clan. Even if he really killed him, how we explain it to the Jia clan is our problem. You are only in charge of investigating the case. The Guyu clan leader's attitude instantly had a complete change. Previously, he thought that Fang Yuan had C-grade talent, and there was no possibility of investing. But now, Fang Yuan actually had Guyue's desolate in physique. When it involved the ancestor's prophecy and will, his value was immediately different. I have to protect him. Even if it means offending the Jia clan, I have to do it. Damn it. This Guyue clan leader turned his back on me. He is too shameless. His attitude changed so quickly. I should not have revealed the secret of the 10 extreme physiques so early. The 10 extreme physiques are talents above a grade talent. Looks like clan leader Guyue wants to protect Fang Yuan. This will make it very difficult for me to solve the case. Father, what should I do? Tai Ruanan's heart sank. She gritted her teeth and subconsciously looked for her father's figure. Where is father? The young girl was stunned. Divine investigator Tai was just there, but in the blink of an eye he had disappeared. This discovery made Guyue Bo instantly nervous. Where could Tai Shuelin go at this time? Clan leader Guyue naturally thought of Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng, I will go look for your brother first. Go inform the other clan elders to quickly gather and find me. After saying this, Guyue Bo activated his gu worm and flew out of the window. Tai Ruanan snorted coldly and ran out of the room, rushing towards Fang Yuan's residence. In the entire hall, only Fang Jing was left. How can this be? Guyue Fang Jing's condition was extremely bad. His face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapse, as if his spine had been sucked dry. He felt like the world was in darkness. He felt like the sky was about to collapse. How could it be like this? Brother's aptitude is actually one of the 10 extreme physiques. Compared to the 10 extreme physiques, my grade aptitude is like a clay chicken or a clay dog. Thinking about it, Fang Jing's tears flowed down his face. At this moment, all the energy in his heart was sucked dry. All along, his greatest pride was that his aptitude surpassed Fang Yuan's. His confidence was built on this aspect. But now, someone told him the truth. His aptitude was far from his brother's. His proudest and most confident aspect was suppressed by Fang Yuan. The confidence that he had built up with great difficulty completely collapsed at this moment. Brother! He raised his head, tears flowing down his face. He screamed helplessly in his heart. From start to end, were you just watching the show? Watching me jump up and down, watching my clown-like performance? The corner of his eyes glanced at the painting wall again. The image changed, the figures became modeled, and countless voices exclaimed at Fang Jing's performance on the other side. Only Fang Yuan stood in the crowd, calmly watching. He just calmly looked at it. Fang Zheng suddenly felt that this image of him, wrapped in the light of hope, was so childish, so glaring. And in his heart, Fang Yuan's calm black eyes seemed to reveal the gaze of a god. His figure gradually rose higher and higher, becoming an insurmountable mountain that reached the horizon. That pair of calm eyes looked down at the foot of the mountain, at Fang Jing's humble figure. That pair of eyes seemed to be saying, "Fang Zheng, my laughable brother, you can't, you can't, you can't," like an echo in the valley. It echoed in Fang Jing's heart. He felt stifled, an unparalleled stifling to the point that he could not breathe properly. He once thought that he had completely gotten rid of this feeling, but he did not expect that this feeling would come back to him today. In fact, it was 100 times stronger than before. "Ah, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Fang Jing's face twitched, and the veins on his forehead popped. He was immersed in his own fantasy, his hand tightly clutching his throat. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. Because of the lack of oxygen, his face was red, and he stuck out his tongue. His eyes gradually bulged out of their sockets. "No, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die." His other hand gripped the floor tiles, and he used too much force. His nails were peeled off and fresh blood flowed. The excruciating pain made Fang Jing's desire to live burn even more. His body wasn't injured at all, but his heart had already suffered a fatal wound. He could not get up, and the pride that supported him had been shattered. He felt that he had no face to see anyone, and he could not face reality and his brother. He had become a huge joke, a bitter satire. His heart was like dead ashes, but within the ashes there was still a little bit of red that had not been extinguished. So what if you have the 10 absolute aptitude? Brother, you've made a mistake. You've killed someone you shouldn't have. Yes, that's right. You have to pay with your life. Brother, you killed Jia Jinsheng, didn't you? You've gone the wrong way, you've done the wrong thing. So what if you have the best aptitude? Bang! There seemed to be a soft sound beside his ear. A ball of dark red flame burned in Fang Jing's heart. Resurrection! The hand that was clutching his throat slowly loosened. Fang Jing was covered in sweat. He knelt on the ground and supported himself with one hand. The floor tiles were covered in blood. Drops of sweat flowed down his cheeks and nose and dripped onto the floor tiles. His twisted and horrifying face slowly calmed down. A gust of wind blew into the hall through the open doors and windows. The cold night wind caused his body to shiver. Ha! Fang Zheng was almost lying on the ground and laughed out loud. His voice was sharp and strange. Chapter 186. No one is here. After flipping through the house, Gua Bo could not find Fang Yuan. His heart felt like it was being pressed by a huge rock. Fang Yuan was missing. Tai Shueleng was also missing. It was easy for him to link these clues together. Speak, where is Fang Yuan? Gua Bo's expression was gloomy as he shouted at Tai Ruanen, who had just arrived. How would I know where Fang Yuan is? Tai Ruanen's attitude was unyielding. Facing a rank 4 expert, she was not afraid at all. Why is Tai Shueleng nowhere to be seen? Tai clan girl, can you give me an explanation? Gua Bo said as he walked closer to Tai Ruanen. The young girl was slightly stunned. In fact, this matter had been fishy from the start. The original plan was for her and her father to come here next year. At that time, Tai Shueleng was investigating another case when a white crane suddenly descended from the sky. The white crane held a letter in its beak and handed it to Tai Shueleng. After Tai Shueleng saw this letter, he suddenly changed his plans and temporarily put down the case on hand, rushing over to Qingmao Mountain. If not for this letter, the Tai father and daughter would not have come here so early. As a daughter, Tai Ruanen naturally understood her father. Normally, only major cases would make Tai Shueleng make such a decision. However, what made her puzzled was that this case on Qingmao Mountain was only about Jia Jinsheng's death. Jia Jinsheng's death was related to the Jia clan's property dispute, but the severity of it was only ordinary, far from enough for the divine investigator to pay so much attention to it. Tai Ruonan had always been suspicious about this, and now Tai Shuelong had mysteriously disappeared, not even telling his own daughter. Where did he go? What did he do? Father, you are injured. You must take care of yourself. Tai Ruonan was very worried. This kind of situation had actually happened a few times before. Every time, it was Tai Shuelong facing a strong enemy and could not split his attention to take care of Tai Ruonan, thus fighting alone. The injuries on his body were caused by a strong enemy in a similar situation. Although father is injured, he is still a rank 5 expert. Ordinary rank 4 Gu masters were simply not his match. Father, I believe you. I will wait for you to come back. Tai Ruonan's eyes flashed as she encouraged herself in her heart. Gyue Bo approached her step by step. The girl raised her head and looked at Gyue clan leader. Explanation? If you want an explanation, will I give it to you? Gyue Bo's expression became even more gloomy. Little girl, you're quite stubborn. Looks like I can only capture you and use you to exchange for my clan's Fang Yuan. He. Tai Ruonan laughed instead. Clan leader Gyue, do you really dare to make a move? My uncle is the current patriarch of the Tai family. Do you want to fight with our Tai family? Gyue Bo stopped in his tracks. He was so anxious that he almost forgot. Tai family. That was a super clan that had existed for thousands of years. The demon suppression tower in Tai clan village imprisoned countless demonic Gu masters. It was the symbol of the righteous path. Gyue clan was only a small or mid-sized clan. It could not compare to Jia clan. And Jia clan was only a rising clan. It could not compare to Tai family. Even in the whole southern border, Tai family was a top-tier force with deep foundations. It was a colossus. Tai Ruonan's voice slowed down. Clan leader Gyue, I am not here to be your enemy. Please believe my sincerity. I do not know where father went, but I will not leave. I will not sneak away. Tai family only has ghosts that die in battle. There are no cowards that run away. Not only will I not escape, I will also capture Jia Jinsheng's murderer. Fang Yuan might not be the murderer. Gyue Bo frowned, his eyes revealing a fierce light. But he could be. Tai Ruonan stared, her heroic spirit surging. She did not back down on this point. Both sides glared at each other for a long time. Tai Ruonan said, Fang Yuan is missing now. He could very well be on the run, making him even more suspicious. But I will not let the innocent suffer injustice. I hope so. Gyue Bo flicked his sleeves and left. 15 minutes ago, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The spirit spring whirlpool rose and fell. A lotus was faintly discernible in the spring water, like an illusion. Piece after piece of Yuan stone were thrown in by Fang Yuan, causing the heavenly essence treasure lotus image to become clearer. The 10,000 Yuan stone that was offered during the gathering with my classmates, in addition to the 40,000 Yuan stone that Gyue and Mo Chen provided in installments, have all been thrown in. Why has this heavenly essence treasure, lotus, not materialized yet? Fang Yuan focused. Looking at the center of the spirit spring through the crystal wall, he felt slightly doubtful. Heavenly essence treasure lotus was very precious. After advancing to rank 6, its value would not lose to autumn's cicada. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life, he had only heard of it. He had never come into contact with it. Thus, this was his first time coming into contact with it. He could not help but feel doubtful. But he quickly calmed his emotions, laughing. A total of 50,000 Yuan stone is more than enough. Why am I worrying about personal gains and losses? So what if the refinement fails? He. Thinking so, he no longer hesitated, taking a deep breath and jumping, crashing into the crystal wall. This wall was formed by the moat gu. When Fang Yuan crashed into it, it was like jumping into water. Ripples appeared on the wall, instantly engulfing him. Spring water immediately surrounded Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan opened his eyes in the water, but could not see the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Before the heavenly essence treasure lotus was plucked, it could only be seen through the crystal with the naked eye. Fang Yuan had already expected this, so he was not surprised. He had already estimated the distance and even calculated the refraction of light, grabbing forward according to his memory. This grab was like magic, creating something out of nothing, creating a lotus. This lotus was blue and white, its petals closed, full like a lamp, filled with a holy aura. But it had its own consciousness, and although it was grabbed by Fang Yuan, it faintly resisted. But this was nothing. A trace of autumn cicadas aura leaked out, and this rank, three-flower goo was instantly refined by Fang Yuan. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was in his hands. In the spring water, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. He willed, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus turned into a blue and white light, shooting into his aperture. Without the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the countless whirlpools in the spirit spring immediately dissipated. The spring water that was filled with life force had now turned into a pool of stagnant water without any ripples. The spirit spring has been destroyed. I cannot stay here for long. I need to take this chance to escape. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn, but just as he was about to return, a change occurred. In the depths of the spirit spring, a dazzling blood light burst out. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, catching Fang Yuan off guard, and he was sucked into the depths of the spring. The spring water suddenly turned red, turning into blood water, tightly wrapping around Fang Yuan and pulling him down. Sky canopy goo, thunderwings goo. At the moment of danger, Fang Yuan roared in his heart, and a layer of white armor shone on his body, and at the same time a pair of large lightning wings appeared on his back. The lightning wings flapped continuously, giving Fang Yuan a driving force to move upwards. But as the blood water wrapped around him, the suction force became stronger and stronger, and he could not resist it. Whoosh! The sound of rushing water could be heard, and Fang Yuan was pulled down by a huge force along the water channel. Just as he was about to die, the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, and at least he did not die from lack of oxygen. Then he found himself falling from a high altitude. He subconsciously flapped his wings, but the thunderwings goo was extremely dispirited. The originally strong wings were now extremely weak. Fang Yuan's heart sank, and he tried his best to maintain his balance in the air, slowing down the speed of his descent. This was an underground space. It was not dark and was filled with red light. Fang Yuan fell from a height of 15 meters, and below him was an underground lake. But this underground lake was not the usual transparent color, but was dark red like blood water. No, it was blood water. The pungent smell of blood assaulted Fang Yuan's nose as he continued to descend. This situation was strange, no matter how one looked at it. To be safe, Fang Yuan did not want to easily fall into this blood lake. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. He summoned the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and his palm entered the centipede's mouth, using it as a whip. The golden centipede's body extended to its maximum length, and its sharp tail pierced into the mountain wall. Under Fang Yuan's control, the golden centipede shrunk its body. This way, Fang Yuan's body landed on the mountain wall. This mountain wall was somewhat slippery and was not easy to land on, but Fang Yuan relied on the Chainsaw Golden Centipede and barely found a rough section of the wall and placed his feet on it. What the hell is this place? After stabilizing his body, Fang Yuan immediately assessed his surroundings. According to his calculations, he should be even deeper underground, right below the underground karst cave. How can there be such a place? Fang Yuan was surprised. In his previous life, his level was not high enough, and he did not come into contact with the secrets of the upper echelons. In fact, this was the Blood Lake graveyard, the secret forbidden land where the first-generation patriarch's coffin was buried. Even among the patriarchs, only 1 or 2 knew this secret. Fang Yuan looked down, and the blood lake reflected a sky full of red light. The area was larger than the village, and it exuded a strange and terrifying aura. And at the top of the cave there were hundreds of holes, and water constantly flowed down, bringing along the scallops, turtles, snakes, fish, and other wild animals in the underground river. Whoosh, 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 waves of water flowed down from the holes on the top of the wall, smashing into the blood lake. As the blood churned, countless fish and prawns flopped and fell into the blood lake. After a few breaths, all the blood in their bodies had been sucked out, and they became dried corpses, faintly discernible on the surface of the lake along with the bloody waves. The blood lake became even redder. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he looked. If he fell into this blood lake, even with the protection of the sky canopy goo, he would not be able to survive. He looked carefully, and other than fresh, dried corpses, there were some bones in the blood waves. There were broken fish bones, large bear bones, and clearly human skeletons. This was a huge graveyard, strange and bloody. The waves of the blood lake surged, washing the surrounding walls. The bright red and shiny blood seeped into the surrounding soil, causing the surrounding soil to be dyed crimson red, forming the red earth. To be continued. Chapter 187. Wait a minute, red soil. Fang Yuan saw this, and his heart jumped. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the stone wall beside him. With a forceful pull, he dug out a piece of red soil. This red soil was soft and gave off a faint red glow. Fang Yuan squeezed it lightly and effortlessly crushed it. So that's it. He realized. He remembered the first time he entered the secret cave. He found that the secret cave was filled with this kind of red soil. It gave off a faint glow and did not need any other illumination. He felt it was strange at that time because Qingmao Mountain soil was all greenish-black. He thought this was the flower wine monk's arrangement, but now it seemed that the source was this strange blood lake. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong. The 500 years of experience from his previous life had settled into his intuition. This place is not only strange, but also full of danger. I don't have much time. How do I leave this place? Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the cave wall. There were hundreds of caves on the wall. Which one was connected to the spirit spring? Fang Yuan hesitated. Water could flow in, but it did not mean that the underground river was wide enough for a person to pass through. Also, Fang Yuan's expression was solemn as he tried to flap his wings. The lightning wings weren't as easy to control as before. The originally blue electric current was now mixed with strands of strange scarlet color. It revealed a contradictory feeling of weakness and strength. The Thunderwings goo was not reliable in this state. It was very likely that it would screw up during flight and cause Fang Yuan to fall from the sky. Swoosh in the blood lake, an undercurrent surged. The huge aura of a rank 5 goo seeped out from the blood lake. That is, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He saw a long black shadow gradually appearing in the blood lake. It was more than 40 meters long and more than 6 meters thick. This was a huge python that lived in the depths of the blood lake. Now that it smelled Fang Yuan's flesh and blood, it seemed to be coming out to hunt. Damn it! Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Right now, his long hair and black robe were relying on the chainsaw golden centipede to pierce through the mountain wall, barely hanging on the soft red soil. Compared to the vast sea of blood, it was like a black ant. Hundreds of black dots also appeared from the bottom of the lake, rising up like a school of fish. So, they were even faster than the giant python and flew out of the lake in an instant. This was not a fish, but a bat. These dark red bats had long pointed ears and 2 pairs of wings. One pair of main wings was larger, while the other pair of secondary wings was slightly smaller. They were located below the main wings. They didn't have claws, but the edges of their wings were as sharp as steel blades. Rank 3, Blade Wing Bloodbat Goo? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of an answer. looking at the swarm of blade-winged bloody bats pouncing toward him with a murderous aura. The first thing that appeared in his mind was that scene. In the photo-audio Gu's image, the flower wine monk was bathed in blood, heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was impossible for the moon-shadow Gu to cause such injuries, but this group of blade-winged blood bats was a perfect match. Could it be that the flower wine monk had been here before? In fact, he was injured by the blade-winged blood bats here? For a moment, Feng Yuan's thoughts spun like lightning. The cause of the flower wine monk's death had always been a mystery, but now it seemed that it was most likely the case. Blade-winged blood bat. Feng Yuan muttered in his heart. He was actually not unfamiliar with this Gu. Although this Gu was only rank 3, it was extremely easy to feed and only needed blood. In his previous life, he established the Blood-Winged Demon sect with the Blade-Winged Blood Bat as its symbol. With the resources of the demonic sect, he was able to raise close to 10,000 Blade-Winged Blood Bat Gu. They were ferocious and fearsome. More accurately, he established his career with the Blade-Winged Blood Bat Gu. In his previous life, 400 years later, he accidentally obtained an inheritance of the Blood Sea ancestor. Relying on the Blade-Winged Blood Bat group and his own rank 5 cultivation, he became an overlord. This Blood Sea ancestor was a rank 7 demonic Gu master with a notorious reputation. He killed people like flies, and his name was recorded in the annals of history. He was originally immortal, but by chance he became a demonic Gu master. He climbed all the way from the lowest level and used 800 years to become a demonic overlord. His aptitude was not high, and the primeval essence in his aperture was limited. He always had a fanatical research interest in Gu fusion. Wild Gu had a natural will and could absorb the natural primeval essence in the air. But when a wild Gu was refined by a Gu master and its body was dominated by the human's will, it would lose the ability to absorb the surrounding primeval essence and could only absorb the primeval essence in the Gu master's aperture. The Blood Sea ancestor had always wanted to research a Gu that could be refined by a Gu master, but could also absorb natural primeval essence. The righteous Gu masters were extremely afraid of this, and were extremely worried that the Blood Sea ancestor would succeed. They had organized several righteous Gu masters to surround and kill him. The Blood Sea ancestor did not succeed in the end, but he did not fail completely. He explored the fusion recipes of the Blade-Winged Blood Bat, Blood Guillotine, and Blood Frenzy Gu. The rank 3 Blade-Winged Blood Bat Gu was his first achievement. It was extremely easy to raise, but it still required the Gu master to provide primeval essence. However, this Blade-Winged Blood Bat group was a very special group. The Gu master only needed to control the male bat to indirectly command all the other female bats. The Blood Frenzy Gu was his second achievement. This Gu was formless and was a lump of blood chi, and could only survive by attaching itself to other objects. This Gu was rank 4, and its effect was very special. Any Gu worm that came into contact with its aura would be able to absorb natural primeval essence from time to time, but it had a huge drawback. The Gu worms affected by the Blood Frenzy Gu would gradually lose control of the Gu master. After a period of time, they would turn into a pool of blood. The Blood Guillotine was the Blood Sea ancestor's final achievement. This Gu was rank 5 and was undoubtedly more mature than the previous 2. It combined nurturing and usage, using battle to nurture battle, and devouring the Gu master's blood to reproduce and divide. It no longer needed the master to provide primeval essence. Unfortunately, after the Blood Sea ancestor created the Blood Guillotine, he was besieged by the righteous Gu masters in the chaotic battle and was exhausted and defeated. He suffered a fatal injury that could not be healed and escaped from the heavy encirclement using blood escape. The righteous Gu masters were worried that he would counterattack at the last minute and endanger themselves, so they did not have the intention to pursue him and watched as he escaped. From then on, every time these righteous Gu masters thought back, they would regret their actions of letting the enemy go so easily. The Blood Sea ancestor knew he was going to die for sure and started to spread his inheritance. Using the limited time before his death, he used his rank 7 Gu Master abilities to set up hundreds of thousands of secret inheritance grounds, located in Central Continent, Southern Border, and other places. Before his death, he laughed strangely. The blood path is not lonely, leaving behind a venomous legacy for all ages. His words were not false at all. From then on, countless Gu Masters benefited from this, and the demonic path flourished. Be it the Blade Wing Blood Bat Gu, the Blood Frenzy Gu, or the Blood Guillotine, they were all extremely easy to raise and reproduce. Maybe in some unremarkable valley, in a shabby village, in an uninhabited desert beside a mountain path, there would be 2 or 3 Gu left by the Blood Sea ancestor. These Gu were easy to raise and did not require much primeval essence, so they were easily used by Gu Masters with ordinary aptitude. Surviving in such a world, where one's life was precarious, which Gu Master would not desire more power? The Gu worms left by the Blood Sea ancestor represented a completely new kind of power. This kind of power was fast and convenient, and was undoubtedly more popular than other Gu worms. Power itself was not sinful. It was good when used for good, and evil when used for evil. But in this world, how many people could have a firm heart to be able to control the sudden increase in power? Just like when a man is rich, he would often become a playboy. The sudden increase in power would nourish the wild ambitions that they had never had before. Thus, many Gu Masters, after obtaining the Blood Sea ancestors' inheritance, became demons who killed in all directions. There were even many righteous path members who changed sides because of this. The inheritance of the Blood Gu brought great turmoil and harm to the whole world. In the inheritance that the Blood Sea ancestors set up, there were usually only 2 or 3 Gu. But these inheritances were like a spark, and if one was not careful, they would start a prairie fire. Almost every once in a while, there would be demonic Gu Masters who grasped the Blood Gu, causing trouble. Some of these people failed and were killed in the village. Some succeeded temporarily and formed a general trend, causing harm to one side. Whether they succeeded temporarily or failed, they would unwillingly leave behind a new blood inheritance at some point in time. Thus, the blood calamity was endless, and not only did it not decline because of the Blood Sea ancestors' death and the righteous path's all-out attack, it instead became even more prosperous, with a deep foundation that could not be eradicated and had a trend of never ending. As a result, the righteous path members would often curse in pain. These damned blood Gu Masters! I clearly remember that I have already killed wave after wave, but if I am not careful and look up again, who knows where a new batch will appear? By now, the Blood Sea inheritance was publicly recognized as the world's most popular and most numerous inheritance. There was no other. Strictly speaking, in his previous life, Fang Yuan had also received the Blood Sea ancestors' inheritance. In my previous life, I only found a Blood Sea inheritance after 400 years and started to dominate it. If I can subdue these blood bats in this life, it would be equivalent to advancing my efforts by 400 years. The blood bats rushed over, but Fang Yuan was not afraid in the face of danger. He had the spring-autumn cicada, and his rank 6 aura was enough to make these bats collapse without a fight. The only thing he needed to be wary of was the rank 5 snake python that was hidden in the blood lake. But something is not right with this situation. Back when the Blood Sea ancestor set up his inheritance, there were usually only 2 or 3 Gu. Why are there more than 100 blade wing blood bats here? Could it be that the rumor is true? Rumor had it that the Blood Sea ancestor had set up a deceptive formation. Although he had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritances, there were only a few that he wanted to pass down. In these few inheritances, there were the Blood Sea ancestors' proudest Gu worms, research insights, or fusion recipes. Could it be that this is the true inheritance ground of the Blood Sea ancestor? Feng Yuan naturally thought of this, and his heart pounded. His thoughts raced. Although he thought of a lot of things, not much time had passed in the outside world. The blade-winged blood bats swarmed towards him. Feng Yuan's expression was calm. With his long hair and black robes, he climbed up the mountain wall and was about to summon the spring-autumn cicada. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. As expected, there is a blood calamity hidden here. A deep and firm voice that sounded like iron and stone came from the top of the cave, and then it reverberated above the blood sea. Chapter 188. Tai Shueleng. Why did he suddenly appear here? Feng Yuan heard this voice and was shocked. This loud sound reverberated in the air above the blood lake, causing turbulent waves of blood to surge. This is the heaven and earth grand sound Gu. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. The loud voice entered his ears, making him feel as if his whole head was buzzing. The heaven and earth grand sound Gu was a rank 5 sound type Gu. Once activated, it could form a sound wave attack with a wide range. It was an extremely strong AoE type Gu. The voice that Feng Yuan heard now was just Tai Shueleng's small test. He shouted softly and did not really activate it. This degree was like Feng Yuan using the moonlight Gu to grind the purple gold rock. It was just a subtle control of the Gu worm. Of course, the heaven and earth grand sound Gu had its drawbacks. If activated for a long time, the Gu Master's vocal cords and throat would be overly burdened. Once these burdens exceeded the limit, the Gu Master would become mute and lose the ability to speak. Bam! A huge force suddenly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The upper body of the giant python appeared in Feng Yuan's vision. Blood River Python. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. This python's body was covered in glossy blood-red scales, and its head was as huge as an elephant. There was a patch of golden-boned spikes on its eyebrows, showing off its ferocious and violent aura. Blood River Python. I remember in the Guyue clan's history, not long after the first clan leader established the village, a Blood River Python appeared and posed a huge threat to the Guyue village. Legend has it that the first clan leader killed it. Could it be? Feng Yuan's heart moved as he thought of something. The Blood River Python was huge and its head was tall. Its purple eyes stared at Feng Yuan with a cruel gaze. It was cruel and unruly, feeding on blood. Even using the spring-autumn cicada's aura to intimidate, it would only make it more violent. Among the rank 5 Gu worms, it was one of the hardest to be refined by a Gu Master. However, after glancing at Feng Yuan on the mountain wall, the Blood Sea Python raised its head high and turned to the top of the cave. At the top of the cave, an equally tiny figure slowly floated down from one of the caves. He wore a bronze mask, his hands behind his back, and his gaze was cold. Although compared to the Blood River Python, he was as small as an ant. A majestic aura emanated from his body. An enormous, invisible pressure filled the surroundings, as if a god had descended to the mortal world. Righteous Gu. It was a mental Gu and could only be activated by someone who upheld justice. Scoundrels and weak-willed people would often tremble in fear under the influence of the righteous Gu and have a guilty conscience. Their battle intent would rapidly drop, and they would feel like they could not fight Tai Shueleng, thus collapsing without a fight. Creak, creak, creak! Under the oppression of morality, the blade-winged blood bat Gu panicked and let out a sharp cry, as if a heavy burden had been placed on their bodies. Their 2 pairs of wings flapped repeatedly as they struggled to fly in the air, sometimes up and sometimes down. They could not even take care of themselves and did not approach Feng Yuan. Even the ferocious Blood River Python slightly lowered its head, feeling Tai Shueleng's supreme might. What a righteous Gu! Feng Yuan sneered as he climbed on the mountain wall. This righteous Gu's oppression had no effect on him. Only those with weak wills would be severely weakened. He was a demonic path overlord and had a heart as strong as steel. How could he be frightened by this illusory aura? Fang Yuan's nonchalance caused Tai Shueleng to gasp in surprise. The righteous Gu had been with him for many years, and he deeply understood its effect. The righteous Gu's effect could be big or small, attacking the heart. Sometimes it could achieve miraculous results, but other times it would be useless. But there were very few situations where it would be useless. Even righteous path figures would feel the pressure in their hearts. After all, factions could not determine good or evil, and no one was perfect. But Tai Shueleng knew Fang Yuan's sins. When he first met him, he had already placed a Gu on Fang Yuan's body to track him. From then on, Tai Shueleng could faintly sense the changes in Fang Yuan's surroundings. Most people who committed sins would have their wills shaken under the influence of the righteous Gu. However, Tai Shueleng had met many demonic Gu masters who fought fiercely under the influence of the righteous Gu and were not affected. There is only one type of person who will not be affected by the righteous Gu even if they commit a crime. These are people with true demonic nature. From the deepest part of their hearts, they are paranoid and crazy, not treating their sins as sins, but as something that should be done. To think that this Fang Yuan's demonic nature is so deep. Let's get rid of this great demon first. If he is lucky enough to survive, we can deal with him later. Tai Shueleng hated evil and snorted, turning his gaze towards the blood river python. The moment he appeared, he was locked on by the blood river python. As long as he diverted his attention to kill Fang Yuan, he would definitely reveal a flaw. Tai Shueleng had terrifying injuries, and with a strong enemy hiding behind the scenes, he could be spying on him. At this moment, he did not dare to divert his attention. He stared at the blood river python for a moment. Then his gaze went past it and landed on the blood lake behind it. Not long ago, he had received a mysterious letter. The letter had concrete evidence, pointing out that there was a blood calamity hidden in Guyue village. This letter was carried by a white crane and dropped from the sky. Its origin was also very suspicious. But Tai Shueleng would rather believe it than not, because the blood calamity was not a small matter and could not be careless. If he was not careful, it would suddenly expand and spread everywhere, bringing disaster to all living beings. The best way to deal with it was to take advantage of the fact that the blood calamity had yet to take shape and extinguish this seed of chaos. Coincidentally, he had another request on hand. It was Jia Fu paying a huge sum of money to investigate the cause of Jia Jinsheng's death. Tai Shueleng brought his daughter and rushed to Qingmao Mountain in advance. He ordered his daughter to investigate Jia Jinsheng's case. On one hand, it was to nurture and train Tai Ruanan. On the other hand, it was to deceive others and stall for time while he investigated the details behind the scenes. The first time he met Fang Yuan, he had used the touching sensation Gu on Fang Yuan. Although it was done casually, it came from the experience and intuition he had accumulated over a long period of time. The touching sensation Gu was formless and colorless like an imprint. He had set up dozens of them. The one that was truly effective was the first one he had set up casually. First Gen Guyue, I know you are not dead. You have hidden for close to 1,000 years and set up this trap. Unfortunately, all your efforts are going to be in vain. Tai Shueleng opened his mouth and the whole space buzzed. But there was no change in the blood lake. Instead, the blood river python opened its mouth and roared. It had a cruel nature and could not tolerate any pressure. The morality Gu had stimulated its ferocious nature. Bang! It suddenly stretched its body, and its huge snake body created a blood wave that soared to the sky. With a killing intent that could pierce through the horizon, it pounced towards Tai Shueleng, who was in the air. Tai Shueleng was already on guard against the blood river python. His body moved quickly and dodged the blood river python's bite. The blood river python's body was too long and its momentum was too fierce, causing it to crash into the cave ceiling. With a loud bang, a large part of the cave ceiling collapsed. Large amounts of rubble fell down and immediately created a huge wave in the blood lake. Humph! First Gen Guiwa, do you think you have nothing to worry about just by leaving a blood river python to protect you? You better show yourself. Tai Shuelung sneered and moved in the air. The blood river python's violent attacks were like a light breeze and drizzle in front of him. The blood river python roared crazily and became even more irritable. It had unparalleled strength and recklessly used it to cause huge destruction. The whole space became more and more turbulent. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The blood lake also had huge waves. Damn it! Fang Yuan was caught in the crossfire. The red soil was soft and his original foothold was already destroyed. He could only use the chainsaw golden centipede and the thunderwings to move along the mountain walls. The rubble fell down piece by piece, like a dense rain. As he had expected, the thunderwings was not in a good state. The thunderwings on Fang Yuan's back was extremely weak and dispirited, unable to provide a strong force of ascension. But the strange thing was, the thunderwings was absorbing less primeval essence from Fang Yuan. While Fang Yuan was moving, the thunderwings actually started to absorb the primeval essence in the air from time to time. At first, this phenomenon only happened for a short period of time and very few times. Fang Yuan tried his best to dodge and did not notice it, but gradually the number of times increased and the duration of each occurrence also became longer and longer. At the same time, the thunderwings became weaker and weaker. I understand, it's the blood frenzy goo. A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Only when one was contaminated by the blood frenzy would such a phenomenon occur. Plop! Fang Yuan used all his strength, but still fell into the blood lake. The blood river python was smashing around, using its thick tail to whip around. Gravel fell like rain, ceaselessly crashing down. Fang Yuan activated the sky canopy and his body was covered in a layer of white armor. His swimming ability was not bad, and in his previous life he had lived in the Eastern Sea for a long period of time and received ample training. He tried his best to dodge the huge rocks that were as big as houses. Sometimes he swam, sometimes he sank into the blood lake, using the blood water to cushion the impact. But those small rocks ranged from the size of a fist to the size of a stone mill. He had no time to dodge. The white armor was as solid as a rock, but it could not slow down the impact. When it smashed onto his body, he felt waves of pain. At the same time, the primeval essence in his aperture was slowly decreasing due to the impact. Fortunately, the morality goo's power enveloped the whole area, causing the group of blade-wing bloodbat to still fly around and not find trouble with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan's expression was grave. The thunderwings was already half crippled. After being contaminated by the blood frenzy without a special to cleanse it, it would turn into a puddle of blood and become a new source of contamination. How did it get contaminated by the blood frenzy Fang Yuan thought about it and only had one explanation. That was this blood water had the blood frenzy attached to it. The thunderwings was getting weaker and weaker, showing signs of losing control. Luckily, he activated the white armor in time, or else the blood frenzy would have contaminated his body and its aura would have seeped into his aperture. Most of his worms would have been contaminated. But if his primeval essence was depleted, or this armor was broken, then the consequences would be severe. I need to leave this place as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and floated in the blood waves, looking around for a way out. Large amounts of red soil fell from the mountain walls. The top of the cave was also beyond recognition. Tai Shuelung was floating in the air, fighting with the blood river python. A battle between rank 5 masters was not something Fang Yuan could interfere in. The higher the master's rank, the more obvious the difference in battle strength between different cultivations. Maybe a swing of the blood river python's tail could shatter the armor. The sky canopy would be heavily injured by the backlash, and Fang Yuan would have fractures all over his body. Maybe a casual strike from Tai Shueleng could put Feng Yuan in a desperate situation. The current situation was like a battle between two giant elephants, and Feng Yuan was a nearby tabby cat. Although he had small claws, it was hard for him to fight. Chapter 189. This cave entrance was not big and should have been buried by the red soil. But this time the blood lake unceasingly surged with monstrous blood waves, causing the surrounding scarlet soil to be washed away and collapse, sinking into the lake. Thus, the cave entrance was revealed. No matter what, this cave entrance seemed to be a source of hope. Feng Yuan immediately changed his direction and swam towards the cave entrance. Boom! In the air, there was another intense explosion. A huge air current rushed towards the surroundings, pushing Feng Yuan forward fiercely. Damn it! He cursed. Large amounts of red soil collapsed and buried the cave entrance again. Iron hand grappling goo. In the air, Tai Shueleng took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his right hand. In front of him, ripples appeared in the air and a huge black iron hand appeared, pressing down on the Blood River python's tail. The Blood River python struggled with all its might, but its scales were wet and slippery. The iron hand could not hold on and slid through the snake scales, causing golden red sparks to burst out as it escaped. But Tai Shueleng had rich battle experience and was not discouraged. Suddenly, he tilted his head back and puffed his cheeks, blowing at the Blood River python. Whoosh! A jet of black oil poured down like a waterfall. In the air, it turned into a dragon, bearing its fangs and claws as it coiled around the Blood River python. Oil dragon goo. The Blood River python was furious, roaring and biting. The black oil dragon's size was not inferior to the Blood River python's, but it was only a rank 4 and did not have a physical body. In a short while, it was torn apart by the Blood River python. Tai Shueleng laughed instead. Beasts were beasts. If a Goo Master was controlling it, they would be able to see through this classic and ordinary battle tactic. But the Blood River python was only refined. Although it had a Goo Master's will, it did not have the intelligence of a normal person. The oil dragon was destroyed, and the oil dragon goo in the aperture also suffered a backlash. Tai Shueleng did not care and stopped activating the oil dragon goo, starting to activate the fire dragon goo. He shouted and his body shook. A flame-like goo shot out from his aperture and quickly turned into a fire snake, coiling around his body. The fire snake flew out and became bigger. In the blink of an eye, it grew scales and extended eagle claws, antlers, a horse's face, and sharp teeth. It turned into a giant fire dragon. This fire dragon goo was only rank 4, but when it fought with the Blood River python, it made the Blood River python roar in pain. Because the oil dragon had been destroyed, a large amount of black oil had stained the Blood River python's body. Now that the oil was tangled with the fire dragon, the python's body was suddenly set on fire, roasting the Blood River python. Other than the snake's body, the black oil was also floating on the surface of the lake. At this moment, it was ignited. The scarlet lake of blood ignited into a sea of fire that soared into the sky. The temperature of the air rose rapidly. The fire dragon was no match for the Blood River python. It suffered heavy injuries, and its body became smaller and smaller. But every time this happened, it would dive into the sea of fire and roll around, and its body would regain some of its majesty. In this sea of flames, Huolong had the geographical advantage. The Blood River python and the fire dragon fought for a while. The snake's body was constantly being burned, and the smell of charred flesh wafted through the air. The Blood River python was violent by nature. Once it was oppressed, it would erupt with a powerful counterattack. But at this moment, it had no choice but to retreat. He abandoned the fire dragon and plunged into the depths of the blood sea. Man is the spirit of all living things, possessing the wisdom to innovate. Under Tai Shueleng's tactic, 2 rank 4 Gu were able to force the rank 5 Blood River python to retreat. But Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, containing the code of heaven and earth and a corner of the laws. The blood river python's ability was its super-strong self-recovery ability. It sank to the bottom of the lake, and the blood water nourished it, rapidly healing its injuries. The fire dragon Gu had the geographical advantage, but it had the geographical advantage. As long as this blood lake existed, it would be an unkillable cockroach. Fang Yuan's situation was even more dangerous. The flames on the surface of the blood lake continued to spread, burning fiercely. Tongues of fire licked and roasted his body. The sky canopy Gu's pressure was even greater. The most important thing was not this, but that Fang Yuan's breathing was becoming more difficult. The flames burned and consumed a large amount of air. This underground space was originally a half-closed space, and it was hard to replenish the air. Fang Yuan gradually felt suffocated. Although the oil dragon Gu and fire dragon Gu can force the blood river python to retreat if they work together, it is only temporary. As long as there is a large amount of blood water, the blood river python's recovery ability is extremely terrifying. When it rushes up again and recovers to its peak condition, the fire dragon Gu might not be its match. No, this is too obvious. Tai Shueling must know. Fang Yuan floated in the burning lake, his thoughts moving at lightning speed. Thinking of this, his heart tightened. If he was not wrong, Tai Shueling had achieved his tactical goal by forcing the blood river python to retreat. Tai Shueling wanted to gain sufficient time, and there was a situation where he needed to do so. That was to prepare his killer move. As expected, at the next moment, Tai Shueling floated in the air and suddenly spread his arms, letting out a deep roar. The righteous aura that was suppressing all directions was retracted by him, and he poured his rank 5 primeval essence into the bronze mask with full concentration. The bronze mask gradually lit up. At first, it was only a faint light, but in a few breaths' time, it gave off a dazzling green light, like a fragment of the sun. The green light shone in all directions, like a monarch descending to heaven and earth. For a moment, the red soil, blood beard, and the sea of fire were all dyed with a layer of ancient green. Within the green light, there was a mystical power. Under the guidance of this power, the mountain rocks started to shake and collapse. At the top of the cave, huge rocks fell and flew towards the bronze mask. The surrounding red cliffs also had large amounts of soil and rocks slowly flying up from the bottom. Tai Shueling's expression was already shrouded by the bronze mask's light. Large amounts of mountain rocks gathered around the bronze mask, condensing together and forming a human figure. The soil and rocks continued to gather, and the rockman became bigger and bigger. From the initial 1 meter, it rapidly grew to 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, finally reaching 18 meters. Giant hill puppet Gu. A giant that could support heaven and earth descended upon the battlefield of the blood lake. Its 2 legs stood in the depths of the blood lake, the lake water only reaching its waist. Its body was extremely majestic. Its arms could run carriages, and its fists could stand on top of an elephant. Its face was simple and unadorned, an enlarged version of the bronze mask. Fire dragon, come. It opened its mouth, its voice shaking the heaven and earth. The fire dragon that was tumbling in the sea of fire flew up and coiled around the giant puppet's right arm like a snake, its head resting on the giant puppet's right shoulder. Then the oil dragon flew out and turned into a pitch-black oil dragon, coiling around the giant puppet's left arm and resting its head on its left shoulder. The 2 dragons on the left and right, the giant hill puppet, descended like a mighty deity. Fang Yuan swam towards the cave entrance with all his might. Just now, the soil and rocks had gathered to form the giant puppet, causing the red soil that was covering the cave entrance to disappear, revealing the cave entrance again. This battlefield was getting more and more dangerous. The cave entrance could be buried again at any time, so Fang Yuan did not dare to stay for long. The sea of fire gradually extinguished, and the blood lake suddenly surged with towering red waves. Blood River Python attacked from the lake, coiling around the giant puppet and slithering upwards. The giant snake's head was like a battering ram, aiming at the giant puppet's face. This attack was extremely powerful, and if it were to hit directly, half of the giant puppet's head would be smashed into pieces. Iron hand grappling! The giant puppet shouted, and the air split open as an iron hand flew out, grabbing the snake's head. With a loud bang, the iron hand was destroyed, and the Blood River Python's attack was also stopped. Tai Shuelung won a breather, and the giant puppet grabbed the Blood River Python's body with both hands. The oil dragon and fire dragon waited for an opportunity, climbing onto the Blood River Python. The two dragons merged together, forming a blazing flame that roasted the Blood River Python. The Blood River Python roared in pain, struggling with all its might. But this time, how could Tai Shuelung allow it to escape so easily? The giant puppet's hands were like iron pincers, tightly restraining the Blood River Python. The Blood River Python could not escape, and its body was roasted black, emitting the smell of burnt flesh. Its ferocious nature was stimulated, and it did not try to escape anymore. Its slender body coiled around the giant puppet's body again, and it started to contract fiercely, launching a strangling attack. Although the giant puppet was made of mountain rocks, the red soil was soft, and after being twisted by the Blood River Python, its waist quickly shrunk. Cracking sounds could be heard, and rubble flew everywhere. Under the stimulation of death, the Blood River Python exploded with great strength. Fang Yuan finally reached the edge of the cave entrance with one hand, and the giant puppet suddenly coughed a few times. Tai Shuelung's old illness had relapsed. The giant puppet's hands loosened, and the Blood River Python hissed, its body moving forward by a large margin. The giant puppet tightened its grip, and the Blood River Python opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. The snake's head moved forward crazily, but it was just a short distance away. The Blood River Python's counterattack failed, and it gradually lost its strength, about to be burned to death. But at this moment, a dense blood mist suddenly rose from the center of the blood lake. Blood frenzy goo! A trace of fear flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, and he quickly climbed up the cave entrance, moving deeper into the depths. The blood mist quickly spread, and the flames on the surface of the blood lake were completely extinguished. A whirlpool appeared in the center of the blood lake. The whirlpool became larger and larger. At first it was only in the center, but it quickly spread, and the edges of the whirlpool touched the surrounding walls. Humph! First generation Gue, you finally couldn't endure it anymore. The giant puppet snorted coldly. At the center of the whirlpool, a huge wave suddenly surged 10 meters above the surface of the lake. In the wave of blood, a vertical red coffin slowly rose, revealing itself. A dry and strange voice came from the coffin, making people feel a chill down their spines. Junior, you dare to spoil my plans. You are courting death. I will fulfill your wish. Before the voice finished, the coffin lid was ejected, and a shriveled corpse appeared. He had a scarlet face and sharp fangs, his hair was red like blood, and in his deep eye sockets his eyes were like burning charcoal that was about to be extinguished. He had no skin, and red strips of withered muscles were attached to his white bones. He looked thin and capable. Junior, thou art injured, yet you still dare to provoke me. Thou shalt die today. The corpse spoke, but there was no movement from his mouth. It was his abdomen. He kept saying, I, thou. This was the habit of the ancient people from 1,000 years ago. Rank 5 blood, white goo. Is he really the first generation? Fang Yuan was astonished, but not shocked. In this mystical world, there were many goo masters who had lived for hundreds of years. Other than using the most orthodox lifespan, goo to increase one's lifespan. Some unorthodox methods could also allow people to live forever. For example, the rank 2 roaming zombie goo. If this goo was used for a long time, the goo master would completely turn into a zombie, and as long as they drank blood regularly, they would be able to move freely and live forever. The first gen Guyu in front of him was using this method. Blood white goo was an important branch of the rank 5 roaming zombie goo. Together with Azura zombie, heavenly demon zombie, nightmare zombie, and plague zombie, they were known as the 5 great flying zombies. Chapter 190. In the Blood Lake, 2 strong opponents faced each other. Even if it is a rank 5 blood white corpse, it is still a zombie. First generation Guyue, you're no longer a living person. Your body is filled with death energy. Your aperture is also dead. Although it can store primeval essence, it will be less every time you use it. It will no longer be able to recover itself. The giant centipede said coldly, although primeval essence cannot recover itself, so what? I can still absorb primeval essence through Yuan stone. You are injured and still dare to disturb me die. First generation, Guyue shouted. In an instant, blood fog surged and waves of blood soared to the sky. From the blood lake, a large group of insects flew out. It was the rank 5 blood guillotine. At the same time, groups of blade-winged blood bats flew out from the caves on the mountain walls. Coming out from the depths of the blood lake, they gathered and attacked the giant centipede. The enormous bat group numbered over 1,000, forming an army in an instant. Although they were only rank 3 and belonged to close combat type goo, their numbers made up for their quality. Even the rank 5 goo master Tai Shuelung would have a headache dealing with them. But this was far from the end. First generation Guyue's consciousness had completely awakened. Under his summons, new blood bat groups appeared one after another and gathered here. He had operated here for close to 1,000 years and had hidden plans. He had already turned this place into his nest and had a strong geographical advantage. The bloodbat group was organized in a strict formation, continuously circling in the air like an elite army, surrounding the giant centipede. The blood river python no longer struggled and instead tried to shrink its body. This made Tai Shuelung feel some fear and put his full attention on it. Although goo masters were strong, they had low intelligence. With a goo master controlling the bloodbat army, the effect was like heaven and earth. First generation Guyue has just appeared, but he has already turned the situation around and is showing signs of suppressing Tai Shuelung. He has a huge geographical advantage and is waiting for the enemy to exhaust him. Tai Shuelung is also injured. The situation is not looking good. Fang Yuan had already shrunk into the cave on the mountain wall and was secretly observing the battle using the shadows. But Tai Shuelung has roamed the southern border for so many years and still dares to enter this demonic cave despite being injured. No matter what, there will be an intense battle soon. If things went wrong, this area might even collapse. Should I stay here and watch the battle? It was very dangerous to stay. This was deep underground, and they might be buried alive. If we stay and watch the tigers fight, what are the chances of us reaping the benefits? Fang Yuan's brain spun rapidly as he weighed the pros and cons. His cultivation level was only at rank 3 initial stage. It was very risky for him to watch the battle. It was very likely that he would be heavily injured from the shock waves of a single clash. However, if Fang Yuan was able to reap the benefits and have the last laugh, then the benefits would be great. After all, he was a rank 5 goo master. If he could gain something, he could save 100 years of hard work. High risk, high profit. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh and retreated. The situation was already out of his control. The risk of staying was too great. Birds die for food and men die for wealth. He had seen this kind of thing many times in the 500 years of his previous life. He was cautious by nature. Where there was life, there was hope. Moreover, he knew countless secrets. There were many inheritance locations that had not been exposed, and all of them had great profits. Why would he risk his life here? Just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, a group of blood bats separated from the army and flew towards him. There were close to 100 blood bats in this group, and Fang Yuan quickly turned around and retreated. My clan's junior, don't worry. There are traps set in that cave, and there are fierce beasts lurking underground. These blood bats can ensure your safety. Zhen Gui's voice came from afar. Fang Yuan heard this and ran even faster. Zhen Gui gasped in surprise. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be so slippery at such a young age, seeing through his evil intentions. Immediately he willed, and another group of close to 100 blood bats chased after Fang Yuan. His distraction allowed Tai Shuelong to see a small flaw that could not be considered a flaw. Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu. Howl! The giant centipede opened its mouth and let out a roar that shook the heavens. In an instant, it formed a vast and powerful sound wave that swept through the surroundings like rumbling thunder. The blade-wing blood bat Gu that were close to it were immediately killed by this majestic sound wave, falling to the ground one after another. The blood bat group that was further away was also shaken by the sound wave, flying up and down in the air. The originally densely packed blood bat army collapsed in an instant, unable to do anything in a short period of time. Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu was a rank 5 Gu, and it was a group attack weapon most suited to dealing with attacks like the blood bat group. When Tai Shuelong used it earlier, its power was not evident, as he had purposely restrained it. Now, with the help of the giant centipede's body, the true power of the Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu could be unleashed. Even the flying guillotines that filled the sky were blown to smithereens. The blood fog dissipated, and everything became clear again. The sound wave struck the surrounding mountain walls, causing the entire space and the entire mountain to shake intensely. With the giant centipede as the center, the blood lake's water surface was compressed downwards, forming a bowl shape. Blood water flowed into the cave, pouring into it. But before this, the sound wave had already spread over. Fang Yuan also suffered because of this. His white armor flickered and almost collapsed. In order to resist this sound wave, the primeval essence in his aperture decreased by more than 10%. The sound wave reverberated in the narrow cave, causing Fang Yuan's ears to buzz. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. But this sound wave was of help to him. Of the 2 waves of blood bats chasing him, the second wave had already been annihilated, while the first wave was shaken by the sound wave and flew around the cave, unable to chase after Fang Yuan. There was no time to lose, so Fang Yuan took the chance to run, pulling apart the distance between him and the blood bat group. This wave of blood bats was the furthest away from the source of the sound wave, and quickly recovered, flapping their wings and resuming their pursuit. There were close to 100 blood bats, all rank 3. Fang Yuan could not contend against them and could only run away. Earlier, he felt that the cave was dark, and he did not know where it led to. But as his eyes gradually adapted, he could see the situation in the cave clearly. And it was all thanks to the faint light emitted by the red soil. Although the Thunderwings Gu was no longer reliable, it could still provide some help, and Fang Yuan used it with all his might. But even so, the difference in speed between them was huge, and the distance between them was quickly closed. The distance is about right. It's time to use the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, seeing the blood bat group getting closer. He could only use this method. The blade-wing blood bat Gu was only rank 3, and the aura of a rank 6 Gu could completely suppress them. But Tai Shuelong and Gui's generation were not far away. Once the spring-autumn cicada appeared, it would definitely cause a phenomenon, and the commotion would be too big, enough to attract their attention. But Fang Yuan was also helpless. In the current situation, he could only hope that they were in a stalemate and could not be distracted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. the blood bat group closed in and was already less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and said in his heart, "Spring, autumn, cicada, come out!" 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Fang Yuan was in a daze, standing on the spot. The spring autumn cicada was in the center of his aperture, not moving at all, emitting a dazzling yellow and green light. How can this be? Fang Yuan was shocked. The distant sky was dimly lit. Dawn had arrived. On the hillside, Guyua Bo and the 3 clan leaders of Bai and Xiong clan stood side by side. Although the true competition between the 3 clans is still tomorrow, but the qualifiers are still unavoidable. Both of you, the time is just right. Can we start? Xiong clan leader smiled. Bai clan leader snorted, ignoring him. Then let's start. Guyua Bo absent-mindedly replied. He shifted his gaze, looking at the Gu masters gathered at the hillside. He searched carefully, but still could not find Fang Yuan's figure. This caused the worry in his heart to grow even deeper. These Gu masters were all below 30 years of age, and they stood together, forming 3 distinct groups. Looking at them, the strength of the 3 clans could be seen clearly. Xiong clan had the most Gu masters, and they had taken the initiative to retreat, preserving most of their battle strength. Guyue clan and Bai clan had fewer people, but Bai clan had Bai Ningbing. Just him alone was enough to pull Bai clan's overall strength to the top of the 3 clans. Xiong clan leaders shouted. This competition has a circumference of 100 li and will last until night, ending at sunset. There is no life and death involved, but I hope you can restrain yourselves. Each of you will be given a nameplate, and those who collect 30 nameplates will have the qualifications to participate in the following 3 clans competition. Let's begin. A life and death battle. As long as the criteria were met, there was no limit to the number of people, and the circumference of 100 li was the competition arena. Even participating in the middle of the competition was allowed. This was not a fair competition, but the 3 clan leaders had no objections or complaints. In this world, survival depended on one's fists and strength. The stronger one had the qualifications to occupy more benefits. The weaker one could only blame their bad luck and keep a low profile, accumulating strength in secret and becoming a strong expert. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan felt like 2 to 3 years. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could not activate Spring Autumn Cicada. What was going on? Spring Autumn Cicada was his vital Gu. It was very important. It was rank 6 and his final trump card. But he could not control it. This situation was too serious. Fang Yuan had to pay close attention to it. In the dark cave, he squinted his eyes. The panic in his heart only lasted for less than half a second before he forced himself to calm down. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. His mind entered his aperture. Spring Autumn Cicada did not show any changes. It was still recovering rapidly. But no matter how Fang Yuan moved it, it remained in the center. Its body did not tremble at all. I understand now. Fang Yuan realized. Once this Spring Autumn Cicada becomes my vital Gu, it will stay in my aperture and cannot move anymore. Gu were the essence of all living beings. It had endless profundities. It could be said to be of all kinds. Raising, using, and refining Gu, these 3 aspects were broad and profound. There were often special standards in these aspects. In terms of raising, Gu would only consume specific food. In terms of refining, there were all sorts of requirements. In terms of using, the bamboo gentleman could only be used by a Gu master who had never lied in his life. And to use the morality Gu, the Gu master had to be righteous. Another example was the photo audio Gu. It would die after one use. Its image would remain on the wall for a period of time. Chapter 191. Water Screen Skyflower Gu was only rank 4. Once used, it would turn into a huge spherical water barrier. The water barrier's defense was outstanding, and could even block the attack of a rank 5 goo. However, it had a huge drawback, and that was that it could not be moved or stopped. The water barrier isolated the inside from the outside. Even the owner of the water curtain Skyflower, goo could not enter and exit freely. Many forces used water curtain Skyflower, goo, to protect their cities. Feng Yuan was not familiar with the spring and autumn cicada. In his previous life, he had just successfully refined the spring-autumn cicada when he was surrounded by the righteous path. He had no time to experiment with it. At that time, the spring-autumn cicada was not his vital goo, so this characteristic was not revealed. In this life, his cultivation level was low, so he didn't dare to release the spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada was one of the mystical goo in the world. It was extremely mysterious, and there was no user's knowledge or experience that was passed down in the world. Moreover, goo worms that reached rank 6 and above were unique in the world. There was only one of them. If others wanted to fuse it, there would only be a possibility of success if the previous one died. Otherwise, there was a 100% chance of failure. As a result, Feng Yuan only found out about this characteristic today. Rebirth is not an easy thing. Spring and autumn hide calamities. The recovery speed of the spring and autumn cicada was getting faster and faster. Even if one had a great cultivation base and had access to a large amount of resources, the speed of the cultivation base's growth would not be able to keep up with the speed of the spring and autumn cicada. Sooner or later, a goo master's aperture will burst from the spring-autumn cicada. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. Although being reborn was wonderful, possessing the spring-autumn cicada was equivalent to possessing half of the 10 extreme physiques. They were born to be hung under the gallows, and when the time came, they would be executed. I can't release the spring and autumn cicada. Could it be that I can only use it to be reborn? Feng Yuan frowned deeply. This seemed to be the only way. If he were to be reborn again, the spring and autumn cicada would once again fall into a weakened state, and at the same time, Feng Yuan would be able to escape from this dangerous situation. However, the above situation seemed ideal, but in fact there was a huge problem and the risk was huge. First of all, there was no guarantee that every rebirth would be successful. Feng Yuan had been reborn once, and he often reflected on his only precious experience. He combined his understanding with the concepts on Earth. The world was a three-dimensional space, and time was an axis that ran through the ages. There was no time. Space was still. The movement of all things required process, which meant that it consumed time. There was only one world, and there was no parallel space. Using the spring and autumn cicada to be reborn was to cross from a point in the second half of the timeline to a point in the first half of the timeline. However, Feng Yuan's aged body in the future did not exist in the past. Restricted by the great Tao of heaven and earth, his body could not be brought to the past. He could only self-detonate. The energy produced by the explosion was the driving force, and the spring-autumn cicada contained the fragment of the law of time, like a lonely boat. It carried Feng Yuan's consciousness from the future to the past. Consciousness was not like the human body, which was not purely material. But strictly speaking, this future consciousness did not exist in the past at that point in time. But this was the ingenious part of the matter. The consciousness of the future would guide the goo master to change themselves and influence their surroundings, gradually spreading to the whole world. This was the butterfly effect. When the butterfly effect occurred, the world would be different from what it was before. The consciousness of the future would also have a meaning of existence and be recognized by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Someone once said, history was like a long river. Changing the outcome of an event upstream would cause the downstream to change beyond recognition. This mystical goo world was like the water in a long river. Most people could only follow the current from upstream to downstream. But Feng Yuan's consciousness relied on the spring-autumn cicada to go upstream from downstream. When he made a change upstream, the river water downstream also changed. But the river water was still the river water, and the Goo Master World was still the Goo Master World. It was just that history had taken a turn and changed into another possible outcome. Such an analogy could be easily understood. However, the spring-autumn cicada had not recovered completely and could only be compared to a broken boat with a hole. Fang Yuan's cultivation was only at rank 3 initial stage, and after self-detonating, there was an unimaginably huge difference from his previous life's rank 6. He could not push the spring-autumn cicada to go against the flow of time for too long. If I self-detonate and rebirth, I might not succeed. Maybe the broken boat will be stranded in the river, and my consciousness and memories will be ruthlessly eroded by time, turning into nothingness. If I want to increase my chances of success, it is best to wait until the aperture's limit. I need to stall for as much time as possible and let the spring-autumn cicada recover better, and the broken boat will have fewer holes. At the same time, my cultivation will increase, and after self-detonation, I will be able to provide more power to reverse the flow. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. The change in the spring-autumn cicada was somewhat out of his expectations, but he had always been cautious and had made preparations. Behind him, the blood bat group flew over, but Fang Yuan's consciousness sank into his aperture. The aperture was filled with yellow-green light. The spring-autumn cicada's aura was majestic, and the white-silver primeval sea was as calm as a mirror, but the aperture walls were showing signs of danger of cracking. All the other goo were suppressed to the bottom of the sea by the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Under Fang Yuan's will, a goo withstood the pressure and slowly flew out of the sea. This goo is shaped like a die, square, grayish-white in color, and was extremely hard. Back then, Fang Yuan had used the plunder goo to forcefully take some goo worms from Bai Ningbing's aperture and obtain them. This goo was a consumable goo, disappearing after one use. But its effect was extraordinary. Once used, it would completely squeeze out the Goo Master's foundation and potential, causing the Goo Master's cultivation to instantly reach the same rank peak stage. Stone aperture goo explode. Fang Yuan's will moved, and the stone aperture goo immediately exploded, turning into grayish-white stone powder, like smoke or fog, instantly spreading over the primeval sea. The aperture walls were originally light walls, but when the grayish-white stone powder came into contact with it, the light immediately dimmed. The stone powder adhered to the surface of the light walls, and the light walls gradually thickened, turning from light to stone. A few seconds later, the 4 walls of Fang Yuan's aperture thickened by several times, turning into a thick and heavy stone aperture. The spring-autumn cicada's yellow-green light was still fluctuating, but its aura was temporarily bearable. Fang Yuan was originally only at rank 3 initial stage, and had light silver primeval essence. Primeval essence was like water with a faint silver light. But at this moment, his cultivation rose sharply, leaping from initial stage to rank 3 peak stage, possessing snow silver primeval essence. Using the stone aperture goo is equivalent to cutting off my path forward, and the aperture's potential is completely squeezed out, making it very difficult to step into rank 4. But with the increase in cultivation, the aperture has turned into a stone wall, becoming several times thicker and sturdier than before, and can temporarily withstand the spring-autumn cicada's pressure. Bai Ningbing probably wants to use the stone aperture goo to overcome the limit of the northern dark ice soul physique. Unfortunately, the 10 extreme physiques are even more troublesome than the spring-autumn cicada, with almost limitless potential. Even if it turns into a stone aperture for a moment, the aperture walls will quickly recover. At this time, the Blade-Wing Bloodbat group had already pounced over. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, taking out the chainsaw golden centipede and retreating as he killed. Fortunately, the cave was narrow, and Fang Yuan relied on the canopy, Goo's defense, and the chainsaw golden centipede's wide body to block the Bloodbat group, preventing them from surrounding him. This greatly reduced their threat. For a moment, the cave was filled with banging sounds. The chainsaw golden centipede's attacks, as well as the blade-winged blood bats smashing into the white light armor and piercing into the cave walls at high speed, created a cacophony of sounds. The primeval essence in Fong Yuan's aperture was being consumed rapidly. Although there were close to 100 blood bats, without a Gu master to control them, there was a lot of internal friction and they could not coordinate well. In reality, Fong Yuan only needed to deal with 34 of them at the same time. But this number was not something he could handle, and he could only retreat while fighting. The awkward thing was, although he had advanced to rank 3 peak stage, his aperture still had initial stage light, silver primeval essence. Just relying on AC grade aperture to produce snow, silver primeval essence was simply too slow. The current situation also did not allow Fong Yuan to take out a Yuan stone and divert his attention to absorb natural primeval essence. Using a Yuan stone to quickly recover primeval essence, this method could not be used in a real battle. Being distracted in a life and death battle was asking to be humiliated. It was extremely stupid and was the same as courting death. At the same time, the efficiency of absorbing natural primeval essence was greatly reduced. This method could only be used during normal cultivation, or to quickly recover primeval essence in the short interval between battles. Fortunately, Fong Yuan had obtained a grass Gu not long ago, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could produce Yuan stone and was extremely rare. But in fact, this effect was only an expression of its innate ability. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was known as a mobile spirit spring, and its innate ability was to produce natural primeval essence. This primeval essence, after condensing together, would form Yuan stone. Fong Yuan had a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, and when it was submerged in his aperture's primeval sea, it was like a miniature spirit spring had appeared in his aperture. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus recipe was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Only Gu masters who reached rank 9 were respected by the world. In the righteous path, they were called Immortal Venerables. In the demonic path, they were called Demon Venerables. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who had lived for thousands of years, was known as the first person to recover primeval essence since ancient times. In this aspect, he was superior to other Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables, and the reason was because of Genesis Lotus. Fong Yuan's Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was only rank 3, and he had just refined it, so it was the lowest grade. But it could already provide Fong Yuan with an endless supply of natural primeval essence. Once this natural primeval essence appeared in his aperture, it was automatically refined by Fong Yuan's aperture, turning into snow, silver primeval essence. If Fong Yuan absorbed the primeval essence in the Yuan stone, he would have to split a portion of his mind. However, this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was his Gu. Activating the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was as easy as waving his fingers. Fong Yuan retreated as he fought. With the help of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his primeval essence recovery was already on par with B-grade aptitude Gu masters. Kill! He suddenly shouted and changed his fighting style, charging into the bloodbat group. The chainsaw golden centipede went berserk, and its silver sawteeth rotated crazily, slashing at a blade-wing blood but that was hiding behind it. This blood bat was stronger than ordinary bats of the same species. It was the only male bat in this blood bat group and had been refined by the first-generation Gua. By controlling it, one could indirectly control this blood bat group. Fong Yuan had secretly stored his strength for this attack, and after observing it for a long time, he used an unintentional move to counter it. The first-generation Gua was not present and immediately obtained a miraculous effect. The male bat was killed on the spot and turned into a pile of blood paste. Chapter 192. In the blood bat swarm, there was only one male bat. The rest were all male bats that received orders from the male bat. Male bats and female bats were similar in appearance, and there was not much difference. However, Feng Yuan was extremely familiar with the blade-wing blood bat goo in his previous life. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to differentiate them. Without the male bats, the blood bat swarm fell into chaos. Feng Yuan took the chance and waved the chainsaw golden centipede to kill. In a short while, more than 20 blade-wing blood bats were killed. It could be said that the battle was fruitful. However, the intense battle also consumed a lot of primeval essence in Feng Yuan's aperture. It's time to retreat. Feng Yuan decisively retreated, breaking into a run. By the time the blood bat swarm reacted, Feng Yuan had already escaped 100 steps away. More than 20 blade-wing blood bats were still chasing after Feng Yuan, while the rest scattered. Huff, huff, huff. In the narrow cave, Feng Yuan panted heavily as he sprinted while activating the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. After the battle, there was only snow-silver primeval essence left in his aperture. At the same time, the low primeval sea level was slowly but resolutely rising. The longer the battle dragged on, the faster Feng Yuan's battle strength would recover. Suddenly, the thunder wings on Feng Yuan's back flapped, and the momentum pushed Feng Yuan's body, almost causing him to crash into the cave wall. The thunder wings goo had been contaminated by the blood frenzy goo and had reached a certain limit, showing signs of losing control. Not long after, the thunder wings goo will turn into a pool of blood and become a new source of contamination. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan no longer hesitated. He urged the Thunderwings goo 3 times before the disobedient Thunderwings goo left his back. Go! Feng Yuan resolutely abandoned the Thunderwings goo and threw it behind him. The blade-wing blood bat swarm behind him immediately surrounded the Thunderwings goo, and then they swarmed up and killed the Thunderwings goo. This obstruction gave Feng Yuan some time to catch his breath. By the time the blade-wing blood bats caught up to Feng Yuan, the primeval essence in his aperture had already recovered by half. Snow silver true essence was many times more durable than light silver true essence. Feng Yuan's current battle prowess was far beyond the initial stage. He laughed heartily and waved the chainsaw golden centipede again. After killing 8 or 9 blade-wing bloody bats, the remaining ones flew away with a loud rumble. It's a pity I don't have a goo worm like the Iron Hand grappling goo. The blade-wing blood bat goo flies too fast, and its wings are as sharp as blades. It's really hard to capture it with bare hands. If we can catch 2 or 3 of them, that would be good. Feng Yuan put away the chainsaw golden centipede and walked deeper into the cave. He had snatched the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, but he had been swept away by the blood water. This was definitely the doing of Guyue's generation. Guyue, first generation, used blood white corpse goo to turn into a flying zombie. The aperture was dead. It could no longer recover primeval essence. Unless he used Yuan stones to replenish it, the amount of primeval essence in his aperture would be limited. However, if he had a Heavenly Origin Treasure Lotus, it would make up for his weakness to a large extent. Thus, not long ago, he had specially mobilized 2 groups of blade-wing bloody bats to fly towards Feng Yuan in an attempt to capture him. Fortunately, Feng Yuan saw that the situation was not good and moved away in time. At the same time, Tai Shuelong had indirectly helped him. I wonder how the battle between Tai Shuelong and Guyue's generation is going. Feng Yuan's gaze was solemn. No matter which side won, they would find trouble with him. Tai Shuelong wanted to capture him and bring him to justice, while Guyue's generation coveted the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus that he had obtained. Although the blade-wing bloody bats had dispersed, Feng Yuan's crisis had not been resolved. I need to escape from Qingmao Mountain as soon as possible. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. He could not go back, so he could only move forward along this cave to see if there was really a way out. This cave clearly had signs of human activity, but it had been a long time, and there were some areas that had caved in. Fang Yuan moved forward with his head lowered. When he encountered these cave-ins, he could only use the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede was originally an underground creature and was good at digging holes. It was extremely useful now. Fang Yuan himself had the strength of 2 boars, so he dug through the soil and continued to move forward. This greatly slowed down his speed. After 3 to 4 hours, he reached the end of the cave. A solid rock wall completely blocked his way. Even if he used the chainsaw golden centipede, he would not be able to drill through this wall. Could this cave have been sealed by Guyue's generation? Fang Yuan's heart sank. Bam! Both sides' palms met, and the Xiong clan Gu master was like a broken sack, flying high and landing heavily on the ground. Puff! The Xiong clan Gu master vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately fell unconscious. In the sky, the sun shone brightly, shining down its warm radiance. The sunlight shone through the trees, and mottled spots of light shone on Bai Zhong Xue's fat face. This young elite of the Bai clan laughed smugly. Oomph! So what if you are a Xiong clan Gu master? You dare to compete with me in strength. She moved her fat, delicate body and was about to go forward to finish off the Xiong clan Gu master and take the nameplate, when suddenly a moonblade attacked. Bam! Bai Zhong Xue's body turned, and she spat out a water bullet. The water bullet and moonblade collided in the air, and both exploded. With Fang Zhang at the lead, 3 Gu masters jumped down from the treetops. Guyue clan, this person is my spoils of war. Bai Zhong Xue squinted, a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. Fang Jing's bloodshot eyes stared at Bai Zhong Xue. So what? You are our prey now. At this time, footsteps could be heard from the other side of the forest. A few figures walked out. It was Xiong clan's genius Xiong. His bald head reflected the sunlight, looking dazzling. This situation is much more interesting. Bai Zhong Xue laughed loudly, but at the next moment her laughter stopped. Both sides launched their attacks at the same time, catching Bai Zhong Xue off guard and surrounding him. Bai Zhong Xue vomited a mouthful of blood, her expression extremely ugly. What? Guyue clan, you actually allied with the despicable Xiong clan? Fang Zheng was expressionless, but his killing intent soared. Without saying a word, he closed in on Bai Zhong Xue. Xiong snickered. This battle concerns the 3 clans for the next 100 years. I'll tell you the truth. Guyue clan has formed an alliance with our Xiong clan. Bai Zhong Xue, today is the day you die. Pooey! Bai Zhong Xue vomited a mouthful of blood. She raised her head and looked around in disdain. So what if I die? Joining hands. You are afraid of my clans, Bai Ningbing. It's no use. This is just the first battle. There is still the individual battle. Which of your clans is Bai Ningbing's match? Our Bai clan is destined to be number 1. He. So we have decided in this first battle we will join hands and get rid of Bai Ningbing. Xiong laughed loudly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The chainsaw golden centipede's silver edges grinded against the stone walls, causing noises to echo in the cave. This stone wall was hard and thick, appearing very strangely. Fang Yuan was sweating profusely, using the chainsaw golden centipede and the blood moon Gu to attack. After half a day of effort, he could only grind half a meter. Is it really a dead enda? Fang Yuan's heart jumped, suddenly feeling a life force in the stone wall. He quickly used the earth communication eargrass, sticking close to the stone wall and listening. There was indeed a mysterious creature hiding on the other side of the stone wall, but its aura was very weak. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan dug a hole, and the mysterious creature revealed itself. Its whole body was black, emitting a metallic luster like steel or iron. Whether it was its chest or back, they were all thick and hard lines, showing off its dominance. It had 3 pairs of tentacles, and the tips of each pair of tentacles were in a spiral shape. Feng Yuan could not help but think of the spinning of a ball. So it's the 1,000-li earth wolf spider. Feng Yuan suddenly realized, immediately thinking of the flower wine monk. The fog in Feng Yuan's heart dissipated by half. Back then, the flower wine monk came to the Gyue village to cultivate the heavenly essence treasure lotus. But at the last moment, he was stopped by the first generation of Gyue, who used a method to drag him into the Blood River graveyard. The flower wine monk was also a rank 5 ranker, and must have had a fierce battle with the first generation of Gyue. The first generation of Gyue had operated for hundreds of years, and had the geographical advantage. The flower wine monk was no match for them and could only escape. He used the 1,000-li earth wolf spider to open up this cave, but after leaving the battlefield, he was already heavily injured. At the last moment of his life, he hurriedly left behind his inheritance and carried out his final revenge. He attempted to let his descendants pluck the heavenly essence treasure lotus and destroy the foundation of the Gyue clan. This explained why the flower wine monk was bathed in blood and covered in wounds. But why did the 1,000-li earth wolf spider sleep here and seal itself was still a mystery. Also, what was the first generation of Gyue planning? This was also a mystery. These questions are only minor details. Let's leave this place first. Feng Yuan stretched out his hand, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined the 1,000-li earth wolf spider. This sturdy stone wall was actually a stone cocoon of the 1,000-li earth wolf spider when it was in hibernation. It was extremely weak, like the liquor worm that Feng Yuan took out from the earth treasury flower. Thus, although it was a rank 5 gu, it was easily refined by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan lost the Thunderwings gu, and was worried about his own weakness in terms of movement. But now that he obtained the 1,000-li earth wolf spider, it was like a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. This 1,000-li earth wolf spider was a type of giant gu that could be used as a mount. It fed on soil and was easy to raise. Feng Yuan poured his snow-silver primeval essence into it, and the 1,000-li earth wolf spider gradually recovered, its aura becoming stronger. It began to eat, swallowing large amounts of soil. When its condition recovered to a certain extent, Feng Yuan, who was worried that a long night would bring trouble, jumped onto its back and drove it forward. Although the 1,000-li earth wolf spider had only recovered a portion, it was still a rank 5 gu. Its 3 pairs of antennae alternated, and its speed was very fast. Moreover, after the stone cocoon broke, the cave would appear again. This path was opened by the flower wine monk when he escaped. The predecessor planted the tree, the posterity enjoyed the shade. The predecessor opened the path, the posterity fled. This was extremely convenient for Feng Yuan. The only thing that worried Feng Yuan was that the Gu Master's primeval essence would be consumed whenever a mount Gu moved. The 1,000-li earth wolf spider was a rank 5 Gu, and rank 3 primeval essence could not sustain it. Every once in a while, Feng Yuan had to stop and sit on the 1,000-li earth wolf spider's back, activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus while taking out Yuan stone to extract natural primeval essence. With this 2-pronged approach, along with his C-grade talent's recovery ability, Feng Yuan's primeval essence recovery speed became extremely fast. It was completely different from before. Chapter 193. The setting sun shone down. The sky was red like fire. Bai Ningbing stood on the slope with white clothes and snow-white hair. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his eyes, as if hinting at his life that was about to end. Such a beautiful sunset. I don't know how many more times I can see it. I have only seen a tiny speck of dust in this world's wonders. What a pity. Especially around me. There are still some eyesores making a ruckus. Bai Ningbing snorted in his heart, retracting his gaze and looking around. Guyue and Xiong Tribes Alliance, the remaining 100 Gu masters, gathered together and tightly surrounded Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, if you withdraw from this preliminary round, we can spare your life. That's right, if you know what's good for you. We might as well show mercy and let you live. Your Bai tribe's Gu masters have almost all been killed by us. The remaining ones have been blocked by us. Bai Ningbing, don't place your hopes on reinforcements. They won't come. With Fangzheng, Xiong Jiaosa, Xiong Lin, and Qiqing as the leaders, the young Gu masters spoke one after another, trying to destroy Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit. But Bai Ningbing did not take these words to heart. A bunch of rats actually running in front of an elephant. What a joke. Bai Ningbing laughed, his gaze looking around with disdain. Among you guys, only Guyue and Fang Yuan are interesting. Too bad he hasn't appeared yet. Hee, come at me together. Bai Ningbing said as he condensed an ice blade, using his hand to touch the transparent blade that was emitting cold air, not even looking at his surroundings. This person is too arrogant. He doesn't even put us in his eyes. Brothers, let's attack together. If everyone attacks once, even 10 Bai Ningbing would be turned into meat paste. The Gu masters clamored, but no one acted rashly. Although Bai Ningbing was alone, his aura was shocking, causing fear to rise in everyone's hearts. Everyone calm down. Don't listen to Bai Ningbing's instigation. We haven't practiced before, so our teamwork is not good. Once we attack at the same time, it will instead cause serious internal friction, allowing him to take advantage of us. Xiong Lin shouted. Then who should go first? Qiqing asked, although he had joined hands with the Xiong family to fight against the Bai family. However, this alliance was not a close one. Whoever made the first move would be in greater danger. The party that made the first move also had to guard against the other party taking advantage of the situation. No worries, let me go first. Bai Ningbing, to be honest, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Xiong Jiao crossed her arms and took a step forward. She blew a loud whistle, and as soon as the whistle fell, the sound of stampeding beasts could be heard from afar. Very quickly, black shadows appeared in the forest. They were more than 200 black bears. The black bear in the lead was larger than its peers. It was 100 Beast King level black bear. The wolf tide was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. Sister Xiong thus advanced to rank 3, and the bear enslavement Gu also advanced to rank 3, allowing her to control bear-type 100 Beast Kings. This was Xiong Jiao's trump card. Big Sis is mighty. Oh my god, there are so many bears. With these bears and over 100 of us, Bai Ningbing is dead meat this time. Xiong tribe's Gu masters were in an uproar, excited. Guyue tribe, however, had complicated expressions. After Xiong Li's death, this Xiong Jiao became Xiong tribe's #1 genius. In contrast, in Guyue tribe, after Qingshu died, Mo Chen also died. Although Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3, his aptitude was only C grade, and there was no hope for him. Thankfully, our tribe still has the A grade aptitude, Gu Fangzheng. Many Gu masters looked at Fangzheng. Thinking of this, they felt much more at ease. Especially in this 3-clan competition, Fangzheng seemed to have become more mature, his attacks were fierce, and many Bai tribe Gu masters died in his hands. Fangzheng's performance made many of the tribesmen feel gratified. This was how an A-grade genius should act. The outcome is set. Even if he is rank 3 peak stage, no matter how talented he is, he will not be a match for over 100 people. Lord Qingshu, let me take revenge for you this time. And then, if Big Brother appears, Fangzheng stared at Bai Ningbing, his thoughts churning in his mind. Just 100 Beast King, such a boring trick. Seeing the bear group charging towards him, Bai Ningbing was calm and unruffled, yawning leisurely. His whole body was emitting a white cold air. Northern dark ice soul physique. I can't hold on any longer. Bai Ningbing felt that his life was coming to an end. His body had reached some kind of limit, and not long later he would die. Even now he could feel that his body was on the verge of collapsing, his flesh and blood showing signs of turning into frost. But even so, Bai Ningbing was still calm. His gaze was heavy, and after looking at the setting sun, he slowly turned his head, facing the charging bear group. "Since you are seeking death, then I shall be merciful and grant you your wish. Maybe this way I can add some brilliance to my life." He sighed lightly. Not far away, the 3 clan leaders and a group of Gu masters stood silently. The battle is finally starting. Killing Bai Ningbing will be the greatest victory. The Xiong clan leader was secretly excited. We were plotted against. They actually joined hands to deal with me. Hee! You underestimated Bai Ningbing. Just wait for the big surprise. Bai clan leader's expression was grim as he plotted in his heart. Guyue Bo had a worried expression. Until now, neither Fang Yuan nor Tai Xueling had appeared. Although the 3 clan competition was important, he was becoming more and more absent-minded. Guyue's desolate physique. If Fang Yuan really has such aptitude, then I must protect him and bring him into the Blood Lake graveyard. Thinking of this, Guyue Bo secretly glanced at Tai Ruanan. This girl from the Tai clan had a deep background, but she was already by Guyue Bo's side, subtly under his control. Tai Ruanan was not worried about her own situation. She also believed in her father, and now all she wanted was to catch Fang Yuan. What aptitude Fang Yuan had, as long as she put her mind to it, she would be able to detect it. If he really had one of the 10 extreme physiques, then he would be the biggest suspect. Damn it! Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, lying on the back of the 1,000-li earthwolf spider, sticking close to it to prevent himself from being thrown off. He originally wanted to use the path that the flower wine monk opened to move forward easily. But good times did not last long, and not long after, the 1,000-li earthwolf spider started to go crazy. It started to absorb the primeval energy in the air, turning it into its own. At the same time, its 3 pairs of legs started to move, digging new tunnels and moving around randomly underground. This made Fang Yuan understand. This 1,000-li earthwolf spider, under the command of the flower wine monk, had a fierce battle with Guyue's generation. During the battle, it had already been contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu. The flower wine monk used the 1,000-li earthwolf spider to escape, and hurriedly created a secret cave in the mountain, leaving behind his inheritance, before dying with regret. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider lost its master, and became even more uncontrollable. In its frenzy, it returned to the tunnel that it had dug before escaping. Death was imminent, but fortunately, the 1,000-li earthwolf spider sealed itself and fell into a deep sleep, delaying its death and preserving a chance of survival. Hundreds of years later, Fang Yuan came here, dug open the stone cocoon, and awakened it once again. But the problem with the blood frenzy Gu was not eradicated. As time passed, it relapsed again. Fang Yuan was deep underground, and with his own strength, he could not escape to the surface. He needed the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's ability. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider started to go crazy and became more and more uncontrollable. Fang Yuan could only ride on its back and gamble on his luck. But it was just the beginning, and the frequency of the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's frenzy was not high. Fang Yuan still had some control over it. Although the degree of control was getting smaller and smaller, overall, he was still in control of the general direction. He let the 1,000-li earthwolf spider burrow into the ground as much as possible, but the exact location was not something Fang Yuan could control. The setting sun in the western sky was like blood, and broken corpses and limbs could be seen everywhere. Bai Ningbing stood proudly on this battlefield, a layer of frost covering his feet, and the edges of the frost continued to expand outwards. There were less than 30 Gu masters left, and they huddled together, as if trying to find a sense of security from each other's body temperature. The Xiong group was already dead, and even Sister Xiong was beheaded by Ningbing. Her beautiful head flew far away, and blood spurted out from her neck like a fountain. Xiong Lin's body was pierced by Ningbing's icicle, and Guiyue City was frozen into an ice sculpture. In the ice coffin, he still maintained his dodging posture before he died. His face was full of panic, fear, and shock, as if he was still alive. Fangjing's body was riddled with wounds, but there was no blood. Instead, his wounds were frozen by the ice. He breathed roughly, looking at Ningbing in disbelief. Everything that happened just now was like a nightmare. Ningbing clearly had a rank 3 aura, but the battle strength he displayed was close to rank 4. Humph, although you are similar to him, you are not him. Too boring. Ningbing looked at Fangjing, walking towards him step by step. The reason Fangjing could live until now was because of Ningbing's intention. The Gu Masters were in an uproar, and their morale was at its lowest. If not for the fact that their clan leader was watching from afar, they would have collapsed long ago and fled for their lives. Damn it. Why is there such a huge difference in battle strength? I am an A-grade talent. Am I going to die here? Fangjing gritted his teeth, roaring in his heart. Die. Ningbing leaped into the air and raised her ice blade high up. Slash. The ice blade expanded by 5 to 6 times, and with an unstoppable aura, it slashed towards the crowd. I'm going to die. Facing this blade, many Gu Masters broke down, crying out in despair. Damn it, it turned out like this. Xiong clan leader's face was ashen. Guiyue Bo was about to make a move, but was stopped by clan leader who sneered. Guiyue clan leader, no one is to interfere. Are you going to go back on your words and go against the agreement? Guiyue Bo squinted. Ningbing is only rank 3. He cannot have such battle strength. You are openly admitting that he is cheating. Cheating? Hee. I will tell you the truth. My clan's Ningbing has the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Clan leader shouted. What? 10 extreme aptitude. At once, Guiyue Bo and Xiong clan leader were shocked. Report. Clan leader. There was a sudden earthquake. Many bamboo buildings in the village collapsed, and blood is seeping out of the ground. There are not many casualties, but everyone is panicking. A Guiyue clan Gu Master rushed over. Chapter 194. Moon Raiment. Fangjing screamed, activating his Gu worms. His body emitted a blue misty light, quickly spreading and covering the surrounding Gu Masters. But even so, it could not hide the despair on their faces. Struggling is useless. Ningbing's blue eyes shone with cruelty and coldness. But at this moment, bam! The ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly bulged, as if it was about to explode, mud flying everywhere. The Gu Master screamed, rolling everywhere. In the dust, a giant spider appeared in front of everyone. The aura of a rank 5 Gu made everyone's heart palpitate. On the spider that seemed to be made of steel, a young man with black hair and a black robe stood with his head held high. I've finally reached the ground. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, his eyes shining brightly. Immediately, he saw Ningbing in midair hacking towards him. The giant ice blade whistled as it slashed towards him. Fang Yuan, you're finally here. Ningbing's calm and indifferent expression changed after a moment of shock, revealing excitement and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan snorted. Before the ice blade reached his body, the cold wind caused him to shiver, his long black hair fluttering behind his head. He raised his hand. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bam! The ice blade and Chainsaw Golden Centipede collided. In the stalemate, the Golden Centipede's teeth spun crazily, sending ice shards flying. Crack, crack. Cracks quickly appeared on the surface of the ice blade, spreading across its entire body. Open! Fang Yuan shouted. He had the strength of 2 boars. His strength completely suppressed by Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only let go and retreat. The ice blade broke. Ice shards flew everywhere. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider went berserk again, spreading its 6 legs and charging towards Bai Ningbing. Goo worms have low intelligence, but are naturally sensitive, able to differentiate which target is more threatening. Bai Ningbing's aura caused the 1,000-li earthwolf spider to treat him as a great enemy, locking onto him. Bai Ningbing raised his hands, shooting out a row of icicles. The icicles hit the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's body. The icicles shattered, and the 1,000-li earthwolf spider went berserk. With a roar, it carried Fang Yuan and jumped. Shwa shwa shwa! 3 pairs of black spiral steel legs shot out like arrows, piercing towards Bai Ningbing's frail body. Sensing danger by Ningbing's aperture, suddenly a ray of snowy light flew out. Snowy light erupted, revealing the white form of mortal snake Goo floating in the air. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily and leaped onto the white form of mortal snake's back, looking down at Fang Yuan. Interesting. Interesting. Fang Yuan, you really didn't disappoint me. Brother. Fang Zheng crawled up from the ground. His face was cut by an ice blade. His face was stained with blood, and he looked at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. They also have a rank 5 Goo? Bai clan leader's gaze sank. Tensed up. Fang Yuan, you really showed up. A rank 5 Goo. Isn't that the 1,000-li earthwolf spider? Guyua Bo's attention was also attracted. On the battlefield, 2 youngsters of opposite ages stood facing each other. A white-robed man with silver hair and blue eyes rode on the white form of mortal snake, holding an ice blade, like an ice fairy descending to the mortal world. A black-robed man with black hair and black eyes stood on the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's back, holding a chainsaw golden centipede in his hand, buzzing noisily, like a demon god appearing in the world. The confrontation between the 2 attracted many gazes. Bai Ningbing had a fanatical expression, raising his ice blade and shouting, "This will be the most exciting battle of my life. Come, Fang Yuan, let us fight to the death." Humph! Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, using his peripheral vision to observe the surroundings. This was the 3 clan competition's battlefield. To think that the 1,000-li earthwolf spider brought him here. He did not want to fight with Bai Ningbing and waste his time here. Whether it was Tai Shua Lung or Guyua's generation, whichever side won, they would find trouble with him. But if he did not defeat Bai Ningbing, how could he escape? He could only fight. Bam! The white form of mortal snake and the 1,000-li earthwolf spider collided. The white snake coiled and the black spider stabbed, entangling with each other. On the backs of the 2 goo worms, 2 figures moved about, the ice blades drawing shadows in the air. The chainsaw golden centipede roared, shrinking and extending at times. Mountain rocks cracked, and thunderous explosions sounded continuously. The icicle hit Fang Yuan, but was blocked by the sky canopy goo's white armor. The blood blade hit Bai Ningbing, causing a huge wound, but a layer of frost instantly covered the wound, mending it. The frost turned into flesh and blood, and Bai Ningbing recovered. It really is the northern dark ice soul physique. Xiong clan leader stared with his eyes wide open. The 10 extreme physique was a legendary talent. He did not expect to see it with his own eyes in this life. Fang Yuan is actually trying to contend with Bai Ningbing, who will definitely lose. Bai clan leader laughed malevolently. That might not be true. Tai Ruanen curled her lips. 10 extreme physique, it must be the 10 extreme physique. In such an intense battle, if it was a C-grade talent, he would not have enough primeval essence. Fang Yuan, you really are Guyua's desolate in physique. Guyua Bo clenched his fists, his expression extremely agitated. This is Big Brother's true battle strength? So Big Brother really has the 10 extreme physique and has been hiding it all along. Fang Jing opened his mouth slightly, his expression dejected. The truth was in front of him, so what was his arrogance before? Every time Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing clashed, his heart would tremble violently. He felt himself becoming smaller and smaller, and his big brother Fang Yuan's tall figure covered him again. What kind of battle is this? It is hard to imagine that it is a battle between two rank 3 Gu masters. Did I see wrongly? Fang Yuan is so fierce. He is fighting Bai Ningbing one-on-one, and he is not at a disadvantage. Some of the young Gu masters, who were lucky enough to survive, stared with their mouths agape. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The white form immortal snake and the 1,000-li earthwolf spider were both heavily injured. It was not refined by Bai Ningbing, but was attracted by the aura of the northern dark ice soul physique. The white form immortal snake opened its mouth and spat out a lump of white fog, covering the battlefield. Then its body shook, shaking off Bai Ningbing, and it turned around to fly away. This great immortal, seeing this scene, the Bai clan leader was shocked as he looked at the white snake that had escaped. He did not know what to say for a moment. This fog was the maze fog. It could block one's vision and follow them like a shadow. Fang Yuan was shrouded by the white fog. His eyes were white. He was in a daze. But he did not panic. Although his vision was blocked, he still had 4 other senses: taste, hearing, smell, and touch. Earth, communication, ear grass. Fang Yuan's ears fluttered, and he quickly heard the sound, determining the situation within 300 steps. Lightning Aigu. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with lightning. However, the lightning Aigu was only rank 3, and although it could see through the enemy, it was completely suppressed by the rank 5 immortal snake's fog. Damn it! He cursed. Icicle Gu. Tens of icicles shot out indiscriminately in all directions. Fang Yuan's ears twitched, and he heard the sound of the icicles tearing through the air. He quickly flipped to the side of the 1,000-li earthwolf spider. Bam, bam, bam. The icicles hit the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's body. The latter was enraged and charged towards the direction of the icicles. I'm not playing with you anymore. Fang Yuan flipped down, resolutely abandoning the 1,000-li earthwolf spider. Relying on the earth communication ear grass, he escaped from the battlefield. This 1,000-li earthwolf spider had already been contaminated by the blood frenzy goo, and would turn into a pool of blood soon. It was better to give it up. That Bai Ningbing was now a ticking time bomb. Killing him would cause him to self-destruct, and he could not be touched. The Gu masters who had been observing the battle saw a small part of the cloud split out. It flew towards the southeast direction of the battlefield. Within this lump of fog, it was Fang Yuan. The maze fog followed him like a shadow. Unless it was dispelled, it would continue to cover Fang Yuan's vision until the maze fog dissipated. Fang Yuan's vision was still white, but he had the earth communication ear grass, so he could use sound to determine the location. The autumn wind blew the leaves, the rivers flowed, the birds chirped, and the beasts breathed. All these were sounds. Only the mountain rocks were silent, and thus they collided. Ice blade storm. Bai Ningbing's shout came from behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blew, and cold air spread everywhere. The temperature of the air dropped, and a white ice storm formed, twice as large as before. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider was also forced away. That lump of fog should be Fang Yuan. Quickly stop him. Tai Ruan and shouted at the side. Fang Yuan, don't go. Guyue village is your home. Guyue Bo was anxious and wanted to chase, but was stopped by the other 2 clan leaders. What? Guyue clan leader, are you going to break the agreement and enter the battlefield yourself? Xiong clan leader sneered with his arms crossed. Humph. Consider this as our Guyue clan admitting defeat. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill them. Guyue Bo looked at Fang Yuan getting further and further away, and was extremely anxious. Are you trying to scare me? I am not afraid of you. Guyue Bo, by clan leader's face was gloomy, and at the same time he gave a look to the Gu master beside him. That Gu master understood, and immediately mobilized his men to chase after Fang Yuan. I can't let him escape. I will be right back. Tai Ruanan took this chance and suddenly moved. A pair of black iron wings grew from her back, and she flew in the air, chasing after Fang Yuan. But at this time a green shadow shot over. Rank 5, Giant Mountain Puppet Gu. This Gu looked like a bronze mask, simple and unadorned, with 3 holes for the eyes and mouth. The bronze mask was stained with blood, and ignoring the shocked Tai Ruanan, it covered the young girl's face. Father! Seeing the blood, Tai Ruanan subconsciously cried out. At that moment, a giant metal hand flew over and grabbed Tai Ruanan. Then, without stopping, it flew into the distance. This sudden change caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. It seems Tai Shuelong is done for. Hee, it has been 1,000 years, senior brother. You really gave me a pleasant surprise. Over 100 feet in the air, an elderly Gu master looked at everything with a cold expression. He had white hair and brows, and was sitting on a giant crane. His right hand was open, and there was a kinship bloodworm Gu in it. This Gu was crystal clear like a red agate. It was shaped like a cicada and faintly glowed, pointing towards Guyue village's direction. Senior brother, even if you hide here, I will find you. Back then you stole my opportunity. This time, I will return it to you 10-fold, 100-fold. Chapter 195. High up in the blue sky, there were many clouds. The elderly Gu master rode on the white crane, and under his sharp white eyebrows, his eyes emitted deep killing intent. This grudge, I'll start from your descendants. He laughed, looking down at the battlefield, and stretched out a bone-thin finger, pointing downwards. The white crane beneath him immediately raised its long and elegant neck, letting out a loud and long cry. The sound spread in the vast sky, and as the sound lingered, countless responses could be heard. What sound is this? Fang Yuan was activating the earth communication eargrass, and was the first to hear it, and was shocked. The crane cries continued endlessly, rising and falling with a majestic aura. This was not a group of 100 or 200 cranes, nor 2,000 or 3,000 cranes crying together. There had to be at least 10,000 cranes to create such an effect. Is there some crane group migrating? Inexplicably, Fang Yuan felt an extreme sense of unease. The crane cries also attracted the gazes of the Gu masters present, and they all raised their heads to look. What is that in the sky? From the sound, it should be a large-scale bird group migrating. Warn all Gu masters not to attack recklessly and cause trouble. My clan leader was speaking, but his voice suddenly stopped. His eyes slowly widened as he saw 1, 2, 3,000 of flying cranes appear in the sky. They were densely packed together as they swooped down to kill this piece of land. How can this be? Quickly be on guard, defend. Let's escape. There are tens of thousands of these cranes. There must be a myriad beast king. The wolf tide just passed, and now there's a crane calamity? Heavens, our Qingmao mountain is really plagued with disasters. The Gu masters were in an uproar. All of them were shaken, and their fighting spirit wavered. They finally managed to resist the wolf tide, but now there was a crane calamity. Qingmao Mountain's 3 great clans had suffered heavy casualties. How could they have the strength to deal with such a large group of cranes? The cranes retracted their wings, and like a sky full of arrows, they shot down. Loud shouts, panicked screams, and screams erupted together, and all sorts of lights surged. Moon blades, water bullets, metal spikes, and so on were reflected in the sky. After a short but intense resistance, more than half of the Gu Masters died. This flying crane's long beak was like an iron awl. Every time its wings flapped, it had the force of a wild boar. Its claws were sharp enough to crack rocks. Ordinary flying cranes were already very difficult to deal with. Moreover, there were a large number of 100 Beast King level flying cranes among the flock, and there were also quite a number of 1,000 Beast King level flying cranes. The family had accumulated a wealth of experience in resisting the wolf tide. More importantly, they had a sturdy mountain stronghold to rely on for defense. But here the mountains were vast and empty. Where were the defensive structures? Almost in the first wave of attacks, the number of Gu Masters was halved. The long beak of the flying crane pierced through the heart, and the crane claws tore through the skull. With a flap of its wings, the man spat out blood. He was thrown far away, all the bones in his body shattered. Fang Yuan was also attacked. His eyes were completely white, and he could only rely on the earth communication eargrass to avoid the attacks. Fang Yuan, hang in there. At this time, Guyu Bo's voice came from behind him. Fang Yuan was very puzzled. What was wrong with this Guyu Bo? When he shouted earlier, his tone was not right, as if he was trying to protect him. Now he specially rushed over to support him. Although Fang Yuan was astute and had deep foresight, he could not predict things like a deity. In such a hurry, how could he have thought that Tai Ruanin would think he was one of the 10 extreme physiques? Guyu Bo was a rank 4 expert, but the flying cranes attacking Fang Yuan were ordinary birds of prey. They were easily killed or dispersed by Guyu Bo. Fang Yuan, is that you? Guyu Bo came to the outside of the maze fog. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. Now that the situation is extremely dangerous, relying on Guyu Bo can greatly increase his chances of survival. He immediately replied, "It's me." Guyu Bo could tell it was Fang Yuan's voice, and a huge weight was lifted off his heart. Good. Fang Yuan, let's not talk about the past. No matter what, the clan will protect you. Let's return to the village. I will protect you while you retreat. What he did not know was that the village to Fang Yuan was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. But comparing the crane calamity to the village, the former was close, and if one did not escape, they would die. The latter was slightly further away, and was not at the point of being in a desperate situation. Fang Yuan sighed, and without hesitation said, "Clan leader, please lead the way. I will try my best to follow." But at this time, a giant crane descended from the sky. By May old Gu Master sat on the crane's back, his voice cold. "No one can escape, die here." Fang Yuan could not see, but he heard Guyu Bo exclaim, "Rank 5 Gu Master." Evidently, clan leader Guyu had investigative methods and could determine a stranger's cultivation. Fang Yuan's heart shook. How could another rank 5 expert appear? The small Qingmao Mountain was not some famous mountain or river, nor was it a land of spiritual beauty. How could rank 5 experts appear one after the other? Don't tell me it has something to do with the Guyu generation. A flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. His heart skipped a beat. If it was a normal crane calamity, he would have no chance. Wild birds were hard to make use of, and although his cultivation was rank 3 peak stage, compared to a rank 5, it was really limited and difficult to break out of this predicament. But now there was a rank 5 Gu Master, bringing him endless danger, but also a glimmer of hope to break out of this predicament. In this Qingmao Mountain situation, the 3 rank 5 Gu Masters were the key, and the others were just supporting characters. Only a rank 5 Gu Master could deal with a rank 5 Gu Master. In an instant, Fang Yuan made a decision in his heart. It was time he had to take this gamble. Lord Clan Leader, the first generation ancestor, has already awakened underground. We will be safe once we return to the village. Fang Yuan said, "What?" Guyu Bo's shocked voice resounded in his ears. His shock instead made Fang Yuan's heart calm down. How could I speak carelessly about such matters? Only by going to the village can we save our lives. Fong Yuan continued. Guyue Bo was a decisive person, and immediately dragged Fong Yuan, flying towards the village. But the flying cranes continued to fly over, blocking the way. 100 Beast King level, 1,000 Beast King level. They appeared one after another. Guyue Bo fought bravely, bathed in blood, protecting Fong Yuan. Gradually, he found it difficult to move forward and fell into the heavy encirclement of the flying cranes. Fong Yuan was protected by Guyue Bo and was temporarily safe. Once the time was up, the maze fog dissipated. Fong Yuan looked at the battlefield and saw corpses everywhere. It was a tragic sight. The Gu Masters had sacrificed a lot, but the crane group had also suffered many losses. Other than the broken limbs of the humans, there were black and white crane corpses. Isn't this an iron beak flying crane? Fong Yuan was astonished. Others could not recognize it because these flying cranes were not native to southern border. But he knew these iron beak flying cranes originated from Central Continent. Myriad Beast King, rank 5 expert. Soon after, Fong Yuan saw that in the air, a giant crane was slowly flapping its wings, floating in the air. On its back, sitting on it was a white-browed, white-haired, cold-looking old man. Fong Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at Guyue Bo. This Guyue clan leader was already covered in injuries. His body was covered in blood as he fought with his life on the line. Many times he could have dodged, but for Fong Yuan's safety, he would rather fight and get injured. Clan leader. Right now, the situation is extremely bad. The Gu Masters are fighting on their own, but they are cut into small pieces by the flying cranes and will be swallowed sooner or later. We can only gather their strength and combine them into one force. Only then can we break out of the encirclement and return to the village. Fong Yuan said to Guyue Bo, "You are right." Guyue Bo's gaze swept across the battlefield. Next, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, we are facing a great enemy, but my Guyue village has a method to deal with them. Quickly come and meet up with me. We will charge out together." His voice reverberated in the battlefield, immediately attracting countless gazes. What? Guyue clan still has a trump card to subdue a rank 5 Gu Master? I would rather believe it than not. Brothers, charge out and meet up with Guyue clan leader. The Gu Masters were already in despair, but now they saw a trace of hope from Guyue Bo's words. Under the threat of death, these Gu Masters who were once enemies joined hands and quickly gathered together. Guyue clan, they are all your descendants, senior brother. On the giant crane, the white-brow old man sneered and was about to command the crane group to intercept them, but he changed his mind and stopped this plan. I might as well let these people escape. It will be easier to catch them all. These are all his descendants. When the battle starts, he will have to hold back a little. But these 3 rank 4 Gu Masters have the ability to interfere with the battle. I cannot let them live. I will kill them first. Thinking of this, the white-brow old man gave a strange cry and flicked his finger. 3 white halos flew out. What Gu is this? Xiong clan leader was the first to be hit and was enveloped by the white halos. His speed fell sharply and he was crawling like a snail. The other 2 clan leaders were also the same. Fong Yuan, leave quickly. Guyue clansmen, listen up. We swear to protect Fong Yuan's safety. Only he knows that method. Guyue Bo tried many methods, but could not get rid of this halo and could only shout loudly, turning around to face the white-brow old man. Fong Yuan turned around and looked deeply at this Guyue clan leader. Elder Fong Yuan, we are here to protect you. Immediately, a large number of Guyue clansmen gathered around Fong Yuan and firmly protected him. The healing light wave and the speed-increasing whirlwind buffed Fong Yuan's body. Rumbling sounds came from behind. Under the mysterious and cruel fate, The three clan leaders who originally disliked each other were now closely united and started a life and death battle with the mysterious old man. There was no suspense in the outcome of this battle. The three clan leaders died one after another. The white-brow old man flicked his sleeves and sat steadily on the giant crane. The flying crane army covered the sky and covered the earth, slowly pressing towards the Guyu village. The Guyue village was in chaos, and mournful cries could be heard. Large numbers of bamboo buildings collapsed, and among the ruins, rows of corpses were covered with white cloth. The injured groaned in pain, lying on the ground. The healing Gu masters were sweating profusely. The clan leader pavilion had mostly collapsed, and the plaza was already covered in a layer of blood. Such a scene caused the clansmen to be extremely terrified. Tai Shuelong and Guyue First Generation's intense battle caused the mountain to shake and naturally affected the village above. Guyue Yaoji, who had been guarding the village, did not see Guyue Bo, but instead saw this group of remnant army from the three clans. "What is going on?" she shouted coldly. Fang Yuan did not speak because the flying cranes behind him were the best explanation. "This. Heavens! Is my Guyue clan going to perish today?" For a moment, Guyue village was in chaos. "Senior brother, I came all the way here just to see you. Why didn't you come out to welcome me?" The white-browed old man sat on the crane's back, and his tone was filled with cold, killing intent. Before he finished speaking, on the village plaza, blood suddenly spurted 10 meters high, and a red coffin appeared vertically. First-generation Guyue, who had turned into a blood white, stood in the coffin, his blood-red eyes staring at the white-browed old man. Chapter 196. How did I find you? Ha ha ha. The white-browed old man laughed heartily. His laughter was joyous, and his gaze was ferocious. He opened his palm, revealing a Gu. It was the kinship bloodworm. The kinship bloodworm was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was like a cicada, shining brightly and pointing its head at Guyue. "Senior brother, although you stole my fortuitous opportunity, plotted against me, and took all my Gu worms, I also mastered the secret method. Thus, I refined this kinship bloodworm. Do you know how it was refined? Hee. It was the blood of your 2 sons. Your 2 sons were only 5 or 6 years old. They were too young. Their blood was not abundant, so I could only raise them as men, extracting their blood every month. This took me tens of years. After accumulating enough blood, I refined this Gu," the white-browed old man said confidently, his tone extremely proud. "Oh, by the way, your 2 sons also died not long after. Ha ha ha. After refining the kinship bloodworm, I used it to find you for many years. But the world is too big, and you disappeared without a trace. Although the kinship bloodworm is rank 5, its range is limited. Finally, I grew old. I could only use the life-saving jade burial Gu, seeking life through death and seal myself. Not long ago, I had to break the ice and try one last time. Unexpectedly, I found you by chance. Senior brother, do you know how happy I was at that time? As for that Tai Shuelong, he, I indeed used a letter to guide him here. Seeing him reminds me of the way we used to be. But it makes me reminisce, back then we killed demonic path thieves together, and were known as the Righteous Path's twin cranes," the white-browed old man said, his face full of reminiscence. His expression was relaxed, his tone gentle, but the more he reminisced, the more intense the killing intent in his eyes became. This white-browed old man came from Central Continent, and his title was Master Tenchiru. Back then, he used the rank 5 Imperial Crane Gu to control the myriad Beast King, Level Crane King, and became famous. Being able to control myriad Beast Kings meant that he controlled a huge beast group of tens of thousands. This kind of power was enough for him to wipe out an entire village on his own. Master Tenchiru and Guyue's generation all learned from Zhongzhou Crane Gate. Hundreds of years ago, They were fellow apprentices and were extremely close, killing demonic Gu masters, working hand in hand with great tacit understanding. Once, while chasing a demonic Gu master, they found an inheritance. This legacy was one of the legacies set up by Patriarch Bloodsea. However, if it was an ordinary inheritance, then it would be fine. At least, the two brothers wouldn't fall out and become enemies. However, the treasures within the inheritance site were extremely precious. They could allow one to ascend to the heavens and become an immortal. The two of them couldn't help but be tempted. Legend had it that Patriarch Bloodsea had left behind hundreds of thousands of legacies throughout the world. But the real purpose was to hide some of the treasures. These treasures hid his signature Gu worms, his true methods. The heritage they encountered was Patriarch Bloodsea's true treasure heritage. Master Tenchiru was one step ahead and obtained the inheritance. Blinded by greed, Gyue's generation schemed and tried to kill Master Tenchiru by stealing Gu worms. However, he didn't succeed and escaped. Gyue's generation saw that the matter was exposed and could only conceal his identity and escape everywhere, guarding against the sect's pursuit. After tens of years, he couldn't find lifespan Gu and could only stay in southern borders Qingmao Mountain in his twilight years. He changed his appearance and changed his name to Gyue, creating Gyue Village. Master Tenchiru's search failed and was filled with hatred. Crane Gate also had great interest in the Bloodsea true inheritance. With the help of the sect, Master Tenchiru could only use the life storage Jade Burial Gu to hibernate and hang on to his life. This life storage Jade Burial Gu method was also an external path. It was very similar to Gyue's zombie transformation, belonging to an unorthodox path and struggling at death's door. Zombie transformation was using death as a substitute for life. Life storage Jade Burial Gu could hang on to life and not truly increase lifespan. There was only one way in this world to increase lifespan. Like Feng Yuan's previous life, using lifespan Gu to increase one's own lifespan. This was the correct way. Other methods had their drawbacks and were not recognized by heaven and earth. They were helpless. Senior brother, you shameless scoundrel, you despicable scoundrel. Back then you schemed against me. Did you expect this day to come? Ha ha! Heaven does not disappoint those who wait. I finally found you. Today, not only will I end your lineage and make your 1,000 years of scheming come to nothing, I will also snatch back my own fortuitous encounter. I have waited for this day for too long. Master Tenchiru finished his recollection and sighed towards the sky, his killing intent surging. But before he could make a move, Gyue's generation was one step ahead of him. The blood on the ground suddenly gushed out like a torrent. The wolf tide rose, and in an instant it had the power to overflow the heavens. The pungent smell of blood assaulted their nostrils as tens of thousands of blood droplets shot out from the thick blood water, densely packed together. Swoosh, 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 with the sound of wings flapping, countless blade-wing blood bat Gu soared into the sky, covering the sky and earth as they charged towards the crane group in the sky. The crane group was immediately thrown into chaos. The blood droplets and blade-wing blood bat Gu were much smaller than the iron beak flying cranes and had the upper hand in the battle. Master Tenchiru was furious. He roared and activated the flying crane king under him, charging straight towards Gyue's generation. Retreat! A Gu master shouted. The wind howled as the myriad beast king's charge was too powerful, like a meteor landing on the ground, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. But suddenly, a wave of blood soared to the sky, and the blood river python that was in hiding attacked under the cover of the blood wave. It opened its huge mouth and bit the iron beak flying crane king's slender neck, at the same time coiling its body, trying to drag the flying crane king into the pool of blood on the ground. Master Tenchiru snorted. He had some understanding of the blood river python. To the blood river python, blood was a supreme recovery item. It must not come into contact with it. Thus he willed in his heart. The flying crane king stretched out its iron claws, firmly grabbing onto the blood river python, and at the same time flapped its wings, flying away. After the battle with Taishwa Lung, the blood river python's body was riddled with injuries, and its strength was greatly depleted. It was brought into the sky by the flying crane king, gradually leaving the village. "Hand over your life." Master Tenchiru roared, his body turning into a white rainbow, still pouncing towards Gyue's generation in the red coffin. Gyue's generation stepped out of the coffin, and with a boom, a pair of wings spread out from his back. This pair of wings were wide and powerful, like the wings of a bat, completely black. Zombie goo was one of the most classic series of goo worms, widely spread throughout the world. Rank 2 roaming zombie goo, Rank 3 hairy zombie goo, Rank 4 jumping zombie goo, Rank 5 flying zombie goo. Blood, white zombie goo, was one of the flying zombie goo. It could naturally fly. First Gyue's eye sockets burned with raging blood flames, his arms spread open, looking sinister and sinister like demonic claws. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, colliding with Master Tenchiru in midair with a loud boom. The two were evenly matched, and after retreating a distance, they stabilized their bodies and charged towards each other again. Bam, 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 the two battled in midair, their figures colliding continuously. The might of the Rank 5 goo was awe-inspiring. Waves of aftershocks caused countless bamboo buildings to collapse. After a while, Gyue's generation shouted loudly, his body turning into layers of blood shadows. His attacks were swift and fierce, increasing by several times. Master Tenchiru's eyes shone with a profound light, like flying knives slashing and immortal swords piercing, breaking the blood shadows one by one. First, Gyue spat out blood, missed again. Master Tenchiru activated his goo worms, forming a light barrier to block the blood mist's attack. After a while, Master Tenchiru was old, his body was weak, and his strength was weakening. He was gradually suppressed by first Gyue's generation, falling into a disadvantage. Hundreds of years have passed. You still haven't improved. First Gyue's generation jeered loudly. Damn bastard! Master Tenchiru scolded furiously. He did not expect first Gyue's generation to become so strong, be it blood guillotine or blade wing blood bat goo. They were originally his. Thinking of this, he became even more furious. It is time to use my trump card. Master Tenchiru snorted inwardly, his white eyebrows lightly raised, and a change occurred. The tips of his eyebrows suddenly grew crazily, forming two long eyebrows that were tens of meters long. One on the left and one on the right, they were like snakes coming out of their holes, extremely fast, coiling around first Gyue's generation. First Gyue's struggle was futile, his claws unceasingly tearing. These eyebrows looked weak, but they were as tough as steel chains. Once coiled, it was like an old tree taking root. It is actually the raise eyebrow and exhale goo. First Gyue's tone changed for the first time. He was shocked and angry. This raise eyebrow and exhale goo did not spit out ordinary chi, but primeval chi. It would dissipate the primeval essence in the goo master's aperture. But this goo was not commonly seen. Killing 1,000 enemies would result in 800 losses. Master Tenchiru used it now. Not only was first Gyue's primeval essence being consumed, his own primeval essence was also being consumed. The raise eyebrow and exhale goo was like a bridge, connecting the two's apertures, causing the primeval essence to be consumed. It was often used by goo masters with high cultivation to bully the weak. If it was used on goo masters with higher cultivation, it would be courting death. But in this situation, there was a difference. Master Tenchiru and first Gyue were both rank 5 peak stage, but first Gyue had turned into a zombie. His aperture was dead and could no longer recover primeval essence. Master Tenchiru might be old and did not have much lifespan left, but his aperture still had vitality, and his primeval essence could still recover. This struck first Gyue's biggest weakness. Master Tenchiru's primeval essence was still slowly recovering, but first Gyue's primeval essence was decreasing as it was used. First, Gyue retreated with all his might, but his white eyebrows were lengthened as if they were endless. At the same time, Master Tenchiru was also getting closer. First, Gyue roared, and with a thought he summoned the flying guillotine and blade wing blood bat gu, trying to cut off the white eyebrows, but it was of no use. The white eyebrows were extremely tough. Even if a few of them were cut off, they would quickly grow back. The primeval essence in the aperture continued to be consumed, and at this rate, first Gyue would definitely lose without a doubt. He was after all a formidable character, and after being forced into a corner, he gritted his teeth and changed his battle tactics, summoning the flying guillotine and blade wing blood bat gu towards Master Tenchiru. Master Tenchiru had to divert his attention to activate the raise eyebrow and exhale gu, and could only activate the defensive halo and defend passively against such attacks. The white halo was on the verge of collapse, and Master Tenchiru's heart sank. At this rate, the situation was far from good. Chapter 197. Master Tenchiru's expression was malevolent, and his eyes shone with an ominous glint. Suddenly, he made his move and rained down birdwing arrows. The arrow rain did not hit Gyue. First Gen had transformed into a blood-white zombie. His defense was outstanding, and it was hard to attack. The bird-wing arrows rained down, and countless Gu Masters were pierced through, dying instantly. At the same time, Master Tenchiru's eyes shone with white light. 2 white light pillars swept across the village, and wherever they went, the bamboo buildings were destroyed, and the stones on the streets crumbled. When the light shone on a person's body, their muscles and bones melted like snow under the sunlight. When a rank 5 Gu Master made his move, it caused a large number of casualties. Miserable cries, screams, and cries of despair mixed together. A bird-wing arrow flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan casually grabbed a person beside him and threw him far away. The bird-wing arrow pierced through this person's head and got stuck. Fang Yuan smoothly rolled and dodged an iron beak flying crane's claw. The gap between rank 3 and rank 5 was too big. It was hard to make a difference. Even Bai Ningbing was dodging at this moment. Every time he was injured, the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique would recover, but it would also bring him one step closer to death. Rank 5 Gu Masters already stood at the peak of the mortal world. "Stop!" Gyue First Gen shouted. Seeing the Gu Masters being massacred in large numbers, his heart felt like it was bleeding. He established the village and passed down his bloodline. It was not as simple as concealing his identity, but he had a big plan. The clan members were the fruits of his hundreds of years of hard work. But now, they were destroyed by Master Tenchiru. This was Gyue First Gen's hard work for hundreds of years. Without a choice, Gyue First Gen could only give up on Master Tenchiru. The blade wing blood bat gu and blood guillotine changed directions and flew down the village to defend against Master Tenchiru's attacks. Master Tenchiru laughed loudly. The Blood Sea inheritance focused on offense and not defense. Gyue First Gen's move was giving up his strong points and using his weak points to deal with him. He knew the ins and outs of Gyue's generation and knew what he was plotting. Therefore, he deliberately let these people of Gyue's clan go. Now that he attacked them, sure enough, Gyue's first generation was unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. Thus, he was able to resolve the crisis. Not good. As the situation fell into a stalemate, Gyue suddenly let out a loud cry, and a shadow of iron chains appeared around his body. This black shadow instantly materialized into a chain of iron chains that coiled around Gyue's body like snakes and pythons, binding Gyue tightly. A strip of yellow talisman gradually appeared and stuck between Gyue's eyebrows. Bang! Gyue was tied up by the iron chain. He couldn't spread his wings and couldn't fly anymore. He fell to the ground. Such a shocking change not only shocked Gyue, but also Master Tenchiru. But the latter laughed crazily, so it's the demon suppression iron chain Gu and also the talisman flaying Gu. Ha ha ha! It seems that the so-called divine investigator isn't completely useless after all. My good senior brother is dead for sure today. These two Gu were the Tai clan's signature Gu worms. The demon suppression iron chain Gu could restrict a Gu master's movement, causing them to be unable to move and be slaughtered by others. The talisman flaying Gu could extract the Gu worms in a Gu master's body and seal them. Tai Shuelong had used these two Gu worms to capture countless demonic Gu masters, and now he was using them on first-generation Gyue. When did this happen? First-generation Gyue was furious and shocked at the same time. He recalled the final scene when he killed Tai Shuelong. That bronze mask flew out, revealing a square face. Although he was definitely going to die, there was no fear on his face. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life and determination. His blood-stained palm lightly patted, vaguely hitting first-generation Gyue's chest. But this strength was very small, and first-generation Gyue didn't care at that time. So it was that time. Damn it, if I had a living body, I would have sensed it long ago. But a zombie's body, although strong and has outstanding defense, is not sensitive. First-generation Gyue felt great hatred in his heart. Turning into a blood-white zombie also had many drawbacks. According to his original lifespan, he should have died long ago. Defying heaven and prolonging his life, how could there not be a price? Ha 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 ha. Master Tenchiru laughed loudly, his aura rising as he attacked first-generation Gyue. First-generation Gyue could only block and naturally fell into an absolute disadvantage. The demon suppression iron chain Gu not only helped his body, but at the same time, a black iron chain phantom also appeared in his aperture, trying to suppress and seal the entire aperture. The primeval sea boiled like boiling water, and countless Gu worms flew around in the aperture, resisting the demon suppression iron chain Gu suppression. Like this, first-generation Gyue's primeval essence expenditure was extremely intense. You are going to lose today, Dai. Master Tenchiru's attacks were like waves, unceasing, as if he had gone berserk. First-generation Gyue's body was covered in injuries. His white bones could be seen on his chest, and his arms were chopped off at the shoulder by Master Tenchiru. Seeing that Master Tenchiru was about to succeed, first-generation Gyue suddenly let out a strange cry. Yang! The sound wave was extremely ear-piercing and instantly hit Master Tenchiru. Master Tenchiru heard this sound and immediately flew back dozens of steps like he was hit by a huge blow. His white eyebrows straightened. Then he fell down, landing on the ground. He got up with difficulty, blood gushing out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. The sound wave was still rampaging in his body, causing his blood to flow in reverse, and he was unable to move for a while. Many Gu masters saw an opportunity and shot moonblades, water bullets, and so on from afar, but they were all blocked by Master Tenchiru's halo. Dozens of flying cranes swarmed towards first-generation Gyue, but their iron beaks hit the blood-white corpse like hitting steel skin and iron bones. All of them broke. The defense of a rank 5 Gu was no small matter. Even if Fong Yuan used Chainsaw Golden Centipede to grind the blood-white corpse, he might not even be able to cut off a piece of flesh in 7 minutes. In this battlefield, only the 2 rank 5 Gu masters could threaten the enemy. Although they were in a sorry state, as long as their primeval essence was not depleted, the others could only watch and sigh, unable to do anything. Master Tenchuru saw that the flying cranes could not succeed, and the flying crane king was fighting the blood python Gu far away, while his own blood and chi were in conflict, making it difficult for him to move. He could only stare and concentrate, activating the Ray's eyebrows and exhale Gu, greatly increasing the consumption of primeval essence. This almost took the life of first-generation Gue. The primeval essence C rapidly dropped. Once it was depleted, the Gu worms would not be able to resist the suppression of the demon suppression Iron Chain Gu without the support of primeval essence. Once the demon suppression Iron Chain Gu was completely suppressed, the core Flick Gu would activate, sealing the Gu worms and pulling them out one by one. That would be the end of the trend. First-generation Gue shouted in panic. Quickly grab the white brows, activate your primeval essence, and help me. Go help. Help the first-generation ancestor. Let's go together. A large group of Gu masters rushed over, not only Gue tribe, even Bai and Xiong tribes Gu masters rushed over. Even first-generation Gue could not cut off the white brows, let alone their methods. They could only respond to first-generation Gue's words, stretching out their hands and grabbing the white brows. Just as they placed their hands on it, the white brows separated into strands, tightly wrapping around their wrists and arms, then extending to their bodies. Ah! Screams resounded. How could Rank 1 and Rank 2 Gu Masters' primeval essence compete with Rank 5 primeval essence? Their primeval essence was exhausted in an instant. The primeval C bottomed out. The aperture dried up, cracking and finally collapsing. The aperture was a vital part of the human body, even more important than the heart. Once the aperture was broken, many Gu Masters' eyes rolled back and they lost their lives. Damn it! First-generation Gue cursed. The demon suppression Iron Chain Gu tightened, cutting into the flesh and causing the white bones to creak. Logically speaking, Tai Shuelung was dead, and this demon suppression Iron Chain Gu could not be activated without the Gu Master's primeval essence. But this demon suppression Iron Chain Gu was contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu and could absorb the primeval essence in the air. At the same time, the demon suppression Iron Chain Gu was Tai Shuelung's Gu, and inside it was Tai Shuelung's will to suppress and kill first-generation Gue's will. First-generation Gue's primeval essence was being consumed too quickly, and he could not hold on any longer. Seeing this, many of the Gu Masters who were rushing over to help paused in their steps. What are you afraid of? If the first generation is defeated, we will all die. Don't tell me you think the other party will let us go? Fang Yuan shouted, rushing to Gue's side and grabbing White Brow. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider was already dead, and the other party had flying cranes that could fly and attack. There was no hope of escaping alone. On the contrary, helping first-generation Gue had the possibility of both sides fighting each other and reaping the benefits. White Brow firmly locked onto Fang Yuan's wrist, and like a vine, it grew crazily along his arm, spreading to his waist. In the aperture, the snow-silver primeval essence was being consumed rapidly. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth, persevering in his heart. His actions played an exemplary role. The other Gu Masters were spurred on, rushing over. If we attack together, we might not die. That's right, there is strength in numbers. Sigh, what else can we do? We can only fight. Countless hands were placed on White Brow. Gu Masters were continuously dying, and at the same time, Gu Masters were continuously filling in the gaps, joining in the battle of attrition. Ha ha ha! To be able to fight against a rank 5. This is so exciting and interesting. Bai Ningbing also came to help. Whether we live or die, it all depends on this fight. Xiong Jiaoman also stood up. Fang Zhang was nowhere to be seen. He was lost in the wilderness and did not escape to the village. His life or death was uncertain, and the odds were against him. Time became exceptionally long and unbearable at this moment. As time passed, Gu masters continued to die. Some Gu masters attacked Master Tenchu, but the white halo did not budge, as steady as Mount Tai. Only rank 3 Gu masters could hold their ground in this battle of attrition. Many Gu masters' confidence wavered, showing signs of hesitation. Both sides fell into a deadlock. Master Tenchu laughed sinisterly in a low voice. "I will win. All of you will die." The difference between rank 3 and rank 5 was too big. Rank 4 could be affected, but the 3 rank 4 clan leaders had already been killed by Master Tenchu. First, Gen Guyue's entire body was tied up by the metal chains, and his white eyebrows were tied up on his forehead. The Fu Yanji Gu was floating, and the primeval essence in his aperture was extremely sparse. Suddenly, the Fu Yanji Gu let out a faint yellow light. From first Gen Guyue's aperture, a lump of yellow light was pulled out. This yellow light was bigger than a fist, but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated down to the ground, and the yellow light weakened to a faint glow. A Gu that looked like a crystal skull showed its true form. This Gu looked like a baby's skull and could be held in one palm. The skull was like a crystal and was covered with light red blood veins. Chapter 198. First generation Gue gritted his teeth, but he could not struggle or move. Suddenly, a lump of yellow light was taken out from the yellow talisman and landed on the ground, turning into a black and white Taiji light ball. In this light ball, 2 peculiar Gu worms were circling around each other, chasing each other. The Taiji light ball rotated continuously, and traces of the great Tao flowed out, attracting the attention of countless people. What Gu is this? Bai Ningbing and the rest were bewildered. This is actually a rank 4 Gu. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated. Yin Yang rotation Gu. Master Tenchu shouted, showing a shocked expression. He was dazed for a moment before laughing loudly. "My good senior brother, it must have been hard for you to find such a good Gu. Ha ha ha! You actually wanted to turn into a human. What a pity! What a pity I ruined your plans." First generation Gue kicked his legs in panic, screaming and losing his composure. Be it the Blood Skull Gu or Yin Yang rotation Gu, they were the key to his 1,000 years of scheming. Now that they were sealed and taken out, his hard work was all for naught. Master Tenchu laughed even more heartily, seeing first generation Guyue's performance. His desire for revenge was fully satisfied. Another yellow light was taken out and landed on the ground. It was a scarlet Gu, translucent like a water ball. First generation Gue saw this Gu and suddenly paused in joy. He opened his bloody mouth and bared his fangs, shouting, "Quick, come, kill this Gu!" Several Gu masters heard this and immediately moved forward, using their methods. This Gu was sealed by the bottom talisman Gu and could not be activated by first generation Guyue's thoughts. On the surface, there was a layer of yellow light with a seal. Only Tai Shueleng or a special Gu could unseal it. But this Gu was a consumable Gu and was very special. To use it, one had to crush it. Several Gu masters made their move. The yellow light seal only sealed Gu worms and did not have any defensive ability. After taking a few attacks, it collapsed, and the sealed Gu worm was also destroyed by brute force. Buzz! With a soft cry, the crimson light blossomed and suddenly expanded. In an instant, it formed a spherical barrier. First Gen Gue was inside the shield, while Master Tenchu was outside. The blood-colored barrier had a radius of 6 mu. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were inside, while Xiong Jiaoman and the rest were outside. The most exciting thing was that the white eyebrows were instantly cut in half by this barrier. The white eyebrows disintegrated, and Fang Yuan and the others regained their freedom. This barrier's aura is rank 5. Why does it look like water curtain skyflower Gu? Fang Yuan was bewildered. He had never seen this Gu before. Master Tenchiru was obstructed by this barrier. He staggered to his feet and sneered. Senior brother, you have good methods. You can even counterattack like this and break the raise eyebrows and exhale goo. What a pity. How can you stop me with your puny defense? He's just struggling at death's door. Guyue, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Junior brother, why don't you attack and see? I have the same intention. Killing intent flashed in Master Tenchiru's eyes as countless cranes pounced over. At the same time, white light shot out from his eyes as countless birdwing arrows rained down. However, this blood-colored barrier did not budge. It was stable as usual. Master Tenchiru's expression turned extremely gloomy as he stopped his attacks. What goo is this? First Gen Gu Yu raised his head and laughed. Let me tell you, this is the blood curtain skyflower goo that I refined exclusively. Water curtain skyflower is only rank 4. It can block rank 5 goo's attacks. This goo of mine is rank 5. Its defense is even stronger. Even the owner of the water curtain skyflower goo cannot enter or leave. But my blood curtain skyflower goo can leave and not enter. Junior brother, attack slowly, use all your strength. When I recover, I will come out and take your head. Ha ha ha! You scoundrel, you are boasting shamelessly. Master Tenchiru was flustered and exasperated. He had a 90% chance of winning. But to think Guyue managed to turn the situation around. The situation fell into a stalemate again. He attacked crazily and fiercely. All the Gu masters outside the barrier, including Xiong Jiaoman, died. But inside the blood curtain skyflower, everything was calm and tranquil. The blood barrier was as stable as Mount Tai. The Gu masters gradually relaxed. The first generation ancestor is truly a hero. We are finally saved. Next, the first generation ancestor will display his might. This person will lose for sure. Huff! This is the strength of a rank 5 Gu master? How powerful! I'm actually still alive. Everyone cheered and shouted. But Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. He would die without a doubt because of the 10 extreme limits. This stalemate lost some of its excitement, making him unhappy. Master Tenchiru attacked for a long time, but there was no effect. He suddenly stopped his attacks and woke up. First generation Giyue's words were to provoke him, to make him waste his primeval essence on attacking the blood curtain skyflower. If he was not wrong, this blood curtain skyflower and water curtain skyflower had similar effects, but the fusion cost was extremely high. It was a one-time consumable. It had strong defense, but had a limited time. Once the duration was over, it would dissipate on its own. Thinking of this, Master Tenchiru took out 2 yuan stones and held them in his palms, sitting cross-legged and starting to recover his primeval essence. Help me. Only by helping me will I have a chance to live. Yuan stone. I need a large amount of yuan stone. First generation Giyue shouted, and immediately the surrounding Gu masters took out yuan stones and piled them around him. First generation Giyue opened his mouth and sucked deeply. Yuan stone was sucked into his mouth. He opened his mouth, and with a cracking sound, the yuan stone was crushed, and a large amount of natural primeval essence poured into his aperture. Master Tenchiru saw this and became anxious. He shouted, "Don't give him any more yuan stone, you bunch of fools! Once he recovers his mobility, he will kill you and use your blood to refine and raise his aptitude. You're courting death." Humph. Using such a low-level tactic to sow discord. Aren't you afraid people will laugh their heads off? Quick, this old scoundrel told us not to give any more. We have to give even more yuan stone. Everything depends on first generation Giyue. The Gu masters generously donated, and large amounts of yuan stone were thrown into first generation Guyue's mouth. Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing watched coldly from the side. If it was a normal human body, it would not be able to withstand so much primeval essence. but his blood-white corpse body was strong and sturdy. The primeval sea in his aperture rose rapidly. Demon suppression iron chain Gu's power became weaker, and after a while it turned into a pool of blood, completely dying. First-generation Gua was no longer restricted, and with a loud roar, he activated blood-white corpse vital Gu. Large amounts of smelly blood were attracted and poured into his body. In the blink of an eye, his strong arms grew back, and his claws were sharp like blades. He laughed loudly and stood up. At this time, the bottom-flicked Gu on his forehead also turned into a pool of blood, completely dissipating. Heaven has not forsaken me. First-generation Gua laughed loudly towards the sky. I beseech first-generation ancestor to make a move and kill this old scoundrel. With the help of a great lord, he will definitely succeed immediately. He will be invincible. Everyone rejoiced. First-generation Gua's laughter gradually subsided, and flames burned in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Of course, I want to kill the enemy, but before that I need to do something. Not good. Fang Yuan heard this tone, and his heart jumped, as he moved towards the outside of the crowd without leaving a trace. The people around him did not understand, but were still filled with fighting spirit. I wonder what first-generation ancestor wants to do. If it is within our capabilities, we will definitely do our best to serve first-generation ancestor. First-generation Gua raised his head and laughed. Haha, this matter is to take your lives. What? Everyone turned pale with fright. First-generation Gua attacked brazenly. With a swoosh, he stretched out his claws and pierced through a rank 3 Gu master. When he retracted his palm, first-generation Gua's hand was already holding a beating heart. This Gu master was a Gua clansman, and with an expression of disbelief, he screamed as blood spurted out like a fountain and fell backwards. Good blood, we cannot waste it. First-generation Gua laughed and sighed, and with a thought, the blood skull Gu flew up and circled around this Gu master's body. The Gu master's corpse twitched, and all his blood was sucked out by the blood skull Gu. Then entered the blood skull Gu's 2 empty eye sockets. The blood skull Gu drank its fill of blood, and on its crystal-like skull, the blood-red lines became even brighter. First-generation ancestor you? Everyone quickly retreated, and someone shouted in shock. Noisy! First-generation Gua's figure flashed and appeared in front of this person, slashing with his palm and cutting his body into 2. The blood that spurted out was sucked dry by the blood skull Gu. First-generation, you heartless bastard, you are not our Yuan stone. How can you still have the strength to fight? This first-generation is also not a good person. Everyone attack together and kill him. That's right, we have strength in numbers, ugh. A bloody massacre began. First-generation Gua was rank 5 peak stage, and his primeval essence had completely recovered. These Gu masters were mostly rank 1 and rank 2, and there were even a few rank 3. How could they be his match? And this blood-curtained skyflower isolated the inside from the outside, forming a sealed space. Only its master, first-generation Gua, could go out. But once he went out, he could only destroy the blood-curtained skyflower or wait for its effect to run out. The Gu masters could neither escape nor fight, so they were quickly defeated and killed one by first-gen Guyu, other than Bai and Xiong tribe Gu masters. Every time he killed a Gua tribesman, he would use the blood skull Gu to suck the blood. After killing hundreds of people, the rank 4 blood skull Gu was glistening red, reaching its limit. First-generation Gua laughed loudly, summoning the blood skull Gu and floating it above his head. This day, this moment, after hundreds of years of planning, has finally arrived. He heaved a long sigh of relief. The blood skull Gu opened its tightly shut mouth and spat out a fountain of blood. The blood fountain did not have a fishy smell, but instead emitted a fragrant smell making people feel relaxed and happy. First generation Gyue was drenched from head to toe by this blood fountain. But this blood fountain was mystical. Not a single drop fell on the ground, but stuck to the surface of first generation Gyue's body and slowly seeped in, all the way to his aperture. First generation Gyue silently stood on the spot, feeling it for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. Gaga gaga, my aptitude has risen. My aptitude has really risen. The other Gu masters were all shaken. Chapter 199. Gyue's laughter became even more carefree, but he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Master Tenchiru, saying hatefully, "Junior apprentice brother, you never thought this day would come. We are both orphans, adopted by Master, but ever since we were young, Master has always doted on you more. Why? Isn't it because your aptitude is a grade and mine a C grade? You have a great aptitude. Of course, your cultivation progress is fast. Do you know how much more sweat and effort I have to put in to barely keep up with you with my C grade aptitude? Although we're known as the twin cranes of the righteous path, you have always been the leader and I the second. You are the most dazzling, just because you are an A grade genius. But you were lucky and obtained one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances. Blood Skull Gu can kill your kin, purify the blood spring, irrigate the aperture, and raise your aptitude. Do you know how I felt at that time? This blood skull Gu was my only hope, the hope that I yearned for day and night, the hope that I tossed and turned in my sleep. With it, I can change my life, change my fate. But that's mine. Master Tenchiru stomped his feet and cursed. Yes, it's yours. Gyue nodded. You have good aptitude and good luck. We set off together to kill the enemy, but the heavens only favored you, allowing you to obtain the true inheritance. Do you know? Looking at your smug expression and listening to your words about the future, I suddenly understood. The heavens favored you, giving you a great aptitude and Blood Sea's true inheritance. What could I do? I was just a C grade. How could I succeed by myself? I could only snatch. What doesn't belong to me become mine. The heavens arranged a fate for me, to let me be willing to be below others, to be their shadow. I am not satisfied. Why should it be me? Why should I be below and you are above? At this point, Gyue actually started sobbing. The blood white's body was extremely terrifying, and it let out such a strange cry, making people feel even colder. Since the heavens don't favor me, Master doesn't love me, and others don't think highly of me, I'll have to do it. I can only love myself more. I can only value myself more. I can only rely on myself more. I can only work harder. I can only take more risks. I can only work harder. Only in this way can I achieve something. But the righteous path emphasized principles, friendship, seniority, and seniority. I'm just a nobody. I have no background, no talent, and no resources. What do you think I will use to succeed? If I walk the righteous path, I can only be exploited and bullied. I can only look up to you young masters and geniuses. I can only endure until I am old, but my achievements are insignificant. This is the righteous path. What bullshit righteous path? Only by becoming a demon, abandoning human emotions, abandoning the rules of the world, and paying a heavy price will I be able to forge a path that belongs to me in the thorns. So, I plotted against you and stole your blood. See true inheritance. Then I became a demon. Ha! Then let me become a demon. Then let me become a demon. Then let me become a demon. His voice reverberated in the blood barrier. Outside the barrier, Master Tenchiru was speechless. First Gen Gyue held back his laughter and started to kill again. Large numbers of Gu masters were killed, their blood absorbed by the blood skull Gu and condensed into blood spring essence, pouring it into first Gen Gyue's aperture to raise his aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the more primeval essence could be stored in the aperture. First Gen Gyue killed more Guyue clansmen, the higher his aptitude. After chewing the Yuan stone, his primeval essence would be stored more, and his battle strength would increase. Outside the blood barrier, Master Tenchu was burning with anxiety, but the blood-curtained skyflower was like a heavenly moat making him sigh. He wanted to stop it, but there was nothing he could do. Eventually, only a few people were left inside the blood barrier. Brat, you stole the heavenly essence treasure lotus, right? I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Hand it over obediently, and I'll spare your life. First Gen Guyue approached step by step, his killing intent firmly locked onto Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew his chances of survival were slim, but his expression did not change as he sneered. Your bullshit can only be used to coax a 3-year-old child. Humph, if you come any closer, I will destroy the heavenly essence treasure lotus. You have to know, this goo was refined by me. I can make it self-destruct with just a thought. Do as you see fit. First Gen Guyue's footsteps slowed, but he quickly approached Fang Yuan with determination. Brat, you are very courageous and smart. That's right, you are my descendant. I want to take your blood to raise my aptitude, so I will not let you go. Unfortunately, back then I used the blood seed goo to purify my descendant's bloodline, attempting to create a descendant of Guyue's desolate physique. As long as such a genius is born, I can take all of their blood and raise my aptitude to a grade 99%. If there is such a genius, I can let you go, but your luck is bad. Humph! The thing I hate the most in my life is being forced by others. It's fine if the heavenly origin treasure lotus is gone, but you can die now. Before he finished speaking, the wings on his back flapped, and his body shot out like lightning, appearing in front of Fang Yuan in an instant. He grabbed with his right hand. Instantly, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, his hair stood on end, and he quickly retreated. But how could a rank 5 expert dodge so easily? Just as the ghostly claw was about to reach him, an ice hand suddenly appeared from the side. Bam! With a sound of collision, the ice hand shattered, cold air spread everywhere, and first Gen Guyue took a step back. By Ning Bing! Fang Yuan turned around. Looking at the person who attacked, he was slightly shocked. Bai Ning Bing retracted his broken arm. Cold air spread around the wound and instantly condensed into an ice hand, recovering to its original state. But it did not turn into flesh and blood. He was already very close to the limit of the 10 extremes. To think that I would have such an interesting way of dying. It is a pity that I will not be able to see the end of this battle. Bai Ning Bing heaved a long sigh, then suddenly laughed, a pair of eerie blue eyes looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you and I are the same kind of person. I am dead for sure. If you die too, it will be a pity. I will protect you, but I have a condition. Although Bai Ning Bing was only rank 3, he was not far from death. His battle strength was increasing like a fountain. In the end, the only one who could hope to win against first Gen Guyue was him. Oh, what condition? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Bai Ning Bing stretched out his arms as if to embrace the world. He wore a white robe and had snow-white hair, his brows slightly raised. Live on for me and witness the wonders of this world. In an instant, Fang Yuan was moved. This man, Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ning Bing, as if he was looking at himself when he was young. Bai Ning Bing's words sounded like nonsense, but in fact they were sincere. Perhaps ordinary people would not believe it, but Fang Yuan understood the deeper meaning behind these words. Bai Ning Bing was a top genius. His talent was heaven-defying, but his lifespan was short. He had already found his path, found his belief. He was not afraid of death, but he was reluctant to leave this world. He had regrets in his heart, but in desperation, he could only entrust this remembrance to Fang Yuan. Io, it really is the northern dark ice soul physique. It's a pity that you're not my bloodline descendant. Otherwise everyone wouldn't have to die. First Gen Guyue let out a sinister laugh. You want to stop me with just this northern dark ice soul physique? You are too naive. Saying so, his figure flashed, and when he appeared, he was already in front of Bai Ningbing. Boom! A loud explosion, the two clashed. First Jen Gue retreated 2 steps. Bai Ningbing's entire head and half of his body exploded. But in an instant, kacha-kacha, cold air spread, frost condensed, and a new body and head grew out. Bai Ningbing was resurrected. This first Jen Gue was shocked. The 10 extreme physiques were rarely seen, and this was the first time he fought with one. The two clashed. Bai Ningbing's cultivation was weak, and he was at a disadvantage. The situation was very disadvantageous. But first Jen Gue could not kill him no matter how hard he tried. The northern dark ice soul physique was now almost immortal. No matter how heavy the injuries were, in an instant it would be as solid as ice. This made Gue even more furious and fearful, and his attacks became even more frenzied. Bai Ningbing gradually lost his normal color and turned into an ice man who could move freely. Even her snow-white hair had turned into strands of ice. The time was finally up. Death descended at this moment. Boundless, worldly affairs are colorful. The clouds and waterways are long. At this moment, the wind returns to heaven and earth, incomparable to the moonlight in the water. Bai Ningbing chanted and smiled faintly. From then on, his expression froze. A cold wind suddenly blew, and the frosty air suddenly rose like a mist. Crack, crack, crack. Large amounts of frost spread from his feet, and like a growing mountain, the glacier rose from the ground. The surging white ice was like a dragon beast, like a landslide or tsunami, crushing towards first Jen Gue. First Jen Gue screamed, and resisted with all his strength. The red hair on his head stood up, and blood mist rose from his body. Large amounts of blood guillotine and blade-wing blood bat goo were controlled by him, and crashed into the glacier, slowing it down a little. But in the end he was still suppressed, imprisoned, and swallowed by the glacier. The huge glacier filled the whole blood barrier, and only around Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing purposely left a small space for him. Bam! With a soft sound, the blood-curtained skyflower was broken by the glacier. Without any obstruction, large amounts of frost energy spread out, and the frost immediately condensed, forming a glacier that spread everywhere. Even the blood-curtained skyflower goo has been broken. Such power! Master Tenchiru did not dare to face it head-on, and quickly flew up into the sky. Under his shocked gaze, he saw the glacier spread everywhere, and actually covered the whole of Qingmao Mountain, from the peak to the foot of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the originally lush and vibrant Qingmao Mountain had turned into a treacherous land of ice and snow. The ice under his feet continued to rise, and Fang Yuan also saw this scene with his own eyes. This 1,000-li glacier had witnessed the fall of a young genius, and contained Bai Ningbing's unwilling and helpless sigh. Chapter 200. Fang Yuan immediately activated the chainsaw golden centipede and blood moon goo, trying to break the ice. But the ice layer was extremely thick and cold air pervaded the air. For every inch of ice that was shaved off, another 2 inches condensed. Fang Yuan was trapped in a hopeless situation, unable to escape. Just at this time, a blood light emerged from the bottom of the glacier. The blood light was only a smear at first, but it soon spread out, becoming brighter and brighter, turning into a blood-colored light that flooded the area. Ha ha ha! Amidst the laughter, the blood light soared to the sky, and the first-generation Gue broke out of the ice. Although he was in a sorry state, he was even more arrogant. If this northern dark ice soul physique's cultivation reaches rank 4, he might be able to kill me. Unfortunately, he is only rank 3 peak stage. Saying so, he focused his gaze on Fang Yuan, who was in the glacier. If the northern dark ice soul physique can't kill you, then let me do it for you. In the distant sky, Master Tenchiru flew over leisurely. Below him was the Iron Beak Flying Crane King. Earlier, he flew into the sky to help the Iron Beak Flying Crane King kill the Blood River Python. And now, he came back with the momentum of victory. Right now, in the entire Qingmao Mountain, there were only these 3 people left. Bai Ningbing had already turned into an ice mountain, his consciousness also dissipating. Fang Yuan was like an insect in amber, trapped in the glacier. In contrast, among the 2 rank 5 Gu masters, the first generation Gu's aptitude had increased, and the primeval essence in his aperture was more. Master Tenchiru had also recuperated and recovered most of his battle strength. The two's gazes focused on Fang Yuan. The first generation Gue wanted to kill Fang Yuan and take his blood. Master Tenchiru wanted to stop the first generation Gue, and naturally would not restrict himself by protecting Fang Yuan. Thus, he could only make the first move and kill Fang Yuan first. With their nature, they would not tolerate a bystander. What if both of them were injured and a third person took advantage of the situation? Fang Yuan let out a long sigh. When he saw the gazes of these 2 people, he knew that he was definitely going to die. He had lost the Thunderwings Gu and 1,000-Li Earthwolf Spider. Even if he had them, he might not be able to escape the pursuit of 2 rank 5 experts. He only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation and could not be compared to a rank 5 expert. In this situation, he was like a fish on the chopping block. Moreover, it was 2 incomparably sharp blades. He couldn't fight and he couldn't escape. However, Fang Yuan had another method. That was the spring and autumn cicada. Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into his aperture. The light film was no longer there, only a rough stone aperture. A large half of the snow-silver true essence ocean was still left. The stone aperture no longer had the ability to recover true essence, but Fang Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, which was why his true essence sea was like this. None of this was important. Fang Yuan focused all his attention on the Gu worm in the middle of the stone aperture. That was his vital Gu, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Only by relying on this Gu to go against the flow of the river of time could he create another miracle, using an impossible method to change the outcome of fate. However, this method was extremely dangerous. Firstly, the river of time was a forbidden area of the great Tao. Mortals could not touch it. Once it was trespassed, it would be the same as violating the laws of heaven and earth, and would suffer the wrath of heaven and earth. Secondly, the spring-autumn cicada had not fully recovered. It was like a broken boat, forcefully crossing the river of time. It might capsize halfway and sink. Finally, Fang Yuan was only a rank 3 peak stage. Controlling the spring-autumn cicada was like a baby playing with a large knife. He might get injured if he did not do it well. Once I use this spring-autumn cicada, I will have to self-detonate. I will use all my cultivation, my flesh and blood, and all my other Gu worms to become a driving force to push the spring-autumn cicada forward. Compared to my previous life, even if I self-detonate, the force will be too small. Sigh. It is very likely that I will directly commit suicide. But right now, I have no other choice. I have to use this Gu. Fang Yuan was also helpless. Earlier, he would rather use the stone aperture Gu than the spring-autumn cicada because it was too risky. Out of 100, the success rate might not even be 10%. Many times, when a Gu master uses a high-rank Gu worm, they would have to pay the price of a backlash, like Guyue Qingshu. Right now, Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on the fact that the spring-autumn cicada was his vital Gu. Little brat, hand over your life. Contribute some blood to your ancestor. Lad, your life is not good. You can only blame yourself for meeting this despicable ancestor. Let me free you from this. First generation Guyue and Master Tenchiru attacked at the same time. Fang Yuan was forced to the edge of the cliff. He could only jump. Spring-autumn cicada, come. His eyes shone with a strange light, he shouted, his body bursting with green and yellow colors. Such an aura! How is this possible? It is actually a rank 6 goo worm. At this moment, the 2 rank 5 goo masters were extremely shocked. But soon after, greedy expressions appeared on their faces. Kill him. Take the rank 6 goo. This is a heavenly opportunity, good lad. Hand it over obediently, and I will spare your life. Their speed increased by 30%. But at this moment, there was a loud boom. Fang Yuan self-detonated. What? Before he died, he seemed to have heard the 2 rank 5 goo masters exclaim, "Legend has it that this world has a long river called time. Humans are like fish in the river. The current is rapid. Almost all the fish can only go with the flow. Occasionally, 1 or 2 fish would jump out of the river, looking at the scene downstream. This is foretelling the future. If not for this river, the world would be completely still, turning into a picture. With this river, everything can change. The world can become lively, either declining or flourishing. The river of time, the river water surged. Every drop of water was a story, a scene that happened in the past. In the rapid river water, a small goo worm was swimming against the current. It flapped its wings, struggling to move forward. Every time the surging waves slammed into it, it would be on the verge of capsizing. It carried Fang Yuan's consciousness and memories, its body emitting a faint yellow and green light. The light wavered in the tide like a candle flickering in the wind. Finally, it only managed to swim a small distance. The yellow and green light almost disappeared. The spring-autumn cicada reached its limit. With a swoosh, it turned into a ray of light and drilled into a wave. Fang Yuan's body shook. A yellow and green light flashed in the depths of his eyes. This light flashed for a moment, and Fang Yuan shuddered. His consciousness and memories rushed into his mind, instantly fusing together. Success! He was overjoyed he had been reborn again. After realizing this, he immediately scanned his surroundings and observed his own situation. He found his primeval essence was being consumed. His wrists and body were bound by the white eyebrows. Looking again, so it was at this time. Tai Shui Lung's arrangements had already been activated. Guyue's entire body was bound by iron chains, unable to move. There was also a yellow talisman on his forehead. It was the demon suppression iron chain goo, as well as the flick bottom goo. And that Master Tenchuru had also landed on the ground, his body covered in a white halo, activating the raised eyebrows and exhale goo with all his strength, attempting to exhaust all the primeval essence in Guyue's aperture. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Right now, he was bound by the white eyebrows and could not move. He could only exhaust his primeval essence and wait for a good opportunity. Under the effect of the flick bottom goo, a yellow light flew out of Guyue's body. This yellow light was bigger than a fist, but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated to the ground, revealing the blood skull goo inside the yellow light. Blood skull goo, after hundreds of years, I finally see you again. Master Tenchuru cried tears of joy, his expression extremely emotional. Guyue was so anxious that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He was tied up and could not move. Another yellow light was captured from the yellow talisman, landing on the ground and turning into a black and white Taiji light ball. In this light ball, 2 peculiar goo worms were circling around each other, chasing each other. It was the yin-yang rotation goo. According to Fang Yuan's memories, Master Tenchuru was shouting, "Yin-yang rotation goo!" My good senior brother, it must have been hard for you to find such a good goo. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn into a human. What a pity, I ruined it. Fang Yuan looked at Guyue's first generation. Sure enough, he was sitting on the ground, kicking his legs and screaming. His hair was disheveled. He had completely lost his composure. Wait a while more, the time is not far. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He did not make a move. The third yellow light was captured, landing on the ground. It was a scarlet-red goo, translucent like a water ball. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Blood curtain skyflower goo. It was this goo that changed the situation, allowing Guyue's first generation to make a comeback. Blood curtain skyflower goo was developed by Guyue's first generation. Fang Yuan did not recognize it before, but now he was very clear of its characteristics. Sure enough, immediately after, Guyue's first generation shouted, "Someone come quickly! Kill this goo worm!" Several goo masters heard this and immediately went forward to destroy this goo. Buzz! With a soft sound, blood curtain skyflower reappeared in the world. The blood ball barrier isolated the inside from the outside. A portion of the people were outside the barrier, while the others were inside the barrier. The blood barrier isolated the white brows, and Fang Yuan and the rest no longer fought with Master Tenchu's primeval essence. They were freed and regained their freedom. Master Tenchu was obstructed by this barrier. He staggered to stand up and sneered. After some conversation, he could not attack the blood barrier and could only stop asking, "What goo is this?" Guyue's first generation said proudly, "Let me tell you, this is my exclusive fusion blood curtain skyflower goo. Water curtain skyflower is only rank 4. It can block rank 5 goo's attacks. This goo of mine is rank 5. Its defense is even stronger. Water curtain skyflower goo's owner cannot enter or leave, but my blood curtain skyflower goo can leave but not enter. Junior brother, attack slowly, use all your strength. When I recover, I will come out to chop off your dog head. Ah ha ha!" Master Tenchu was furious and attacked again, but failed again. After calming down, he chose to replenish his primeval essence and wait for the blood barrier to run out. The Goo Masters saw that the blood barrier was as stable as Mount Tai and were overjoyed. Feeling that their lives were saved, they started to flatter Guyue's first generation. Only by Ningbing snorted coldly. Guyue's first generation asked for a large amount of Yuan stone, and everyone generously contributed. Although Guyue's first generation was tied up and could not move, he could chew the Yuan stone with his mouth and replenish his primeval essence at an extremely fast speed. Master Tenchu saw this and shouted, "You bunch of fools! Once he recovers his mobility, he will kill you and use your blood to refine and raise his aptitude. You're courting death." Everyone naturally did not believe him. Humph, using such a low-level tactic to sow discord. Aren't you afraid people will laugh their heads off? Quick, quick, quick! This old scoundrel told us not to give. We have to give Yuan stone even more. Chapter 201. Large amounts of Yuan stone were sucked into Guyue's mouth and crushed. Bai Ningbing looked on coldly, but Fang Yuan moved. He did not look on coldly, but made a different choice from before. First generation ancestor. The situation is critical. I have the heavenly essence treasure lotus to offer. He was full of sincerity as he quickly walked over. His face was full of pity and helplessness, but he also seemed to have made up his mind. First generation Guyue laughed loudly. "Very good. You are indeed my descendant. Such filial piety makes me, your ancestor, happy." He had long wanted the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and had once sent a group of blade-winged blood bats to kill Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had escaped so quickly that he did not give him a chance. But at this moment he did not doubt it. First of all, he had not shed all pretenses of cordiality. He had once said that he had sent the blade-winged blood bats to protect Fang Yuan. Secondly, Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to step forward and help White Eyebrow, helping first-generation Guyue to exhaust his inner Yuan. This had made the hesitant people firm up their minds. Such a loyal and filial act was still vivid in first-generation Guyue's mind. Finally, the current situation was very clear. Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on first-generation Gyue in order to defeat Master Tenchiru and save his life. First-generation Gyue did not believe that Fang Yuan would destroy his own strong support and attack him. Therefore, when Fang Yuan walked over, first-generation Gyue laughed continuously. With the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, my chances of winning will increase by 20%. All of you, move aside and let him in. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus? Outside the blood shield, Master Tenchiru was stunned. He immediately shouted, "You must not!" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Yuan walked to first-generation Gyue's side. First-generation ancestor, I have thought it through. You were the one who created the Gyue village. Only because of you can there be juniors like us. In the past, you had such great achievements. Today, you will lead the Gyue clan to glory. The heavenly origin treasure, Lotus, should be used by our ancestor. His face was full of admiration, and his tone was full of enthusiasm. Gyue nodded as he listened, thinking to himself, "This young man is quite eloquent, but it's a pity that I still have to kill him for his blood later." But at this moment, Fang Yuan bent down and suddenly attacked. He grabbed hold of Gyue and then channeled the strength in his waist. Taking advantage of the momentum, he shook his arms. He opened his mouth and let out a low roar. The strength of 2 boars burst forth, and with all his might he fiercely threw. Shua! As soon as Gyue arrived, he threw him out of the blood barrier. It was a deathly silence. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The wind outside was blowing gently. Gyue was smashed to the ground, his red hair fluttering in the wind. His expression was sluggish, and he had yet to react. In front of him, less than 10 steps away, was Master Tenchiru. This old man was still angry and anxious about Fang Yuan's contribution of the heavenly origin treasure lotus. He did not expect that the next moment there would be such a major turn of events. He was also stunned, and his eyes stared straight at Gyue. Gyue was his irreconcilable enemy, but at this moment Master Tenchiru was stunned, as if he was dreaming and did not move. Inside the blood barrier, everyone was like a statue, silent and motionless. Some people's mouths were wide open, enough to fit a fist. Some people's eyes were wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. Even Bai Ningbing lost her composure and looked at Fang Yuan with a sluggish expression. Only when a half-destroyed bamboo building inside the blood barrier could no longer hold on and collapsed did everyone wake up as if they had been electrocuted. Fuck! Someone opened his mouth and cursed. Fang Yuan, what stupid thing did you do? Someone pointed at Fang Yuan, his whole body trembling. First-generation ancestor. Someone tried to run out and pull Gyue back, but the blood-curtained skyflower blocked their way. Despicable little thief. How dare you lie to the ancestor? I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. First-generation Gyue reacted, lying on the ground, and cursed. Ha ha ha. Among the panic-stricken crowd, someone laughed loudly. It was none other than Bai Ningbing. He laughed until tears came out and gave Fang Yuan a thumbs up. Interesting, really interesting. Fang Yuan, have you gone crazy? Fang Yuan, you framed the first-generation ancestor. You even schemed against the ancestor. Are you still human? Yeah. Fang Yuan, you must have been bribed by that white-haired old man. You spy, traitor. Everyone was pointing fingers at him, and the crowd was agitated. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I am rank 3 peak stage. Who dares to kill me? Who dares to kill me? Right now, the rank 3 Gu masters in the blood barrier could be counted on one hand, and because of the earlier battle, their primeval essence was sparse. Yuan stone was also contributed and could not be replenished. As for the others, they were mostly mortals or rank 1 or rank 2 Gu masters. Without first-generation Gyue, Fang Yuan could indeed look down on everyone in this blood barrier. He. Fang Yuan laughed and slowly bent down, picking up the 2 gu from the ground. His left hand held the blood skull gu, and his right hand held the yin-yang rotation gu. These 2 gu belonged to first-generation Guyue, but right now they were covered in a layer of faint yellow light, sealed by the bottom of the talisman gu, and could not respond to first-generation Guyue's desperate calls. But this seal was also an obstacle to Fang Yuan. He needed to undo the seal before he could refine these 2 gu worms. Forcefully breaking the seal would only lead to the destruction of these 2 gu. This situation was different from the blood curtain Skyflower gu. To activate the blood curtain Skyflower gu, one had to crush it. After breaking the seal, one could use it. But Fang Yuan was not impatient. He knew what was going to happen next. Be it the demon suppression iron chain gu or the bottom of the talisman gu, they were both contaminated by the blood frenzy gu and were about to turn into blood water and die. Ha ha ha, my good senior brother, to think you would have such a day. Hand over your life. Master, Tenchiru roared and rushed to the sky, attacking fiercely towards first-generation Guyue. First-generation Guyue was bound by the demon suppression iron chain gu, and could not move, becoming a human target, and could only passively take a beating. He cursed in pain and struggled with all his might. Suddenly, the iron chain turned into a pool of blood water, and he regained his freedom, flying towards the blood barrier. There was a loud bang. Without a doubt, he was blocked by the blood barrier. This blood curtain Skyflower gu was personally refined by him, and was his proudest invention. It had outstanding defense, and once used, it could not be moved and could not be closed. To him, it could only be used and could not be entered. Little bastard, you will die a horrible death. First generation Guyue's grievance, and his hatred towards Fang Yuan, could not be washed away no matter how much water he poured into the heavens. Master Tenchiru naturally chased after him, laughing madly. First-generation Guyue could only give up on the blood barrier and turn to resist Master Tenchiru. He had chewed large amounts of yuan stone earlier and had considerable primeval essence. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could stabilize his footing. First-generation ancestor, do your best. First-generation lord, we will cheer for you. Ancestor, you are our only hope. The battle between the 2 rank 5 experts attracted everyone's attention. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at Bai Ningbing. The current situation was like a battle between 2 tigers, and he, Fang Yuan, was only a rabbit. Whether it was Master Tenchiru or first-generation Guyue, they were all sly and cunning people. The possibility of both of them being injured and him gaining an advantage was too small. No one was stupid, and neither of them were hot-headed because of a fierce battle. Moreover, this blood barrier could only provide temporary safety. Once the blood barrier's effect wore off, everyone inside, including himself, would definitely be killed by first-generation Guyue and Master Tenchiru. He had just been reborn once, and the spring-autumn cicada was once again in a weakened state and could not be used again. The only thing he could do now was to strengthen himself as much as possible. He would do his best to fight for a chance of survival. Fang Yuan already had a plan in mind, but in this plan, there was one person who played an important role. This person was Bai Ningbing. The self-destruction of the northern dark ice soul physique would be a huge influence on the battle, especially when the 2 strong people outside the blood barrier continued to exhaust each other. But how could he persuade Bai Ningbing? Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing, and Bai Ningbing felt it, and also looked back at Fang Yuan. In the crowd, they looked at each other. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe, with black hair and black eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a demonic smile. I have a temporary solution to the 10 extremes, and can bring you back to life. He said his first sentence. Bai Ningbing's body shook. Of course he wanted to live. What method? Fang Yuan changed the topic. But this method's success rate is not high and has a high chance of failure. But these words made Bai Ningbing even more convinced. Immediately after, Fong Yuan said his third sentence, only to hear him say, "But I think even if you fail, it will make your final moments incomparably exciting." Bai Ningbing's heart thumped. Fong Yuan used 3 sentences to strike the deepest part of his heart and convinced him. He was a smart person, and after thinking for a while, he asked, "Then what do I need to do?" Fong Yuan's smile widened, and at this moment, the core-sucking goo also turned into a pool of blood water. The blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo's seals disappeared, and just as they were about to fly away, Fong Yuan grabbed them tightly. He used the spring-autumn cicada's aura, and these 3 goo were only rank 4 and immediately submitted. Fong Yuan poured his primeval essence into them and instantly refined them for his own use. What's going on? Damn it. Outside the blood barrier, Guyue's head hurt and he lost connection with the blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo. He was incomparably shocked and immediately lost his composure. He charged towards the blood barrier. How can this be? How can you refine my 3 goo so quickly? Guyue let out a miserable howl and crazily attacked the blood barrier. Fong Yuan snatched food from the tiger's mouth and snatched the blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo. This was simply taking his life. Everyone was shocked and took a step back. First-generation Guyue was like a beast in a desperate situation, and his eyes started to spew fire. But soon, Master Tenchiru attacked. "I want you to die, I want you to die." First-generation Guyue went berserk, attacking without defending, and vented all his anger on Master Tenchiru. Master Tenchiru was shocked and suffered a heavy blow. Both sides tangled together again, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. Fong Yuan laughed loudly and said to Bai Ningbing, "Follow me to kill." Before he finished speaking, he attacked resolutely. The chainsaw golden centipede roared madly and cut a goo master beside Fong Yuan in half. Blood Skull Goo. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.